to deal with. They got Dan Blazarian saying the most fucking retarded shit of all time.
Morning, everyone.
Candace Owens. like this is the subversive right that's all saying we should be killing and impeaching Trump. But just to understand, now Randy Fine is the Jewish Republican that is currently being challenged by Dan Blazarian. All right, I'm giving you all the lore. All right, I do all the research and all the lore just for you guys. I take researching retards incredibly seriously. So Dan Blazarian is running in Florida, even though he doesn't live there, against Randy Fine, who does live there. Randy, to take his seat in Congress.
Well,
Randy Fine is Jewish.
I'm just going to do that in the morning.
Israel, absolutely.
Let me go
However,
grab
if you look at the work that Randy Fine
my
has been
meth.
doing, it's pretty incredible, actually. All right, so Randy
Head
Fine
back to the barn.
Foreigners should not be able to serve in Congress. That's why I've introduced the Disqualifying Dual Loyalty Act. If you're the citizen of another country, you should not serve this one. Get out. This is based as fuck, man. I don't care, and I totally agree with this. It doesn't matter if you're Palestinian, if you're Iranian, if you're Somali, if you're Israeli. If you have a dual citizenship, you should not be in our government, period. I think it's so basic. We see so many instances, so many cases of these absolute fucking dickwads in Congress saying, hey, the reason why I'm here is because I want to divert as much money to fucking Somalia as possible. We need those 67 IQ inbreds to really pick shit up. We need to fund Somali terrorists. That's why we're here. And I am tired of that, man. So this is a massive act that he's trying to push, and that is huge, and I hope it works. Now, this dude's been cooking a lot, actually. Mass migration from third world is destroying us and costing our country a fortune. President Trump gets it. The American people get it. Foreign invaders must go home, every single one. You know, reposting the Trump tweets talking about how actually certain immigrants are a lot less useful to our country than other immigrants. And you could call him racist, but he really doesn't seem to care. And I like that. You know, this dude has been cooking a lot. And this, in my opinion, is the major reason why these people are going after him.
So why do they insist on taking over streets to pray when they could do it in their own church, just like everybody else?
It's a great question. The answer is because this is a form of submission. It is a form of intimidation. That call to prayer says there is no God but Allah. You know, Christians believe in Jesus, but they don't demand that everyone else submit. Jews, of which I am one, believe certain things, but we don't force everyone else to submit. But this version of Islam demands that everyone submit to it. It will start with our puppies. It will start with these street prayers. It will not end there.
So why do they insist?
So, bro has been cooking in regard to foreign invaders, and specifically from specific cultures. You know, bro drops a nuke every once in a while. We need more Islamophobia, not less. Fear of Islam is rational. It's got 10 million views, 100,000 likes. Of course, you have Dan Blazarian in the comments screaming and bitching. And you know what? You start to wonder why. You start to wonder why the guy who's sponsored by Qatar, who's constantly giving trips to Qatar, who's hanging out with Pakistani nationals and literal, signed, known foreign operatives like that fucking Suleiman guy from CARE, the American Islamic Relation Committee or whatever it's called. You start to wonder why this dude has such a massive tirade talking about shit like this. You start to really wonder. Notice the hypocrisy when the same is said of his religion. Watch the Jew shriek. I love these guys. I told you, I love the anti-Semite community. These guys are fucking awesome. Now, the funny thing is, there is no Jew-phobia or whatever other term you could come up with, and that's because Muslims keep killing people all the time, literally across the entire world. Now, I'm not trying to be controversial here or anything, but every single conflict that basically goes on the planet, aside from Russia, Ukraine, and cartel violence, is Islamic. All of them, actually. It's probably a coincidence that when Muslims and Christians are in the same area, they fight, and where Muslims or Jews are in the same area, they fight, and when Muslims and Hindus are in the same area, they fight. It's probably a total coincidence, man. And you want to know the funniest part? When Muslims and Muslims are in the same area, they fucking fight too. Listen, man, I'm not going to sit here and start explaining why Islamophobia actually is kind of rational, and therefore maybe not a phobia. But, like, the funny thing about this is it's just like, oh, yeah, double standard. You don't like when Muslims commit terror attacks? Well, wait until I say that Jews are terrorists. Got 'em! So, honestly, it's just pretty incredible watching this entire crash out show up. Now, again, Dan Blazarian is promoting Thomas Massie. Thomas Massie is one of the major anti-Trump voices on the Republican side, and he is absolutely terrified of losing his election because he's about to go up for re-election. He's going up against Galrain, and Galrain looks like he might fucking destroy him, despite the fact that Thomas Massie is a very well-known, very liked person by a lot of places. well, it gets really weird.
Congressman, why are you working with Ilhan Omar to limit President Trump's war powers and ability to protect Americans?
That's a pretty good question. So you got this guy, Thomas Massey, who's out there willing to work with Ro Khanna from the Democrats to slander Trump. He's willing to work with Ilhan Omar from the Democrats to basically limit Trump's power. And this is going to be the base Giga Chad America First candidate? Like, what are we doing, man?
It's not President Trump's war powers.
It is. He's the president, right?
Yeah.
He's the president. He's commander-in-chief. So him being the commander-in-chief, he has the power.
Madison Wesley,
Who's the president right now?
resides in Congress, and there's no more important authority that Congress has than the power to declare war or not. So this is not the president's authority. He has the authority and the obligation.
Therefore, he's going to work with Ilhan Omar to shut him down. Now, you want to know the craziest part? Thomas Massey, just like all these other subversive leftoids that invaded our politics. Yeah, that's right, I'm gonna say it. And don't worry, I'm happy that he helped to get the Epstein files released. Don't get me wrong. But I am very honest, sometimes to a fault, and I don't really care about stepping on people's toes, which is, I think, one of the reasons why people like me. And also one of the reasons why people hate me. This dude has been running his entire campaign after calling Trump a pedophile protector and trying to limit his powers working with Ilhan Omar and Ro Khanna and all the fucking third world filth in our Congress. This is
Dude's almost there. All right. I like the hustle.
I agree with President Trump.
Your shit ain't here, but I like the hustle.
He's literally advertising himself as a huge friend of Donald Trump. It is wild watching the Trump spellcasting actually fucking work. Every single person that goes out there doing their shit, trying to destroy him in one way or another, every single one of them just gets absolutely humiliated. And honestly, bro, honestly, I am making popcorn and I am here for it. Anyway, already predicting it, my next video on Dan Blazarian will be him miserably losing his election to a guy that actually does know about politics, that actually is pushing positive politics in our country, like the Disqualifying Jew Loyalty Act and shit. He's gonna get massively obliterated by this fat Jew, and he is going to go on the greatest crash out of all time. You see, I invest in retard stocks when the stocks are low, so that I can cash out when they're high. And I am here for it.
Gaming cred, uh-oh, here we go.
We are living through an unprecedented era in gaming right now. For the first time in the history of the world, the average gamer cred score has dropped below 0.25. If that number doesn't terrify you, I don't know what will. In today's society, we are surrounded on all sides by pretend gamers, people who pretend to be real gamers.
It's not on.
But in reality have never played Super Mario Galaxy. You see, back in the Xbox Live Go...
You know who really got me fucked up about this was Tectone. Because Tectone was going on about how much he liked Stellar Blade, and he said he played Stellar Blade, and I said, did you actually play Stellar Blade? He says, no, I played the demo for 10 minutes. Bro, these fake gamers makes me so fucking mad, man. Like, it's fake gamers, bro. It's like, no, you didn't play it. Like, if you didn't beat half of the game, you didn't play the game. You can't play 10% of the game and say you beat the game. That's stolen valor. It is.
Golden era of gaming, everybody's gamer score was visible to the public. You could just click on somebody's profile and see, okay, you beat Mile High Club on Veteran. This is an actual gamer. But today, they keep it all hidden because of course they do.
My favorite
That's actually a good point, is that they should probably do that. You know how, like, you have, like, a credit score? We could make a website of, like, a gamer score. That's maybe China can do that, right? Because they have that whole social credit score, so they can make a video game credit score. That's a good idea.
Game is FIFA. My favorite video game would have to be NBA 2K. Been playing that for many years.
Wrong.
My favorite video game is Madden.
No, it isn't.
Call of Duty.
Deleted.
Grand Theft Auto San Andreas.
Actual gamer in the building. Yesterday I was watching...
Honestly, I feel like there are a lot of, like, there are the sports ball gamers where, like, their idea of video gaming is FIFA, 2K, maybe some Call of Duty, right? If they really want to throw down. Other than that, They don't give a fuck. That's it. And there's so many of them.
This Twitch stream.
And
I'm not
Madden,
gonna say
yeah.
who it is, but
Yeah,
you know
no,
who
forget
I'm
about Madden.
talking about. He's going on this huge rant about video games. You can just tell from the look in his eye that he's never played Warcraft 3 in his entire life. Dude was just radiating this never played a Spyro game energy the whole night. You could tell from the chair he was sitting in that the man has never touched a single Hitman game. Then he starts talking
this is the thing people get mad at me for too, because I'm kind of in this boat. Like, I spent so much time only playing World of Warcraft that, like, I thought Avowed was good. Think about that. Like, really, like, and so, like, that was bad, right? And I felt like, you know, it's like that, you know, people were saying that Plato allegory of the cave. I was in the dark for so long. And now it's just, it's a lot, man. You play less games than Elon. I don't know about that, but I mean, like, maybe. Fuck. Like, it's bad. Like, Joe Rogan, yeah, it's like, I haven't played any other games. And now I'm trying to play more new games. I'm trying to catch up.
Age of gaming. You know what game he starts talking about? Valorant. And that's when you know this is a 0.03 gamer cred level game.
I don't know, bro. There's a lot of e-girls that play Valorant. I don't even know why.
We have got to boost our numbers, and the first part of this process is learning just how many games are better than Valorant. Max Payne, Max Payne 2, Max Payne 3, Bubsy, Valorant.
Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, sure. I used to play Red Dead Redemption. That shit was fucking hard.
But that's like the easiest game ever made. We have to...
Come on, where the hell is this goddamn delivery?
I don't know if it is or not. I have no idea.
Alright, 8 seconds.
expand our knowledge of gaming history, or...
See, there's the whole thing of fake gamer girls. See, like, we threw the baby out with the bathwater. There are some fake gamer girls out there. There are. There's not a lot of them, but they are out there.
Tenders will be
Yeah.
you think
all of them?
Did you know that before the PS5, Sony made games for a different console called the PlayStation 4? Now think on that.
Whoa!
Like EA Sports, I'm in the game. I don't have a game, cuz.
Snoop, you got more games than Master Chief. You were in True Crime, Def Jam, Way of the Dog, Call of Duty, Fortnite. One of the stages in Tekken is just straight up called Snoop Dogg, and it's you sitting there on a big throne.
I don't have a game.
He actually does have more games than Master Chief. How is that even possible?
Here is Naked Snake and Solid Snake. Can you tell me the difference? You have 1 second. Sorry, you took too long. 500 cred has been deducted from your account. You have to understand that we are living in a world with gamers that don't even know about Oddworld, Munch's Odyssey.
I'm a big gamer.
You didn't tell me what dimension King Mickey has been sealed in for the past 27 years exactly.
To be fair, he did play Space Marine 2 also. And that's fine. But he also, the thing is with Henry Cavill is that he also only played WoW. As far as I know. Like, he was addicted to WoW also. So it's like, yeah, you're a gamer, you play the same game, that's the thing.
You know, Donkey Kong specifically, like, that character, I don't think he speaks.
Okay. When I was a kid, the coolest game was Cool Borders 2 because you could play as a little alien. Today, kids have godlike access to hundreds of incredible aliens.
Some of these games.
Today,
I think I had Kirby's Adventure. I don't remember that one. I had Adventure of Link. I hated that game. I just want to look through these. Donkey Kong, obviously. Where's the other ones? Ninja Gaiden. Oh, is that? No, that's not it. Holy fuck. Metroid.
today, kids have godlike access to hundreds of incredible video games, but are misled into playing the lamest trash imaginable.
That's true, actually. It would be a really good idea for all the video game companies to collectively decide to shut down every server for every live service game for 1 year. And in that time period, people could go and play other single-player games and older games. And like no Fortnite, no World of Warcraft, no Valorant, no League, and you have to play at this point. Now you have to play a new game. That'd be peak? Yeah, that would be the year of the awakening.
Apparently, you guys really, really like cats. I'm Anna, and I head up the Valorant studio.
When you are interviewing for a job, they don't care how many Valorant skins you have. What they're gonna do is ask you, what's the better bowling game, Flintstones or Animaniacs? The correct answer, Tekken Tag Tournament. Let's say you really grind it out and hit the top rank on Valorant. That's gonna net you about 42.7 gamer cred.
See, remember what I was saying before about how like playing online games feels like building a castle on sand? That's the way I feel, bro. Like, I can't motivate myself to play online games like regularly.
However, just by completing the first mission of Marble Blast Ultra, you would have got 403 points.
Jeffrey Darabensky is a McGill University professor who studies video games.
Valorant has always been trash. When I was a teenager, all I played was multiplayer shooters. I went from
I did that too.
Wolfenstein to Counter-Strike to Rainbow Six, Halo, Gears, Battlefield. But looking back as an adult, I realized that I was actually generating more cred when I was 10 than when I was 16.
You're right. That's the same fucking thing, man. Because I went from Halo to WoW, and that took me out of the video game ecosystem from like 2003 to 2018. Because that's whenever I played Dark Souls. So I went 15 years in the cave.
When I was 10, I was playing stuff like Tron Bond, Crash Bandicoot, Rogue Squadron, Shenmue, Power Stone, Gran Turismo, Diddy Kong Racing. I was unwittingly branching out into all these different genres of video games, and sometimes I would get lucky and play something made with genuine artistic vision, like Yoshi's Island.
This is probably my favorite game growing up. Like, I don't know if I ever said this, but like, this actually, like, I love this game so much.
What is a movie from your career that would make the best video game?
It's definitely got to be Nacho.
They already did that.
I'm Bowser, baby.
There are sections of this game where you are
what the fuck?
generating over 1,000 CPM. We're talking cred per minute. DK Country, Streets of Rage 2, Halo.
I traded Donkey Kong Country away so I could get Super Monkey Ball 2 and Super Mario Sunshine. I remember this so well. Yep, I traded it away. I was like 12.
One, these are verified gamers' games with highly concentrated CPM. A player that has played these games is considered to be untouchable by the League of Gamers. When you are in a military combat scenario, who do you want watching your six? The dude that plays Quintus in Valorant, or the dude that's played through the entire campaign of Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Iron Thunder on the hardest difficulty when you see a car crash?
That's true, right? It absolutely is true.
It's because the people driving never played Project Gotham Racing. When you eat bad food, it's because the chef never played Cooking Mama. When your beagle won't behave, should have played Nintendogs.
I played Nintendogs. It was the most annoying fucking stupid game I ever seen in my entire life. I bought the game for my DS. I got a DS kind of early. And I was like, this is the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my whole life. This is so dumb. Like, I really, no, it's a girl game? Of course it's a girl game.
And the pizzas
it's a girl game.
Spider-Man 2.
You're a girl game.
Gamers are always trying to convince us that gamer cred is worthless. But if that's true, then why are so many rich and powerful people trying to acquire it?
At one point I was...
No! Oh, jeez.
You know, maybe one of the best quick players in the world.
I actually own at Smash Bros.
Yeah.
I've never lost. I don't lose at Smash Bros. And you know what? I choose Luigi.
Yeah, right. You only pick gaming watch.
We have something really exciting to talk about.
We're here today to talk to you about skins and other cosmetics.
The downfall of the pretend gamer is that they are eternally doomed to play games where you can only pretend to have fun.
Great games.
Yeah, that's what it is, man. It's like, yeah, is it true Elon started his own game studio? I believe it when I see it.
Julia.
However, there is another world of good, cred-generating games like
NBA Jam. Oh, Space Invaders.
Classic.
Ooh, that's a big one. Ooh, that's a huge one. That's a real one.
Tony Hawk.
Ooh, classic.
There it is.
The Street Fighter.
Damn. Just some random white girl? Holy shit, Street Fighter. Dang. Tekken. Okay. Monkey. That dude. I remember, so like I was playing this game with my cousins, and I figured out how to do like the jumps and like, you know, finish a stage in like 4 seconds. And I remember like one of my younger cousins thought I was like a fucking wizard. Cause they're like, wait, you could do that? I was like, yeah. Just fucking go off the edge and go right into it. Yeah, it was, and I remember like you could save the replays. I probably still have, if like the cartridges still work, I probably have like saved replays from like 2002. Yeah, somebody wants to play. Dude, I love that game.
Watch Dogs. Look out for this.
Oh. I remember that for Star Fox, yeah. No, it's like maybe parents should not let their kids play live service games until they become teenagers. Maybe that would make video games better, and it might hurt to do as a parent because your kid wants to play Fortnite all the time. But like, what's better for your kid's future? You know, 18 plus? Like, so you think live service video games should be 18 plus? I think that'd be a good idea. Yeah, maybe you're right. Star Fox 64 was fire back in the day. Dude, Star Fox 64 was fucking awesome. I love that game. Yeah, like, I played that all the time. My roommates are like crackheads for Fortnite at 30 years old. Well, like, the thing is that, like, I don't think that's really a bad thing. It's just that nowadays you have so much live service games that I think that people do get trapped inside of an ecosystem of one singular game, and they end up missing out on a lot of really great gaming opportunities. And I feel like in a lot of cases, like, are you really going to have the same degree of, like, fulfillment and fun playing and farming WoW in like seasons 17 to 18 as you are like playing 5 other single player games that are like, you know, really good experiences? And like for some people the answer to that is yes, right? But I think that for many of them a habit gets created where people just keep playing the same games over and over and they don't.
I hate when devs put more into the aesthetics of a game than the actual gameplay. So you get a game, yeah, the game looks great, but fucking playing it is shit. I hate those games. And I have such a fear that GTA 6 is going to be like that. Look, there's bubbles in the beer, but the game is shit. Yeah, but there's bubbles in the beer, but the game is shit.
Logan Paul's PR is absolutely insane. Like, you'd think with the grocery list of controversies he's been involved in that his reputation is beyond saving, but it's clearly not. Like, he's still everywhere. And if you asked a lot of people, they probably wouldn't even say he's in their list of top 5 most hated creators anymore. And that's not because Logan is innocent. No, not at all. Like, there's many creators that are far more hated who have done far less evil shit than Logan Paul has. But the reason Logan Paul's reputation seems kind of okay now is because of a concept that's called social proofing. Now, social proofing is basically you deem what's acceptable by other people who are acceptable telling you what's acceptable. So for instance, Logan Paul is controversial, but he doesn't get treated that way by other influencers who aren't deemed controversial. Like, Logan Paul gets to be in the room with iShowSpeed and MrBeast, all like very brand safe creators who, you know, are almost household names at this point, which sort of makes him look good. You know, it's like the halo effect. You're surrounded surrounded by a bunch of people with good reputation, people assume you must have one as well. Also, people assume that Mr. Beast, for instance, since he's willing to stake his reputation by platforming Logan Paul, that Logan Paul must not be that bad. But he absolutely is. And this video isn't going to go into any of that. It's actually going to go into something far less important. It is a recent drama involving Logan Paul that I find really funny that I just want to cover.
Important. It has a D in it, apparently.
Even though I'll be lighthearted throughout this video, just know I think Logan Paul's an absolute scumbag. This is a situation where he's getting flamed on Twitter for LARPing as an anime fan.
This Logan Paul situation has actually gotten insane. So iShowSpeed just called out Logan Paul in a tweet, calling him one of the biggest frauds in the content world.
And it got 600,000 likes.
As he just bought multiple $500,000 manga chapters from PSA, just like he did with Pokemon cards a few years ago. And this isn't because he loves manga or One Piece at all. It's purely an investment for his own financial gain.
This is how you doing, fellow kids, taken to the maximum extreme.
Going into an absolutely massive market, buying the most sought after and expensive item, and pushing it to his tens of millions of followers. Then selling it for 5x the money like nothing happened.
Man,
this is just
shameless.
market manipulation at its finest, making many people realize the shady things Logan Paul does to make his money.
It's sad that this conversation has to be reopened every time he does some shit like this, and people don't seem to draw the conclusion that this is just who he is as a person. Like, it's not a one-off event where there's a misunderstanding. Like, no, he's a fucking scumbag.
Now, when this all started, Logan Paul would make a Twitter post saying this: "Proud owner of the greatest manga in the world, in my opinion. One Piece Chapter 1 9.0. Second highest grade in existence, population of 3. The first canon appearance of Monkey D. Luffy. One Piece is the #1 selling manga in the world with 600 million plus copies sold. He also bought Dragon Ball Chapter 1 9.2, highest in existence, population 1. He purchased this for a record of $550,000. First appearance of Goku and Bulma." Now, what made many people extremely suspicious about this post wasn't only because it made Logan Paul look like an absolute dipshit fraud, but it quite literally sounded like it was entirely generated from AI, which just made even more people think that Logan Paul was entirely LARPing about his manga and anime knowledge.
And it's because Mr. Beast did the exact same thing. Like, Mr. Beast had his profile picture set to one of these characters from One Piece. I actually haven't seen One Piece. I don't even know the names of these characters, but I'm not here pretending like I do. Mr. Beast had his profile picture set to one of these characters for like a week, and people on Twitter ate his fucking ass about it. And he had to like defend his knowledge of the series to randoms on Twitter, and eventually he just capitulated and went back to the Beast logo. Whereas Speed, that's been his profile picture for like ever.
Including iShowSpeed, who would
Which
say
is funny.
you don't even know shit about One Piece.
I love this because Speed is comfortable saying this because he knows it's like a jab at Logan that people agree with, but it's not going to go so overboard to open up any real conversations about the horrible shit Logan's done, because, you know, that would actually get Speed in some trouble.
With 600...
But I like it. I fucking like it, because, I mean, he's right. Logan Paul doesn't know shit about One Piece.
However, Logan Paul will continue making posts and uploading YouTube videos, acting like he was welcomed with open arms into the manga and anime world,
fake ball
as
knowledge.
if no one actually saw his true financial intentions of being part of the community.
What I've spent a lot of money on that no one knows about until this moment is manga. Japanese comics, the birthplace of some of the biggest IP and the biggest franchises in the world. And I'm an anime fan, a casual anime fan. I know people go crazy, but I love my One Piece, I love my Demon Slayer, my One Punch Man, and Dragon Ball, obviously, and maybe some of you saw on my Instagram. I actually have the most expensive manga of all.
It's not the most convincing when you have to add the jump cut after every series that you name. Like, it's like between cuts, you're looking up the names of other series.
And Dragon Ball.
Oh man, this is so whack. Like, all right, this is him trying to pass the test of like a TikToker coming up to him and asking, "Hey, you're an anime fan?" "Yeah, I am. Name 5 animes." And like he couldn't do this, so he had to like memorize the names of 5 of them so that, you know, he passes the smell test. But it's pretty fucking obvious.
Obviously, and maybe some of you saw on my Instagram. I actually have the most expensive manga.
Can I also ask, why is he not wearing a shirt? Like, Put on a shirt.
All time.
You don't have to be shirtless right
The
now.
entire issue with this situation is people don't take you seriously when you start putting dollar amounts on things like this. Whenever you start looking at things like One Piece and Pokemon as investments, instead of simply just collecting for the love of the game, it makes you look like an absolute fraud who's only in the community to make money.
Well, it's the mindset of all the scalpers who, like, shove children aside in Target to get their hands on, like, new Pokemon releases. It's literally the same mindset, except Logan doesn't have to do the shoving because he's so rich. Like, he's financially above doing the grunt work of having to, like, punch children for the new cards.
Not in it
It's the
because
same exact mindset that everybody hates about scalpers.
you like the characters, the story, or anything about it at all. You're only in it to buy the expensive items, promote it to your tens of millions of followers, and then eventually sell it for 5x the money you previously invested.
It's a Dragon Ball 9.2, highest grade in the world, Pop 1. And I actually don't have it. It's in the vault right now, but just to give you guys an idea of like the type of money these things are going for, me and Jeremy Padawer went $550,000.
It's just so whack to me, man. Like, the get in and get out thing, cash in, cash out on, like, something that you claim to have a sentimental attachment to just shows, like, the blatant LARPing. You know, if I was as rich as Logan Paul, I would just buy this and keep it. Like, I'd frame it. Why is he selling it? Like, oh, it's a 5x return. Okay, well, then why would you lie in the first place and act like you like it so much? If you liked it as an investment, then why did you say you like it as an IP, like as a franchise?
This book, this one is also equally special.
Like, that's so fucking weird to me, you know? Like, if I bought some designer clothing, I wouldn't sit here and if I bought designer clothing with the intent to sell it on Depop, I wouldn't sit here pretending that I'm super attached to the heritage of the brand, because that would be dishonest. Logan Paul's a dishonest person, so that's what he does.
One Piece graded 9.0, second highest in the entire world. It took Superman 90 years to sell 600 million copies. One Piece did it, like this series, this manga, in just 30 years. But someone on my team does love One Piece. I'm gonna show it to him. I'm not gonna gift it to him, but I do want him to see, you know, the first chapter of One Piece. Like, literally.
As if any of us were gonna think you're gonna give this away. Like,
where the entire franchise started. Maybe kickstart his manga journey. I want to show you something I think you're gonna like. Chapter 1 of One Piece. The first canon appearance of Monkey D. Luffy.
Wait, this is the first manga?
Yes.
Volume 1?
Yes, Volume 1. Second highest graded in the world, 9.0. One Piece, we all know it, we all love it. I know you love it. It started here.
We all know it, we all love it. You don't know it, though.
This is Volume 1, so
you don't
they would
know
take
Paul.
it from the magazine and then make the first ever, like, actually dedicated One Piece book. It's probably $300,000 to $400,000 book.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's nuts.
As a One Piece fan, this is crazy. This is so...
Why is he flexing on iShowSpeed? iShowSpeed's a multimillionaire.
Actually, saved my life.
What do you mean One Piece saved your life?
It saved my life.
What do you mean by that?
You remember back in quarantine?
Yeah.
I was depressed before, like, watching it.
No
but then when I
way.
started watching it, it started to get, like, motivation.
Holy shit.
Life.
And this is why a lot of people accept creators like iShowSpeed in the One Piece community, because he clearly actually has a connection with the story itself. He's not.
You can literally tell with Logan Paul, it's so fucking, like, it's so dishonest. He literally is like, wait, what? You liked the show? You were depressed and it made you happier? Oh, that's weird. I've never seen it.
Not in it to make a quick buck off the franchise. Ever since he started his YouTube channel, he had a Luffy profile picture, and that's the same picture that he even has to this day.
Wow.
iShowSpeed has also introduced hundreds of people to the anime, making it way bigger than it was before. Unlike Logan Paul, who doesn't even know how to say Luffy's name.
Luffy D. Monkey, shout out Luffy.
Monkey D. Luffy.
What?
Monkey D. Luffy.
It's Monkey D. Luffy.
And obviously, with the amount of people who were calling out Logan Paul for LARPing about his One Piece and manga knowledge, he would continue rage baiting the masses all over Twitter, making posts just like this, dressed in a full Luffy costume. Caption, after reading this, I'm not
Yo, I'm tired, boss. I hope One Piece fans, like, fucking really
Hey, what's up?
Because if this was something I liked that he was LARPing this hard on, that sounded gay. If there was something I liked that he was pretending to LARP this much, I'd be greatly upset, and I'd be in his replies.
Thinks the One Piece is real, which is just complete and utter bullshit. Even the community note on Twitter would say, in the photo, Logan is holding the
Thank you.
weekly shonen
This is literally what I just asked for.
Jump number 34, opened roughly halfway into the unrelated content and ads. One Piece Chapter 1 was the lead story and starts near the front of the magazine after the table of contents. Like, you literally can't even make this shit up.
I took that entire plane ride to read One Piece manga. But I gotta say, dude,
I'm starting to doubt that the One Piece even exists. There, I said it. Is the One Piece even real? Where the f is that thing, dude? Maybe it's here at my brother's 5,500-acre ranch. Nah, bro, it's for real. The One Piece love and outpouring of support has been so real. And so I just decided to keep doubling down, bro. I bought 2 more copies raw, Weekly Shonen Jump, One Piece Chapter 1. I got a One Piece script, like for the anime show where Luffy gets his first one poster. And
cool,
Volume 1, One Piece, 9.6, graded 9.6, second highest in the world. It's my cousin Alex. Yeah, I can't stop. Absolutely crushing it. Shout out to the One Piece fans. Thanks for accepting me with open arms into your community.
Even though
That's gotta be ironic.
many people would be simply rage baited by what Logan's been doing here, a lot of others would see through his antics, realizing that all he's doing is to try and make a major buzz around the One Piece and manga world in general, so that these products he's buying soar in value so he can...
It's kind of like what Michael Saylor does, like the Bitcoin guy. He just yaps about Bitcoin all day and just says nonsense to try to get people talking about it so that his portfolio goes up. I mean, I kind of do that sometimes too when I talk about Bitcoin, like, because I do believe in it, but I also own it. So it's like when I say how much I believe in it, someone else ends up believing it because I believe in it and they buy it. I'm kind of big money. Like, not really, but you get the idea. Theoretically, I do. But with him, it's so dishonest. Like, because I literally believe in Bitcoin more than he believes. He himself is a One Piece fan.
Sell them at a major multiplier. Like I've stated numerous times at this point, Logan doesn't actually care about these products at all. The only attachment he has to these products are the money that he spent to get the products. But other than that, there is no sentimental value to any of this.
Obviously, he's ever watched One Piece. I think self-admitted he hasn't. But what's the whole game plan here? To create a market for graded manga that he now owns. You know, probably 2 of the most.
It's definitely smart. People say that it's market manipulation, and like it probably.
If you ask me, he should have bought the One Piece shit a year ago.
In particular, that's wrong.
Because from what I'm not even into anime, and from what I see, the One Piece craze is already starting to slow down.
About that, I don't even think so. Like, yeah, imagine like I had like 1 million followers, and I don't know, I got like a first edition Blastoise, and I showed it off, and people thought it was cool. The coolness that people felt would probably make it so that my investment becomes more valuable. I don't know if I did anything wrong by doing that though. Because if people agree on something being more valuable because of the hype that I gave it, then the price reflects it.
Like IP.
Any economics majors want to tell me how retarded I am in the comments? Any finance bros want to shut me up?
So like the same exact playbook that he did with Pokemon.
Dude, I feel like I've been overly critical of Logan Paul, but I think it's reasonable. Like,
my whole thing is I can't believe he thinks he's so influential that he could affect the collectibles market.
Kind of like ventures where people lose stuff and he gets it. It's not like some exchange where like,
that's true.
Here's like
some
cool merch. Like, it's just like something that he's like, it's taking from.
Yeah, actually, I kind of get what XCC's saying, right? Because, like, for instance, it's like meme coin logic, right? Like, you hype the price of something that doesn't really have the value stored within it, and people think that it's worth more than it is, and then you have that thing, you sell it to them, and you make money in the process. They're like your exit liquidity, and then you make a profit. Yeah, I kind of get I get that. He's basically behaving like the manga's a meme coin, but the problem is, like, meme coins are literally worth nothing, and they all go to zero in the end. The manga does definitely maintain value. I mean, it's like a cultural milestone.
It's just I don't like
art.
it.
It's different.
I agree. Logan is basically just trying to implant himself into a market, specifically ones that have extremely diehard fan bases, and trying his best to profit off them as much as he possibly can. And the thing with all of it is, I think
the cringiest part of it all, like, it's not just like what he's doing, like whether it's market manipulation or not, it's that he doesn't have to. Like, he could make so much money, and he's so rich already. What do you need an extra like 5 million for if you're already worth like 200 million? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not, okay, that comes across the wrong, because like, you're not going to stop at 200 mil, right? She'll get another 5 mil, but why does it have to be through this avenue? Aren't there so many other ways, if you have that much money already and this much influence, to make a quick 5 mil, then do some shit like this? Just so weird to me. Because it's not even like he got to the spot that he's in now by doing shit like this. Like, if this was his come up and it's all he knew, then I would get it. But it's like he got to the top by being like an actor and an entertainer.
It's going pretty good. I got everything set set up
Now we're doing this. Why? It
and
doesn't make any
running
sense to
the
me.
way I
Yeah, let me
want
know
it
what you guys
to.
think about this down in the comments below. The
I
log
just
thing
gotta
is
wait a
cringe.
little
This
bit
market
to go get my
manipulation is
mushrooms
like,
and
maybe it's
meth.
fair game, but
This
definitely
is the
too much
last
so
of the
cringe
meth I
and-
made in the
yeah, that's
sweatshop.
about it.
And right now, alls I gotta do is mix and package up bud.
Yesterday I made a video asking liberals like why they don't want
Well,
to
I gotta
move
move
left,
this stuff in the
and
morning, but
overwhelmingly the response that I got was, oh, well, anti-capitalist leftists are annoying and insufferable. What? Are you sure you want to be admitting
48,000.
That's weak sauce.
Well, I gotta see how much it costs to buy the last business.
Let's talk about it.
I can't even carry all of these. Oh god damn it! I am a little bit behind, but that's all right.
Whether or not leftists are annoying. You guys have your answer.
It's only gonna take a minute.
Mine. And then we're gonna discuss whether or not them being annoying stops people from joining their camp. Now, I'm a former leftist myself, and I was annoying as when I was a leftist. Okay? Constantly telling people what they should think, how they should feel, being on my moral high horse about everything that I was thinking and feeling, and I know now just how annoying that was. Now, this leftist is getting a little bit of a wake-up call, although she's not picking up the phone. Okay, so let's watch the TikTok.
Yesterday I made a video asking liberals like why they don't want to move left, and overwhelmingly the response that I got was, oh, well, anti-capitalist leftists are annoying and insufferable. What?
Can we just replay the eyebrow movement real quick on that? After saying annoying and insufferable. One more time.
Yeah, I can't get it into the bank, man.
What?
I might be able to deposit. No, I still can't deposit.
That's weak sauce. Technically,
And how much is Taco Ticklers? Where's the sign?
but I
There's the
just
sign.
don't like you.
50 grand.
Not gonna do it.
I should be able to afford that today.
Even if that's just like a flippant online response, that's petulant as fuck. You don't want to pick up more radical positions, whether you believe in them or not, because the people who promoted them first are annoying. Yeah, I mean, it was just like such a bummer we fell to fascism. It's just like if the anti-capitalists
I'm
had
not
been
going to be
less
able to afford
annoying
it
to
today.
me, like I probably would have done something.
I'll be able to afford it tomorrow. God damn it, why'd you wait until I left the fucking hotel room, you prick? That's alright, I got 4 more at the barn for you, let me finish this up.
And I cannot believe she got through making this entire
You
video
prick
and
ya.
didn't realize what was happening in this video. Now she says the overwhelming response, overwhelming is the word she used, response that she got from liberals about not wanting to join the left or not wanting to hear out the left is that they were annoying. When you get an overwhelming response from a particular group of people, one thing you could do is completely ignore it and then play into the response, which is what she did in this video. The other thing that you could do is think about why you got an overwhelming singular answer to your question, and then look internally and go, wait a second, am I or are we annoying? And instead, she's doubling down. We're gonna watch one more TikTok.
You know how I know you've never actually organized? Because when you complain about leftists being annoying, it's like, yeah, we're the most annoying people on earth. That doesn't stop me from being in coalition with them. You don't join like a Marxist-Leninist organization because it's a popularity contest to make friends, right? It's nice if you find friends there. That's not why you join that organization. And I'm so tired of liberals acting like they need a special liaison to court them in their favor specifically because they are the specialist little baby on planet Earth.
Okay, do you need to hear any more? Do you need any more of the soapbox? Do you need any more of the condescension from this particular leftist? No, but you'll find when you dive into wokeism and leftism that it is rife with this sort of posturing, with this sort of annoyed, morally superior, sitting on my high ground individual who wants to talk down at you every single time they get the opportunity. Now, there were people who tried to jump into this girl's comment section and let her know the different issues they have with the left, and you'll just have to see what her responses were.
This is because leftists are so damn annoying. Let's take a look. Justin said they're not a leftist because liberals believe in a constitutional government, individual rights, free markets, and the rule of law over the mob. The reason I would never be a leftist is because what people usually mean when they say that is Marxist socialism, communism, and that is far too authoritarian and violent for my taste. Can someone point out where Justin said it's because leftists are annoying? Anybody? Well, let's see what OP responded. Me, when I don't know what I'm talking about, but I confidently spout propaganda. So, Juicy Crone here, and your response was to be dismissive. Here's another response that has nothing to do with being annoying. I mean, I feel like I am a leftist, but I kept being told by Puritan leftists that I'm a liberal. At this point, I just call myself a progressive social democrat. It's not puritanical to correct someone on a literal definition. Jesus fucking Christ!
So there we go. People actually gave good reasons for why they don't support the left, and still she's being what? Annoying. And I want to go into the point of her original video. What someone might mean when they say I can't support you because you're annoying, or I can't make to hear you out, but you're too annoying. Now I can hear a response like that and understand why somebody might say you can't have whether or not you're annoyed be the baseline for your moral compass or your values. But what is somebody really saying when they say the left is annoying? Now again, as a former leftist, in analyzing my former self and thinking about the word annoying, it means so much more than just the word itself. I'm thinking about the condescension, the not being curious, the superiority, the authoritarian and totalitarian in which so many leftists move through the world, and how I move through the world as a leftist, policing people's language, their actions, the things that they were thinking and feeling in an almost cult-like way, where you had to toe every
Well,
bit of the
I'm not going to be able to afford it until I either
out of the group. Now,
I
all
make
of those
partner
things are
or I go
annoying.
back to work.
And while I wanted people to think like me and be like me and just
So I
believe
won't
what I believed, I didn't really
have it
have
until
a
at
life
least
that was
next month.
worthy of that bit of
At least 2
aspiration.
weeks.
Who wants life advice, moral advice, value advice from a group of people who annoy them? I don't know about you guys, but I don't often take advice from people.
Maybe
that when I
longer,
look at
because
their
it
life, I
actually
don't wanna
looks
live
like I'm
that
probably
life.
going to
I
have
don't
to
want
get a
to feel
job.
how they feel, and I don't want to continue to feel the way that they're making me feel when I'm around them. It's annoying. And just in case this message isn't landing, let me show you some examples. And again, I'm saying this with love and compassion as somebody who used to be one of those people and recognizes just how problematic that actually was. And I understand deeply when people say I don't fuck with you because you're annoying. Okay, let's watch video number 1.
Why
It
do they
seems
always
like a
run out
leftist
of...
is always on a
Why can't you guys run out of
Let's
pot
hear
at the
it.
same time?
White
Oh,
people in our
wait.
comment section right now
There
saying I'm
is
too
the
woke,
two of
too
them.
woke.
I
So
forgot
for the people
about
who are
them.
saying I'm too woke, I want you to know this. Your wokeness is most likely a performance, a virtue signal. You were sold a narrative that you could be liberal, but within the confines of the structure, that you could awaken so long as you didn't discover certain things, so long as you didn't eat the apple. And now you look stupid, because as you meat ride white supremacy and patriarchy in order to cherry pick specific aspects for your convenience and for your benefit, you are doing everybody else a disservice around you. The people who created it.
Just get it away from me. Stop. Shut it off. Where's the off button? Everything is a speech. Everything is a lesson. Always talking down, which you would have to do if you view yourself as being on a moral high
No,
ground
she was
in
out of stuff.
comparison to everyone around you. I was
Yeah,
like
she's
that,
out of product.
Gave it up. Luckily, if it's not the soapbox that I think every leftist needs to step down from, it is the us versus them mentality that is just interwoven
yeah,
in everything that they think and feel.
They used
And
to
when you live your life, you
run
go,
out of
what you
product
said
every other
about that
day.
particular group of people doesn't
Now
really
it's
align with
slightly
my
shorter than
experience.
that. It's
They hop
almost
back
every
on the
day.
soapbox. Let's watch.
White people are the only group of people who will label you the aggressor because you refuse
What I should have did was the customers that usually buy a shitload, I should have sent them all to one dealer,
of people into certain groups based off of
so that he was the only one I had to
characteristics
really worry about that
annoying.
much.
Moving on, a lot of times
Because there's
people are really
some
loud,
of the customers
violent, they're
will only
screaming,
buy
they're pointing at
1
you
or
rather
2
than
or
trying
3
to have a
bags,
conversation.
but
And if
there's
they're
some that'll
curious
buy
about
like
your
6
set of
to 8.
beliefs and where you're coming from
The
and
one
why
dude
you're
bought
coming
9
from
of them
that
the one
stance.
time.
Let's watch.
I am so f***ing tired of white
Yeah,
men cosplaying
matter of fact,
the
I'm the only one that
apocalypse.
doesn't have a weapon.
reason why we needed the goddamn Voting Rights Act in the first place. is
Yeah, I
because of
gave
white
I gave them all weapons.
that you don't f***ing see the value in it. Neither did your great-grandfather, and that's the f***ing reason we have it.
Oh yeah, let me hear more about your group and their set of beliefs. Do you have any of this written on maybe a pamphlet that I can take home to peruse and be curious about? And if they're not on a soapbox talking down to you or pitting you against somebody or screaming at you or being violent, they're being pseudo-intellectuals. Let's watch.
I don't want to hear the word matriarchy out.
That's my lighter.
Because your version of matriarchy is not matriarchy. It is repackaged patriarchy because you won't confront your own white supremacy.
You guys want to hear more? There's always an issue. There's always a problem. There's always something to fight about or fight against. And again, they have to constantly signal that they understand the
What?
Now,
Holy shit.
the woman who I called fat and got banned for 2 weeks for doing this after she said America deserved a 9/11 and all American soldiers, I hope they get PTSD. Well, it looks like she's in a bit of hot water and is getting completely obliterated by Ethan Klein.
Hogan has eaten her legal fund. We're going to get into it today on the Legal Mindset.
If this is true and she didn't use her legal fund that she got from her community to pay her legal fees and instead spent it on DoorDash, her career is over.
Teach you to be your own judge. I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney.
Oh.
So for those that have been following this case, we obviously have our...
God, she looks like a fat witch. Like, genuinely. Like, she just looks like an evil witch.
Defendant Frogan here, who is embroiled in a lawsuit over copyright infringement for the Hassan Piker.
Alright, well, what was I gonna do? Oh, I gotta hit all my...
Caseytron and Denims, but of course Caseytron, as we saw, stepped out.
As to the GoFundMe money, to the extent there are any remaining funds after I pay my attorney's fees, I have agreed to pay the remaining funds to the clients.
And Denims is ready to take this to trial, ready to take this all the way. But we've always been waiting on Frogan and what she's going to do. There was a lot of speculation.
Waiting on Frogan, that's weird. The only thing Frogan waits for is her food to get finished cooking in the oven. Or, let's be honest, delivered on DoorDash or Uber Eats.
About Frogan, thinking she might settle, much in the same way of Caseytron, while some were saying she was dedicated.
I love how Frogan larps her religion just so she gets to wear this black wizard robe to hide that big belly from her audience.
To fighting this to the end like Denims, that she was a true warrior. Well, we now have
hang on.
Exactly what's going to happen.
That reminds me of eating. I gotta take chicken and sausage out of the freezer so I can make jambalaya later. Alright, give me just 1 second. I gotta...
Filed a request for default judgment against defendant Morgan Kamal Majid. That is exactly Frogan in this case. So what is a motion for default judgment? That's a motion essentially saying, hey, they haven't responded, they've passed the deadlines, so now we're going to assume liability. So once
you know what Frogan and Denims look like when they stand next to each other? This always tickles me. Denims and Frogan, when they stand next to each other, look like Ornstein and Smog.
I don't know why.
Badass. Sorry about that.
This is accepted by the court.
Talking about Frogan eating reminded me of that, but it did, and I'm glad it did. Because I would have ended stream, got up to make jambalaya,
liability is completely on Frogan.
And it wouldn't have been done. I would have been, God damn it.
All of that is out. The only thing left
Then I would have had to eat something else.
So you can argue over damages. So she would have a chance to speak up and say, no, the damages aren't that much, or let's argue over the damages. But essentially, the trial is over. It's done. She's lost after this point.
Yep.
So let's get through the facts to figure out exactly how bad this was and how much Frogan did not put up a fight. But before we...
Title of the video, Frogan lost the lawsuit. Millions in debt.
We move on. There's an important message I want you guys to hear. Recently, a jury ordered Meta and YouTube to pay millions for their role in designing and promoting...
Dude, go use Legal Mindset's link. Morgan & Morgan, GOAT as sponsor. They've been sponsoring the f*** out of my channel too. I've been loving it.
May be entitled to a potential recovery of over $1,000.
Scan that man's QR code, man. Get in there. If you haven't used one of mine already, man, you need to go check out the Morgan & Morgan. You'll be getting thousands of dollars.
So here we have in the same motion filed saying Plaintiff 10 Entertainment hereby requests the clerk enter default in this matter against defendant Morgan Kamal Majid, PKA Frogan, on the grounds that the defendant has failed to appear or otherwise respond to the complaint within the...
Hey, you know what's crazy? She failed to appear, which should be like the easiest part for her because she's so f***ing fat. You know what I'm saying? Like, if she were to take a step out of her house, you'd be able to see the man.
time prescribed by the Federal Rules of Procedure. Now, understand, this is not asking much. All that would be required is a very simple filing. She could have told her lawyer,
Yeah, the only time Frogan asks for much is when somebody asks her what she wants to eat.
hey, I'm on a budget. Hey, I don't want to spend that much money. Hey, you know,
unless it's on, unless it's on food.
Try to keep this to, you know, just a one-pager, the bare bones. Let's just give a basic
bare bones is how she leaves chicken after she's given a whole rotisserie.
Complaint response, so we don't
complain is the only thing she does when the food isn't out on time.
Default. They could have kept that to a minimum amount. You can tell your lawyer, hey, keep this cheap, just the bare minimum. I want to delay this. I want to try to push.
Sorry,
this
guys.
out. That's definitely something you can tell your lawyer, but they didn't even give that, and they've had almost a year at this point. So since August of last year. So this was filed, of course, June 19th of last year. July 17th of last year, Frogan got the complaint. And on August 5th of last year, they had a joint stipulation to extend her deadline from August to October and also give her time for these filings. Since then, they also engaged in settlement negotiations. Now, the counsel for both sides can't talk about the details of settlement negotiation. However, I would like to speculate here, if I may, and I would like to
speculate something that Frogan does every single time she eats on what she's going to have for dessert.
Say that they probably did the bare minimum in negotiation to make
bare minimum is what Frogan does for exercise.
Get kicked down the line to just take this and extend this out as far as possible. Obviously, they didn't come up with an agreeable settlement, and I think during this period of time, Frogan was looking at Casey Tron and her settlement, and she was thinking, hey, look, if I settle, I'm going to have to give all of my legal defense fund over to Ethan Klein. And instead of doing that, let me kick this down the can and use those funds for my Big Macs. Yes, the giant mountain of Big Macs that we can all...
No way! She used her defense fund on McDonald's. No way. Wait a minute. Oh, there's definitely a way.
See Frogan chowing down on. Let's use that for the Big Mac fund over this period of time, and as I whittle this down, we'll eventually just not ignore it, whatever else. And hey, maybe this will go away. And maybe she got advice that it'd be totally okay for her to just ignore this and default. Maybe she got somebody whispering in her ear, yeah, forget about it. He's not actually going to go after you.
What a retard.
It's going to look bad, or you're going to become some sort of sob story. Well, that's not the case. The court, of course, at this point, had every right to enter into a default judgment, which is what they're requesting. So
yeah, give me a minute.
Informed them on April 20th that they intended to proceed.
Might as well.
Gave her 3
All right,
weeks,
let's do this.
And their deadline to respond was May 11th. That did not come. That day came and gone. And now, boom, we're at default judgment territory. Now, how is this not a scam? Because if we look at her legal defense fund, her lawsuit defense fund, on GiveSendGo, she raised almost $40,000, $38,000.
She got $40,000 from her community and others' communities, like Hassan and Denham's, which, you know, hilarious, and spent it all on McDonald's rather than getting the legal representation that she promised her community to do so. So not only is she a fraud, she's a liar, she's a scammer, and worst of all, she's really fucking who spends $40,000 on DoorDash? Holy shit.
756.
The funds did not come. Neither has any man looking at her. I love my chat.
Dollars, including donations that were running up to this day. She was getting donations very, very recently.
This thumbnail, POV, you're a McDonald's chicken nugget. Damn, bro. The stare of death upon you.
So that chick is like ruining her life.
Of course.
Despite the fact that she hasn't really used this for legal There's been no filings on her part, significant filings.
The simple fact that
since August of last year, she really hasn't
she
done
deferred
anything.
the judgment.
So what's
like,
going on?
Besides
Ethan can almost name his price, man. It's
funds? Well, I called this out last year, and I am proven absolutely right yet again that she tucked some weasel words in here so she didn't get hit with scamming or fraud allegations. So if we turn back to the actual language that she tucked into that GiveSendGo legal defense fund, you can see it says here, this fundraiser is to cover any and all legal fees associated with his complaint, talking about Ethan Klein. Any counterclaims I may have against him, well, she can't file any counterclaims if she defaults. That's totally gone.
True.
So that's some BS to begin with. And then saying any other bills are personal expenses.
She set it up just to get a couple extra McDoubles. The double cheeseburger. The Hamburglar. She played us all, man, just to fill up her belly one final time before she went out. God bless you, Frogan. You played us all for fools.
From lost wages and damages arising from this litigation. So her whole horse bet on
the one thing is, hopefully, with all of this, Frogan will have experienced some personal growth going through all of this, besides the personal growth of her belly expanding and expanding and expanding.
Personal expenses and bills. So she used this for rent. She used this once again for the Big Mac fund. You know, chowing down on Cheetos, fried chicken, whatever else she did. But I mean, she was not using this for this fund. And because of that, she's able to say, hey, I didn't scam you because I put personal expenses in there. So you can't sue me. You guys can't come back and say I defrauded you because I disclosed this could be my personal expenses. So in judgment here, looking at this, I absolutely believe that she clearly used this for her personal expenses chiefly. Because she really didn't do anything in this lawsuit significantly, her legal bills are probably no more than a couple $1,000s in this, over totaling based on what she did. She really didn't have to spend more than that for what she's done so far. It really isn't that expensive to just, you know, go and have settlement.
GG's, boys, GG's.
And not even filing a response, a basic, short, 1-2
what a
page
moron.
response, something very simple, is absolutely disgraceful having put up a legal defense fund. Not even putting up a fight, not even taking this to summary judgment or a further stage where she could try to make an attempt to argue the law, try to do what Denham's did. She's not even gone as far as Denham's, right? Denham's at least shown, hey, she's willing to put up some level of fight in this. She hasn't even tried. Frogan has been sitting in her room, not doing anything with this. And if
she's been doing something, she's been eating.
If you look at the actual liability, it's going to be large. It's going to be over 200K. Likely the statutory damages alone are up to 150K, and that doesn't include any of Frogan's property.
Frogan's fucked. Frogan is fucked. Oh my god. All of my ops
Oh,
are
I need
being
one more.
Two of them being exposed as doxers. One being exposed as having an ego explosion because his kids prefer Asmongold over him. Another one eating themselves into financial ruin. Another one possessing CSAM on their computer. I now genuinely believe that if you have a problem with me, you are projecting so fucking hard.
Profits or any of Ethan's lost revenue. So if they're able to cobble together 50 or 100K of lost profits or Frogan's revenue, something like that, as well as attorney's fees.
Well, I heard whale blubber sells for quite a lot. They use it in perfume. They might be able to trick France if Frogan gets a liposuction, keeps all the excess blubber and sells it for some profit over to Paris.
Because Ethan can tack his attorney's fees onto this. That certainly is going to be expensive because we all know that Ethan has the best lawyers on this that are very expensive. That's certainly going to get over 200K. So we're looking at a six-figure amount. That's going to be a lot for Frogan, for someone who is constantly begging for money and saying she's broke. So what do I think her strategy is? I think it's to declare personal bankruptcy. I think her strategy all along has been to deplete these funds, so even if Ethan Klein wins, she can say, hey, that fund is empty, I already drained that fund, so you can't get anything from that. And
The only thing Frogan drained is a McDonald's chocolate milkshake.
am personally broke. She will declare bankruptcy after the judgment. So hey, you're not going to get anything from me. So I think that's her strategy. Now, that doesn't always work out. In some cases, there can still be liability attached. Now, that's going to be up for Ethan Klein to figure out that and fight that battle. But I think that's
She gets ornery, man. I'm telling you, she's crazy.
Without a doubt, we can say that Frogan ate it all. I want to know what you guys think in the comments.
There's no way
She licks the shower curtain. Like, not the plastic one either. So it's not like she's licking the water. She licks the cloth one.
It had to. And by the way, battles, speaking of battles, the battle that
She's
Frogan
crazy.
every morning is getting a belt to actually go around her waist. Make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye.
Yeah, they got 4.
Talk about a face.
Yeah, she fucks with them all the time. I think that's why he comes by me a lot, so she stops.
Nina Lynn back at it again, stealing shit once again. This looks like an off-brand Temu blow-up doll.
You guys remember Nina Lynn?
Nina, why don't you talk to someone? Make a big cut.
There's nothing more cringe than a Chinese person attempting to sound black. LARPers trying to act ghetto and hood. It's just so annoying, bro.
Big cut. This is what happens when I like you. I won't go to jail. I'll tell you one thing.
It's very interesting how a woman who has sexually assaulted two men live on stream. Live on stream. This isn't someone's opinion. This is things we've seen with our life. Who says, if I love a man, it's going to end up getting me put in jail. Doesn't really sound too good now, does it? Woman, by the way, they're trans. By the way. You know, little fun tidbit there. At least the odds of, I can't confirm that, but the odds of them being trans are quite high.
Many of you are probably upset that I've reminded you of the SA legend herself, but if
SA legend, there it is.
If it makes you feel any better, I come bearing possible good news. Recently, it was announced by Nina Lynn herself that she was allegedly arrested and spent the night in jail for stealing a $4 pair of scissors.
Well, then why don't you just pay the $4 for the scissors, you dumb?
Yeah, this is the
Good God, bro. Is that not the most punchable face you've ever seen? Yo, Nina Lynn, box me. That shit would be fired. Yo, Nina Lynn, box my ass. Box. That shit would be lit.
Offense that made her face actual consequences, but a win is a win, I suppose. Nina posted on her Instagram story to inform her fans that she couldn't stream today because of a crazy experience and that she is due in court on her birthday.
What a fucking moron.
Sometimes the universe just gives you a freebie. If you don't know who Nina Lynn is, you're probably thinking to yourself,
oh my god, this Diesel guy is a fucking asshole. Celebrating someone's court date being on their birthday. Well, that's a little cruel.
But you have to understand that this is an individual who was caught on camera multiple times groping and touching men inappropriately without their consent, bragging.
If it was a male doing the behavior that she did, and that is a male, by the way, but they transgendered, so they transitioned, so it's different now, I suppose, according to public perception. If a man did what this woman did, they would have lost their career forever. However, once again, we live in a gynocentric society, and so women get away with this bullshit all the time.
About stealing, there's that Karma, and she's one of those IRL streamers that likes to walk around and just be a huge public nuisance. Their entire goal is just to act.
Public nuisance streamers should be banned. It should be illegal to make your content disrupting modern society.
As obnoxious as fucking possible. So if Nina was actually arrested, I do not feel bad, and no one should feel bad. To celebrate.
Facts.
Unless, of course, this is not true. I have been using words such as allegedly and might have, because yes, at first, the story seems pretty believable. There's a 2-minute clip being shared on Twitter of Nina talking about being arrested for accidentally stealing a pair of $4 scissors.
And if she made up this story and lied just for attention, she should be ashamed at how believable it is, because she has been caught shoplifting on stream not once, but 13 different times, and she only got banned for one of it, because that's the time it blew up. Isn't that so fun how other people can be banned for something as simple as calling another streamer fat and they'll get banned for 2 weeks? I wonder who I'm talking to, and then other people can commit crimes on stream, and it'll only get you banned if Twitter has an outrage over it.
Believable because she's actually done this before and bragged about it.
Yep.
I'm telling you, bro, even if it was the stakes, bro, ain't nobody missing no fucking money, bitch. Calm the fuck down. No target is not losing no type of fucking money from some stakes. Ass fucking bum ass stakes. I don't give a shit. Hold on. Oh, matter of fact, you want to make a news? I got these from Target too, guys. Look, I got these from Target too. Guess how much I paid? $3.99.
However,
I mean, how are we getting to a point in our world where streamers are allowed to brag that they're committing crimes like sexual assault and theft and not getting punished for it whatsoever?
If you watch her actual live stream and choose to torture yourself by listening to her voice for over 2 hours.
What did I do? Like, what did I do? Like, literally, what did I do? What did I do, though? Like, can you tell me what I did, though? Like, what did I do, though? Officer, what did I do? Because there's no reason.
Oh my god, stop. You'll find an interesting clip that
There's very few clips that just make me feel worse about the state of the earth, but remembering that Nina Lynn gets viewers is something that truly, truly just makes me depressed.
Nina decided to insert within her getting arrested storytime segment after Nina makes a comment about how someone like Asmongold will probably clip this story. Nina then says this.
I'll go. Asamago always bored of shit. He always gotta make content out of something. Man gotta make money, bro. I respect it. All this story, I'm gonna say for everybody's sake, is fake. It's made up. It makes you feel better. For all the people that gotta make some clips out of this, it's made up.
The reason why you can trust Asmongold and myself as reliable narrators is because we are currently drowning in content. So we don't need to lower ourselves to cover shit that isn't true because we have so many options. I want to remind you, I could have watched any of these clips up here, but I'm only watching the ones that actually matter. So no, people aren't perpetuating a false narrative because they need content. I assure you, people like Asmongold and myself don't need to do this.
Yeah, it's made up. It's made up, buddy. Right. Chat, repeat with me. Right. Repeat, chat. Right. Everybody repeat. This is. Let's just, before this becomes a YouTube video, make sure to include this, okay?
I am so curious. Nina Lynn. How many people actually watch this freak?
She sounds very annoying.
Legend, Nina Lynn actually gets 600 viewers on Twitch. Now, while I really want to hope that it's view-botted, let's find out. I am going to be so fair, it's unbelievable. She gains followers every day. This is shocking to me. How many viewers? Can't get a good... Okay, it's not looking good. Oh, it's looking really bad. It's getting worse every time. Okay. She is a prolific view-botter. View-botting somewhere between 300 and 500 viewers on her streams. Very obvious and many such cases. By the way, I call out a lot of people who view-bot. Have you all noticed how none of them ever correct that information? Have you guys noticed that? It is quite embarrassing now, isn't it? She probably bots 500 viewers. Well, it depends on the stream. It's either 3 or 500, somewhere between there.
I'm not really sure what the play is here, so either Nina did get arrested for stealing a pair of $4 scissors, or she's lying about getting arrested to appear badass in front of her kid audience for attention. Either way, she looks incredibly pathetic and sad. Look how desperate I am for attention. Man, isn't it so funny that I lied about getting arrested and spent a night in jail? Not really. It only validates that people have a low opinion of you.
Well, you see, Diesel, this is actually a 200 IQ play. Nina fabricated an arrest to trick you into making content on her.
Oh, wow. Now she's gonna blow up. No, I'm good, bro. Just keep making fun of her forever.
Checkmate.
Wow, my bank account got slightly bigger after making a video on her. She totally owned me.
Yep.
I'm so sure my fans are now going to give Nina the clout she wants.
True.
They're definitely going to start following all of her accounts now, and definitely not use this opportunity to just point and laugh. Congratulations on lying about being arrested. Your prize is people online ridiculing you and humiliation. Now, Nina is also
Man, she sure got us.
Individual who will just say random shit to troll people and mess with them. It is very within her character.
Okay, Diesel Patches, I want to say I'm a huge fan of your content, but can we lock the in on this gameplay, bro? You're giving me a fucking stroke.
To quote-unquote accidentally steal something at self-checkouts because, again, she's done this before. After spending some time in the Clank, Nina booted up a live stream to share with her viewers her experience getting arrested and going to jail. Crazy.
Oh, look at that.
Up for 8 hours.
A whole new role for that
Jackson,
one.
I don't know. Shit wild. Cell life. Shopping for gifts. Apparently, Nina has an explanation for why she was arrested. Unlike the time when Nina stole from Target and doubled down on her thievery, this time, she didn't intentionally mean to steal. She just forgot to scan a low-priced item and was arrested for it.
The real reason why I went to jail. Alright, bro. I never thought I'd be here again. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I really didn't think.
I mean, bro, do you realize how retarded this looks without any makeup? Even with makeup, they look fucking retarded. But look at the lip filler, the lipstick. the dramatic eyelashes, the filler on her eyebrows, the fake hair, the most likely under chin fat removal. Praying to God they're trans. That way, at least that will explain why they're so ugly. Imagine this is actually a real woman, and they were just cursed by God.
So, on some real shit, this shit got me fucked up. Bro, fuck NYPD, bro. Alright? Fuck NYPD just for a little bit. Alright? Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. Did you cry? Fucking no.
Yeah, NYPD. Well, why don't we see how much worse New York gets with all the illegal immigrants there if NYPD goes on break for a week?
I ain't cry, ain't no bitch.
Whoa, Nina sure is a real badass. She's so crazy. There's also multiple points within this live stream of Nina admitting she's broke, but also wants to convince her viewers she also has no problem stealing and risking jail if it meant aiming for a more expensive prize.
I might steal a motorcycle. I might take a couple of city bikes, allegedly. Okay? I might, if shit is really bad, I might fucking steal someone's car. Like, I ain't go to jail for no dumbass $4.
Yet at the same time, she has no problem risking jail for steak. Anyways, Nina's version of the story is that she bought over $200 worth of stuff and forgot to scan a pair of scissors worth $4. And she complains about how the manager pressed charges despite there being a lack of intent to steal.
I show every barcode. I'm going boom, 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 boom with the fucking gun. I'm like beep, beep, beep with the fucking red barcode scanning thing. Boom, 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 boom. Buddy, I missed one. Buddy, I missed one. I literally by accident went like this, and I went boom, 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 and I looked at a screen to check something, and I went boom, boom, boom. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yo, no bullshit. Like no bullshit. Like I have never been wrong in that way.
I have never been wrong in that way. Now, if anyone else...
Hold up.
That way.
I have never been wrong in that way.
Nina Lynn won't apologize for alleged target theft. Ain't nobody missing no fucking money. Jesus, bro. What a dumb bitch, bro. There's not even anything to add. Her existence is just such a joke. It's embarrassing.
Now, if anyone else in the world was at a self-checkout scanning their items but forgot one low-priced item...
What is the benefit of not permanently banning someone who goes on stream, commits crimes, and then brags about
That's a
doing
fucking
those
mailbox.
crimes?
I remember seeing something blue in front of there.
Twitch
Thought it would be an
choose to keep something
ATM.
like this on their show. Oh yeah, because Twitch is completely bought and is corrupt as a platform.
Do you guys got an ATM over there?
It was arrested for it. Yeah.
Where's the
I
nearest
definitely feel
ATM?
bad.
That's a
Forgetting to
phone.
scan one item within a big order can happen. However, when it happens to someone who has a history of quote-unquote accidentally
ATM.
not scanning every item, it's kind of hard for me to believe it was an accident. Again, this is assuming this even happened, and if it did, I would love to see the body cam, and I'm sure that would be a real treat.
Yo, are you seeing this? They doing too much over $4 scissors.
Yeah, that's her, officers. That woman tried to steal from my store and groped my son. Ma'am, you would just come with us quietly.
Yo, Chad, I'm running away from the cops. Do, fuck 12.
Maybe one day, when Nina is actually arrested, she'll be streaming from her POV, and we'll also get the body cam POV. It'll be fun, because then we can flip back on the different perspectives of her getting tackled or resisting arrest. That'd be kind of funny.
The guy had it out for me. I don't know what it is. Maybe he watches Ain't Ross. Maybe that's it. Or maybe he watches Sama Gold. But the guy wants you in the precinct. I'm like,
No way she broke a law and blamed Aiden Ross and Asmongold for a police officer doing their job. Here's an idea, Nina. Maybe you just broke the fucking law and needed to be punished? Holy Asmon derangement syndrome.
that's how I know that guy wants Osama Gold, bitch. That's how I know.
Asmongold, please react to my video. Asmongold, make fun of me, please. I need attention, please, Asmongold. Let's say Asgold does decide to react to your video. What then? More people online call you a thieving dipshit? What is the end game? You and your fan base knowing you tricked a big YouTuber into making a video on you? This is kind of a blast from the past from my ass, but the situation here kind of reminds me of when a certain YouTuber named Mr. Girl uploaded a video video where he praised the movie Cuties and went into great detail about how the characters in the movie made him pop a boner. And after myself and many others
Hey, what's
covered
up?
his video, calling him a freak, he turns around and
I need my
says,
numbers
"Ha,
up
that video
higher."
was parody. I was only pretending to be a pedophile."
I am
It's
stressing
like,
about 'em,
okay,
but
congrats. Now most people think you're attracted to
I don't think it's
minors,
gonna
and,
happen.
what an ingenious 200 IQ play. You sure showed the internet by continuing to ruin your image. We then get an hour of Nina talking about her experience in the Clank, where she was sitting in a cell for 8 hours. Honestly, the story is kind of boring, especially considering it's most likely fabricated.
I was in there for 8 fucking hours, bro. 8 hours.
That's pretty much what I'm doing. I got nothing else to do today.
Never ever go back to that shop ever again for a year. I'm banned from that shop for
I'm good. I don't want this fucking thing on my fucking screen ever again, bro. She's just pathetic. She really, it's just depressing. It's not even fun for me. She's just, it's embarrassing. It is. Can we like talk about Frogan or iDubbbz at least?
Is it Friday?
Bungie is engaged in a lawsuit right now that I find extremely interesting. And I tickled it a little bit last night on stream, but I want to get into the actual spaghetti and meatballs today. Now, obviously, this isn't Bungie's first rodeo with lawsuits. They've been involved in a couple high-profile ones I'm sure a lot of you have heard of, but I wouldn't necessarily call them seasoned veterans, that this is just, you know...
Oh, you know what? I
Nintendo
didn't
has more
check.
lawsuits than Elon Musk does children.
I will
Bungie
check though.
has few and
I was
far between lawsuits,
looking
but
into
most of
other
you
stuff
hear
this
about
morning.
them, such as like their big one not long ago where they actually had a huge victory over cheat makers, which I think was great. Their current battle though has got them fucking stun locked here. They are being sued by a writer who claims that Destiny stole his story for their campaign for Red War and Curse of Osiris. And Bungie is having a very difficult time defending themselves here. They can't actually produce the content to prove that they didn't steal from him. Thus, the lawsuit is still ongoing, and they're kind of getting embarrassed
Oh, I
because
need
of
to run
one
back to
simple
that.
thing that they have become so accustomed to doing. It's become like a fucking addiction.
Okay, yeah, alright. I will check that out.
played
Is it
Destiny,
the same
you're
Google
familiar with
Drive
this, and
link
it's not
or
just Destiny. Other
a
games
different one?
also take content out of the game over time. But Destiny takes entire paid things that you bought with your own clams, will take it out of the game and vault it. Now we're going to do like a full dive in here, like an actual colonoscopy on this case with everything we know right now, but I just want to give you the gist here. One of the things they vaulted is the entirety of the campaign for Destiny 2 when you first bought the game, Red War. I have bitched about that for the longest time now, that the campaign
Okay,
you bought when
yeah,
this game came
I'll
out is
check
no
it.
longer in the game at all and is completely inaccessible to the players. I think that is an unbelievably ridiculous concept, but I'm not going to just...
That seems like the best way to send files.
But the
I
community
actually
has
have
always
a...
been under the impression that when content like Red War
Here,
is
I actually...
vaulted, Bungie themselves can still access it. Like, they haven't just, you know, poofed it out of existence like some kind of fairy godparents took care of it. They haven't just...
I think I have it right here. There you go. I just downloaded it. And when you send something through Google Drive, you don't have to put it in a zip folder. You can just download the whole file. That's why I use that Google Drive, because the videos that I was sending you were too big to put into zip folders. And that was the only way I could send them.
Thaddeus Russell sits down with Joe Rogan.
We're talking about no one is born a man? You're not born a man? I'm not born a man?
I'm saying that no,
I think we're getting silly.
Hold on here. The professor that was claiming that
I
there's no
just-
such thing as true.
No, I
And
had
now
it.
We're gonna hear him take
That's
it a step further.
the one I did.
Are biologically determined.
This is the zip file right here. You sent it 2 days ago, on May 20th. If I open the one in X, it'll probably send me to the same place. No, this is a different one. Here we go. Let me open it up all the way so I can get the icon. Alright. There, I downloaded it. I will set it up later.
Now, a tragedy did happen yesterday, and the Muslim community is very upset at me for all of this, apparently. I don't know what I have to do with any of it. Apparently, my rhetoric is dangerous, and I got a lot of jihadis very upset at me. Now, we're going to talk about it. First, this other person who calls herself a Muslim, even though she is a whore, has been calling me out lately. It's been pretty awesome.
You disagree with Hassan Piker, the Arab. Oh my god, I figured it out. She sounds like female Nux Taku.
Female Nux Taku just finished inside of female Hassan Piker.
It's not so much that it's a woman voice, it's that she sounds like a woman version of Nux Taku.
She sees like the colors white and blue, and then like the neurons in her brains are connected.
Yeah, Shoujo was fighting with him earlier. Was batting at him.
And the Jews are like in Israel, and they Palestinians, like, there's no way that's the way her neurons are firing, right?
IDF members used to torture Palestinians.
Never mind, that's exactly where the neurons were firing. The low IQ inbreds are after me. What will I ever do? But on to the really serious topic. Breaking, police reports an active shooter at the Islamic Center of San Diego, reports of injuries. Essentially what happened was this, it seems.
What we know at this time is that there are...
And now she's knocking stuff off the table.
And those are the presumed victims at this time.
Oh, I never picked up my meth. Damn it.
Our sincerest condolences to the family, the friends, and the
That's what I was
victims
going back to
of this
do.
tragic incident. There were 2 subjects, both teenagers, and both are confirmed deceased.
Was there a truck there? Yeah, there was a van there. Up there.
So 2 people, 2 teenagers,
should probably
shot
unload
3
that.
people at an Islamic center in San Diego and then killed themselves, which leaves 5 dead. The 2 killers, the 2 terrorists, the 1 security guard, and 2 people in this mosque. So they say that, you know, this is going to be treated as a hate crime immediately, authorities said, even before they find any sort of motivations. Apparently people were already, every single person that has like criticized Islam got blasted for this. The reality is, this is a horrible nightmare. This is an unbelievable atrocity. It is completely unacceptable. Obviously, I condemn it completely. I don't actually believe that there is any acceptable reason, save self-defense, for extrajudicial killing. Or, you know, war. I guess that classifies as self-defense. But, like, I am completely and utterly against this. I'm not a leftist. I don't support Luigi Mangione. I don't support the Islamic terrorists that massacred, that murdered those 2 Israeli Christians in Washington, D.C. I'm not Hassan Piker, bro. I don't know why people are immediately thinking, like, this is something that, the based anti-Muslim guys are gonna... What, are you fucking crazy? This is a nightmare. This is horrible. Total disavow. Holy shit. Unbelievable. Now, the media obviously being hypocritic, as it usually is, right? Just understand. So here we have a transgender person that says, "Where is your God?" on his magazine as he shot up a Christian church. Minneapolis suspect knew her target, but motive is a mystery. All right, that's the media. San Diego mosque attack comes amid rising reports of Islamophobia. It's a hate crime. All right, just understand exactly what we're dealing with. The media, of course, does its classic media shenanigans. This is one of the alleged Islamic Center shooters. His name is Kane Clark. He got a lot of people theorizing that this might be a transgender person. There is no evidence at this time. San Diego mosque shooter Kane Clark identified, blah, blah, blah. The trans and Hispanic mass shooter couple, the great replacement, hit the incel loner community too. Look, man, I'm not going to sit here and immediately say things that are unconfirmed, but we do know that it was this Kane Clark individual and Caleb Vasquez, some Mexican dude, and they were the 2 terrorists in this incident. Now, they found gasoline tanks with like Nazi SS symbols in their car. All right, the gas container with an SS shooting stop insignia was photographed outside the vehicle. The 2 suspects were found dead because they killed themselves. We have lots of photos of these guys, like, you know, doing the whole Nazi cosplay and shit. All right, this was obviously not a generic right-wing guy. They were horrible, fucking monstrous terrorists, and it's completely unacceptable in every possible way. But there were signs. Let's just say there were signs. All right. Now, again, this is the security guard of that was killed. This Amin Abdullah, the guy that was killed. You know, he was posting this shit that day on, you know, Facebook, posting how hellfire is waiting for the Jews. Right? Because of the Talmud, I'm gonna mistranslate the Talmud to make it sound like they want to kill all the goyim. You know, and well, I mean, obviously that's fucking sad. This guy says security guard in the mosque wanted white people dead. To be fair, I don't know about that. He definitely wanted Jews dead, but we don't know about that. And again, not saying this to justify the murder whatsoever. It's an atrocity. But I just feel like it's important to get all the facts on the ground because this is just some random mosque, right? There's no way it's gonna be tied to like 9/11, right? Right? Epic foreshadowing. Anyway, so let's see what law enforcement has to tell us about this.
9:42 this morning, we received a call of a runaway juvenile. After speaking with the mom began to piece together bits and pieces of information over an extended period of time. The information that she was gathering and conveying to us began to elevate the threat level that we were perceiving with this information.
And what did you do about that, sir?
Believed her son was suicidal, and she began to share information that several of her weapons were missing. Her vehicle was missing, in addition to her son.
How did they immediately not shut this shit down? How did they immediately not tell people to, you know, keep an eye on this stuff?
She also said that her son was with a companion, and that they were dressed in camo, and that is not consistent with what we would typically see from somebody that is suicidal. That began to trigger a larger threat assessment picture. Our threat management unit began to take the tips and leads that we had and utilize the technology we have available to us. Our license plate readers was at the top of that list. We began to have, we noted that there were hits with the vehicle down in Fashion Valley. We dispatched officers into the area of the mall as a possible location that was a threat. We also gathered information that one of the individuals was associated in some form or fashion with Madison High School. We alerted school police department, and we dispatched officers into the area of Madison High School.
But that was not the target.
While we were gathering this information and we were trying to zero in on where these individuals were at, we received a call at approximately 11:43 that there was an active shooter at the Islamic.
This dude was actually posting selfies of himself with like swastikas and shit, and these people didn't decide to lock down the mosques and synagogues. Like, really, bro? It's so sad. It's heartbreaking. Obviously, I'm not here to second guess police officers or police work and stuff. It's such a tragedy that this happened. It really is. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not doing the right thing. False flag. It was done by Iran. False flag. Sorry. False flag. I can't bring myself to do that shit. I don't know how these people do it every time that, I don't know, a Christian gets shot and they blame Israel, or a Jew gets shot and they blame Israel. You know, how do you do it? How do you do it? I'm just so sad. This is a nightmare.
We're in the area, still talking with mom, trying to piece together where they might be, the locations that
got them going.
Felt that they would be at.
All right, I'm all ready for everything now.
And that was just a few blocks away. Those officers, once they heard what was happening at the Islamic Center, immediately dispatched themselves to the mosque. And just to recap what we talked about earlier, when officers arrived on scene, they came across, in some form or fashion, 3 deceased individuals, victims. One was a security guard at the center.
Yeah, really fucking sad, man. It just really is. Now, of course, you got Karens Karening, as they do.
Thank you.
Ma'am, this is a gay Filipino. Could you please cut him some slack? Ma'am. It's ice, bro. It's ice. Ice is the reason why a Mexican decided to shoot up a mosque. It's ice. Zionist propaganda. Wow, they blamed the Jews. That's crazy. Last I checked, Nazis and Jews don't usually join forces that often, but hey, you never know these days. Shit's weird. And this dude is just standing there, taking it, bro. God, what a sniveling guy. Look at this guy. It's Trump's fault. It's Trump's fault. Wow, bro. It's crazy. You know, like Charlie Kirk gets assassinated. The left is all celebrating. This goes down, zero celebration. No one is endorsing it. No one is happy. There are no, like, jovial TikToks dancing around about it. What are we even talking about? Can't believe the Zionists would do this. Bro, this guy fucking sucks.
Today our city was shaken.
Oh my god, he sucks! He sucks. He sucks, bro. What are we doing? What are we doing? Even Asmongold reacted to that one.
It probably has something to do with the religion.
Thank you.
Right?
Direct result of your leadership! Your leadership! Our Muslim brothers and sisters have been talking.
It's the Karens. They're everywhere.
Hag's mad. Hag's mad.
Oh.
Oh my god, shut up.
True! True, based. I'm just saying. Your wife, your woman, she's your rock. She's your rock. And rocks don't talk. Anyway, moving on. So obviously, here we have these guys. Randy Fine, Laura Loomer, and all Jews are responsible for this. Of course they are. Obviously, clearly, definitely. All right, here we have Junior. This is an Islamist who was crying that he got demonetized on Twitter for misinformation a couple weeks ago. All right, breaking. American security guard killed by Zionist extremist. Yes, known Zionist extremists. As Mexican Nazis and Zionist extremists, they just get along very well. While defending the Islamic Center in San Diego, this is a sign we must unite against Zionism. These people don't even let the bodies get cold before they use corpses as propaganda machines. Zionist extremist, and it's a mentally ill Mexican. You know, it's insane watching this happen in real time. Muslim kills a Jew, that's a false flag. Nazi kills a Muslim, that's the Jews, actually. Again, he had plenty of practice of, you know, criming genocide during Gaza, so, when Palestinians started a war and lost. So obviously, he's really good at this shit, clearly. Now, understand, I feel like this is important to talk about, even though nothing I say in the following segment of this video will be an endorsement or excusing any forms of violence like this whatsoever. It's just important to understand exactly what we're dealing with in our country. So this is the very same Islamic Center of San Diego, the one that was just attacked. So they released this on October 18th, 2023. So just understand, that's 11 days after the Hamas massacre in Israel, where they killed 1,300 Jews, captured a bunch, and raped them, and captured a bunch of hostages. Absolute atrocity. Glory to our martyrs. That's right, San Diego Vigil. They will be sitting there and thinking so good thoughts about the Palestinian terrorists that did what they do best. All right, now just understand, this is an actual publication from that mosque. The Islamic Center San Diego, led by Imam Taha Hassaneh, has condoned anti-Israel violence over the years. Hassaneh, who joined the center in 2004, defended Hamas's slaughter of Israeli civilians on October 7th, saying in a sermon weeks later that resistance is justified. The Washington Free Beacon previously reported, "We cannot accuse somebody who is fighting for his life to be a terrorist. The terrorist is the one who started the occupation." Because the Palestinians started a war and lost back then also. Not the one who is defending himself, says Hassaneh. According to Hassaneh, the mass brutalizing rape of hundreds of Jews is self-defense. I'm just trying to understand here. Whose remarks prompt the removal of San Diego's Human Relations Commission. Hassaneh's wife, Lalia Alali, resigned from her job at the San Diego School District after she posted a cartoon following the October 7th attacks. Well, you're probably wondering what this cartoon looked like. It was probably pretty graphic. Well, this is the lady. This is Lalia Alali, wife of Imam Taha Hassaneh of this Islamic Center, and this was the photo. The devil is killing. That's right. That's the photo she posted. That's the photo she posted on October 7th, 2023, while there was a massacre going on of Jews. by Palestinian terrorists. Now, again, look, this tweet was made in October 27, 2023. I do the deep dive every day. Again, none of what I am saying is to condone any forms of violence against these people. I'm just trying to understand exactly what is going on here. Now, to be clear, I did even more digging. This is a tweet from 2017. If you are not ready to see, you're not ready to see what this is. All right, this is the fucking plot twist of the century.
Taha Hassani on the left is the Imam of the Islamic Center of San Diego. The staff
Right, that's the one that just yesterday there was a horrible atrocity that had left 3 people killed there.
Mosque aided 2 of the 9/11 hijackers financially.
Aided 2 9/11 hijackers financially. All right, look, this is a coincidence, right? And I mean that seriously, because like I would have never looked into this mosque personally if this horrible atrocity didn't take place. But I decided, you know what? This horrible thing happened here. It's horrible. I condemn it. It's unacceptable at all. I wonder if there's any history in this mosque. And then I'm like, oh wow, they were literally aiding 2 of the 9/11 hijackers. Wow, that's funny. That's a fun coincidence.
To find a place to hide out and to find a school for flight training.
Wow.
Al-Hazmi and Al-Midhar were the 2 terrorists who flew the plane into the Pentagon. This support of the terrorists by this mosque is detailed in the 28 secret pages
Not
of
in jail. Mosque is still open. I'm just saying, if we would have deported these guys in 2017, this atrocity today would not have taken place.
9/11 congressional report, which were released recently.
We will not give up. We will not bow down. We will not stand down. We trust in the power of love and the strength of our unity, and we trust in the Holy Spirit of God to give us the strength and the courage to fight for justice and to make no mistake about
This is, by the way, a woman priest defending the Islamic terrorists.
it, my friends. This we will do.
Man, bro, I feel so bad every time I see a woke priest. This must be how Christians feel whenever they see, like, these woke, like, female rabbis. Like, you probably feel this. Because this is fucking disgusting. I'm not gonna lie. This is gross.
I'm here representing the Muslim community here in San Diego. And I do have my community members living in this area. Actually, I know 2 of them, they live in the apartment complex across the street from this mall.
Right, this is right after it was exposed that he was funding the 9/11 terrorists.
We are part of the border community. What we have heard a few days ago when Sessions visited the border in Arizona, describing the border region as a place that is at war, it is very, very frustrating.
It's so frustrating. We should just let all the illegals in, actually.
It is provoking, and this is not reflecting the reality. We are not at war here.
No, we want to import all the illegals. No war.
We are falling in love with one another.
Everyone just loves each other. Gay orgies for Gaza, ladies and gentlemen. I cannot believe that they would call him out for funding Islamic terrorism when all he did was fund Islamic terrorism. I'm so glad that we have our Muslim brothers and sisters fighting for social justice. Why is this guy not in jail? If it turned out that he was actually funding, literally funding, the hijackers of 9/11, like, they're demanding open borders while they are aiding 2 9/11 hijackers, why the fuck is he still in our country, let alone not in jail? And you know what? If they would have deported him in 2017, we wouldn't have had this atrocity today. So I say with empathy, we gotta deport these motherfuckers with empathy. We have to get them out for their own safety, of course. But once again, I want to reiterate, it's a travesty. It's horrible that this happened. It's unbelievable. Of course I don't condone it. Of course I condemn it. Yes, I think Islam is a bit of a death cult, don't get me wrong. But this shit is awful. It's unacceptable. It's an absolute
They should be
atrocity.
deported with all our might.
Period. And I've seen so many tweets, I've got so many comments, and I got emails with death threats, basically being like, it's your propaganda, because you don't like when Pakistani rape things, rape children, and now these people are dead. And you know what? I don't actually regret a single thing that I've ever said in regards to this topic in any of my videos ever. If the truth offends you, fuck off. Not my problem. It's sad this happens. Of course I condemn it. That doesn't mean I'm not going to address reality. What, you think I am a leftist? You think I'm a libtard? You think you could just shame me into silence? Unbelievable. What, you're going to call me Islamophobic? I'm going to stop talking about rape gangs? This tragedy, and yes, it is a tragedy, does not divert me from my mission one bit. But one thing I have to say about the death threats, oh, they're gonna make me double down.
YouTuber apology videos are always highly entertaining, but I've got something especially wacky for you today. It's not an apology, this is a YouTube response video from the head of a crypto company.
What's going on, y'all? About to check out this video about iDubbbz. If I'm not mistaken, it's from Stoic Chronicles. Let's check this out. Don't forget to hit the hype button. Also, subscribe if you haven't and watch more videos.
So it's time to announce the winners.
Watch out, Patch.
And the fourth runner-up is...
What kind of pageant is this? Shoreline... It's Jersey? I'm guessing. I'm taking a huge guess. I see Bridgeport.
She just kind of have the Erica Kirk eyes a little bit. I see what you mean. Eyeliner's starting to do that, though, to people. Sorry. Sorry that Erica Kirk is ruining eyeliner for white women.
That's insane.
Gabriella Figueredo!
That's a wild thing to say. Whoa. Is that what's happening? I didn't even realize that I was covering his face. That's amazing.
Oh, Miss Shoreline, USA! Are you kidding?
Damn. Everybody looks so upset. Who won? The one that you saying got Erica Kirk eyeliner? Well, I didn't watch the whole damn competition, so I wouldn't know who deserves to win. I don't think I've really watched pageants for real. Maybe back in the day when I was a kid and they used to have like a Miss America or something like that. I couldn't tell you what happened during the entire show. I don't remember that at all. Probably just watching it in passing. But everyone seems upset.
We really thought it was our year.
You're missing the it factor. You gotta get the fucking it factor, and the only way you're gonna do that is by frickin'
Say the line, Bart!
go living life. Go out, get away from mom, go out and have a good time. You need to have stories. If she had a more interesting story and was more of a character, she needs to do that. What is that?
That's insane. That's what? The fact that competitions go like that though in general. Like I had a friend that entered a singing competition that was supposed to be done for like gospel music. And he literally came from a famous like family, church family of singers. So it was almost like a shoo-in. Amazing singer, been on TV singing since he was a child. I mean like literally, like a baby with a bow tie singing on stage. Killing it. And he didn't make it far in the competition because, in his exact words, the production told him he didn't have an interesting story. He came from a good family, church family. What? I thought this was a church singing competition. If he's like a church singer and he's one of the best, why not? And I've known a few people. One person, he passed away. Surprised the hell out of me when he sung because that joint sounded like an angel. The voice of an angel. But he explained the same thing to me. The same thing happened to him. He explained to me that his story wasn't interesting enough, so they didn't really push him through. And I'm like, bam, I trained in music production for years. Those two people I'm referencing had it, but people were saying their story didn't count. I don't know how beauty pageants and things like that are like ranked and judged, but I don't know. Tell me in the comment section, does your story play like a huge part? Maybe. I don't know.
Competition. Alyssa Liu, the figure skater who was dominant, she needs to have that mindset. Dominate in all ways, including physical.
That's insane.
You need to cut the umbilical cord is what you need to do. Am I supposed to feel upset for her?
So you don't like her because I'm mom?
Oh, man. Come on, guys. You did so much. You placed high. I will say, there were a lot of other people in the competition, okay? Like...
Still disappointing. Still super disappointing. I've competed in a lot of competition.
I don't know if that's legal.
Jiu-jitsu. And yeah, it sucks to almost get there but not be close enough. Right? Especially with technicalities and maybe even some judging. Yeah, it does suck. It's part of the game though. But in the moment, you might feel a little bit like, damn.
Oh, they banned the computer. I thought you meant it fucking bricks it like destroyed it.
I was so close, bro.
They
so close.
You could probably get around it with a VPN, I bet.
You live.
But what are beauty?
You learn, you live. Common thing to say.
Beauty pageant's based on, isn't that crap subjective? It's opinions based.
I don't know.
Yeah, beauty. She should.
I mean, they can't destroy your computer. That's illegal.
It's opinions based.
I was trying to think of words that I can.
But they can ban your IP address,
I felt that
which you could probably get around with a VPN.
Isn't that interesting though? Like,
is this like a young woman, a teenager, kid? What show is this? I don't know what the hell we watching. And I'm a reality TV guy. I feel like there's certain niches that I like to just be into instead of overall though. I like competition shows, not like pageants. More like the challenge, traders, stuff like that, Secret Millionaire. Things along that line. I want to sign up for one of them shows one of these days. Traders or Secret Millionaire or Squid Game. Why? When I filled out the application for Squid Games and changed my mind, I was like, they not picking nobody from the Bronx. Someone from the Bronx goes on season 2 and wins the entire show. I was mad as hell. Happy. I'm like, yeah, Bronx. But damn, maybe I could have signed up. But yeah.
You can only know so much. Maybe if you actually talked and lived life, talked to the other pageant moms and pageant women, you might be able to get some insight into what makes you a fourth place kind of person versus the other. They should give feedback. Like, yeah, you just seem kind of, you know, you just didn't have the right vibe, that you've lived enough life. Try again.
Judges? Yeah, that's fine. In that moment, I was just thinking, like, I believed that this was my time. The weekend went so great. I had a great time and I was authentic to myself. What more did they want?
If everyone is being authentic to themselves and they all felt like the weekend was going great, then you still have a bunch of disappointed people. What are you going to do? You weren't the only one being authentic.
So she's not allowed to feel disappointed because other people are disappointed? Sound like some dumbass logic right there. That don't make no sense.
Authentic to themselves.
Your foot is your foot. Come on. I don't feel my feet. That toe is throbbing. I know. You didn't shave your legs. We spray tanned on Wednesday. Oh, yeah. You know what day it is? It's Sunday. Honey. Ugh.
No.
She's gonna look at all the most stupid things, like her legs not being freshly shaven, as like a reason as to why she lost. I hate that. Makes me sad.
No, I don't know.
That might be really, the reason she did lose. I don't know how they judge pageants, man.
At all, bro. Hopefully she can, do what she likes to do.
But
Either way.
all I know is
Dubs
Dubs is way too stupid to do commentary.
I know warm words because
Like,
they
I'm
love
hesitant to do commentary
they
because
love
I'm
the
not all that
experience of
bright.
going
But
here.
dude, he is fucking just dumber than a bag of hammers, man. Dumber than a box of rocks. Did Germans
to really get
know?
to the bottom of this, we must discuss events leading up to the Holocaust and how much of these the German people and wider world knew about. To begin with, when Hitler and his cohorts first came to power in 1933, some of the first things that they did were to suspend the civil liberties of the German people, such as now allowing imprisonment of citizens without trial. It's always a good sign that you've chosen your leaders well. More pertinent to the topic at hand, doubling down on the ominous tone of the new regime, within a few months the Nazis had established their first concentration camp in Dachau. The main purpose of this new facility was to hold political dissidents among other undesirables. You see, the existing prison systems were deemed insufficient to be able to house the number that needed to be rounded up. Not mincing words about how prisoners would be treated there, SS official Johann Erasmus Freiherr von Mausen-Ponickau gave this speech to members of the SS.
Well, the German people had to notice the large quantities of people disappearing.
Has called us to do. We have not come here for human encounters with those pigs in there. We do not consider them.
You know what I mean? Like,
we are but as
6 million people in like 4 years. That's
continue their criminal existence. But
where's
now,
everybody going? You know, you're gonna notice 6 million people disappearing that quick.
Therefore, we have no room for sentimentalism. If anyone here cannot bear to see the blood of comrades, it does not belong and had better leave. The more of these pig dogs we strike down, the fewer we need to feed. Not long after this, a rather bloody purge, the Night of the Long Knives, occurred, and in the aftermath, Hitler not only was declared Führer, but also justified the murders, noting that it was done to protect Germany, publicly stating, "If anyone reproaches me and asks why I did not resort to the regular courts of justice, then all I can say is this. In this hour, I was responsible for the fate of the German people, and thereby I became the supreme judge of the German people. I gave the order to shoot the ringleaders in this treason, and I further gave the order to cauterize down to the raw flesh the ulcers of this poisoning of the wells in our domestic life. Let the nation know that its existence, which depends on its internal order and security, cannot be threatened with impunity by anyone. And let it be known for all time to come that if anyone raises his hand to strike the state, then certain death is his lot." Noteworthy here was that no real evidence was presented that any of these people had actually been planning a coup or anything of the sort. Hitler simply publicly stated they were, and as a result, he had them killed without trial. Going back to the concentration camps and the roundup of dissidents, while some of the atrocities being committed there were mostly kept under wraps in the media, the government were none too shy about broadcasting the roundups and existence of these facilities in the media precisely to help make anyone afraid to step out of line. It would also seem the Nazis had a policy to make sure they rounded up, at minimum, a sample from every community. This, combined with those released in the early going went back to their communities and discussed things that happened there, all seem to have done a bang-up job instilling fear in the populace as intended. In fact, there were even little jingles about these places, such as this one from 1935 translated. "Dear God, make me dumb," as in silent, "that I may not to Dachau come." As Captain America's Dr. Abraham Erskine so sagely put, so many people forget that the first country that the Nazis invaded was their own. Or as one real-life contemporary German would state when interviewed, "You Americans can hardly understand the conditions under which we were living. It was as if all of Germany were a concentration camp and we were occupied by a foreign power. We were unable to do anything to oppose them. What could one person do against that powerful organization?" That said, though the Nazis did have an iron grip on the country at this point thanks to the coup and general support of the military, among others, they still needed some semblance of public support. And thus, simultaneous to all of this, the propaganda machine began doing its thing to help sway people to the side of Nazi ideology through various methods, including, of course, vilifying various groups, like most famously Jewish people, while also beginning to sow the seeds for the need for war. In particular, attempting to paint the picture that it would not be the Germans who were the aggressors sacrifices in such a war, but that they were simply defending themselves. At the same time, laws to encourage the Jewish population of the nation to leave were also instituted, such as on April the 1st, 1933, where there was a boycott of Jewish-owned businesses. Further, April the 7th of 1933 expelled all non-Aryans from civil service, and there were laws against allowing Jewish lawyers, jurors, judges, etc. On April the 25th, 1933, they restricted Jewish enrollment in German high schools to 1.5%, and perhaps most famously, in 1935, the Nuremberg laws became a thing. The list goes on, and all of this, everybody was well aware of. On top of this, the night of the broken glass and the aftermath was widely reported on in Germany and beyond. This occurred on the night of November 9th, 1938, and into the morning of the next day. On this one, in a nutshell, the Nazis coordinated a widespread wave of aggression against the Jews. The idea was to make it look like the general public was just fed up with the Jews and they were acting on it, when in fact orders from the top came down that the SS, SA, and even the Hitler Youth were to basically riot around Jewish communities. In the end, hundreds of synagogues were burned and vandalized, with countless Jewish-owned businesses and homes suffering the same fate.
Night of the broken glass.
And police were instructed to stand aside and let it happen. Doubling down on the awful, the next day approximately 30,000 Jews were arrested and sent to places like the Dachau concentration camp. The general point of it all seems to have been in line with simply trying to convince the Jews to leave the country in various brutal ways. On this one, those arrested whose families could show proof that they would be leaving the country soon seem to have been released without issue. On top of the extreme oppression of the Jewish people being common knowledge, the eventual euthanasia program against certain groups, like the so-called feeble-minded, was also well known once it was instituted. Illustrating both, we have the heroic tale of priest Bernhard Lichtenberg, who very publicly prayed for the Jews of the nation daily with his congregation, as well as openly protesting both their treatment and the Nazi euthanasia programs. Despite countless warnings that if he continued his very public denouncement of the Nazis and their actions, there would be severe consequences, he ignored this completely, and even in 1941 wrote a letter to the Minister of Public Health, Leonardo Conti, stating, "I, as a human being, a Christian, a priest, and a German, demand of you, Chief Physician of the Reich, that you answer for the crimes that have been perpetrated at your bidding and with your consent, and which will call forth the vengeance of the Lord on the heads of the German people." Unfortunately for Lichtenberg, very shortly after this, he was arrested and sentenced to 2 years in prison. As for his sentencing, he requested that he be sent off with the Jews to the east in the hope that he could provide some comfort for them there, but this request was denied, and he was instead sent to the Dachau concentration camp, where he contracted pneumonia and died in 1943. But again, up to this point, it would seem everyone had a very good idea of what was happening to the Jews and political dissidents of the nation, given the Nazis weren't exactly being subtle about any of it. In fact, in 1938, Time magazine named Hitler Man of the Year precisely because of this. Now, contrary to what is sometimes inferred from this was not to honour him, but quite the opposite. They stated, "Lesser men of the year seemed small indeed beside the Führer. Germany's 700,000 Jews have been tortured physically, robbed of homes and properties, denied a chance to earn a living, chased off the streets. Now they are being held for ransom, a gangster trick through the ages." They ended their article on the decision to name Hitler the Man of the Year on the ominous note, "To those who watched the closing events of the year, it seemed more than probable that the man of 1938 may make 1939 a year to be remembered." Time certainly nailed that one. Again, it's important to emphasize here that while there were certainly a lot of brutal and unjust deaths happening up to this point, along with all the other injustices, the overall plan with regards to the Jews seems to have been to run them out of any German-occupied nation. Unfortunately for the Jewish people, despite everyone pretty much being well aware of this, not just Germans, but the world on the whole seemed to be bothered to do very little about this. And as we'll get into shortly, even when the opportunity was there to help in the way the Nazis wanted as well, namely sending the Jews off to other countries, quite literally almost every nation the world over collectively said, "Yeah, no thanks," even knowing what was going on in Germany at the time. Although perhaps this shouldn't be so much of a surprise, given that even today this collective not my problem attitude with regards to accepting persecuted refugees from troubled nations is still very much a relatively common thing the world over. But as for this specific case, not helping the matter was that rampant anti-Semitism was hardly unique to Germany at the time, and not just that, but the general support for eugenics programs in some form was likewise pretty widespread the world over. For example, around this time, eugenicists in the US and elsewhere in the world were performing forced sterilization of the poor, sick, criminals, prostitutes, as well as forced abortions of pregnant women of ill repute or seen as inferior based on certain traits. Even the likes of Teddy Roosevelt, arguably one of the greatest humans to ever human, was in support of eugenics. For him, however, it had nothing to do with race. In fact, he was also unabashedly outspoken against people who judge people based on their race. For example, after being widely vilified for inviting Booker T. Washington to have dinner with him at the White House, Roosevelt's response to the extreme outcry, which included death threats, was simply, "I shall have him to dine as often as I please." He also said, "The only wise and honorable and Christian thing to do is to treat each black man and each white man strictly on his merits as a man, giving him no more and no less than he shows himself worthy to have." However, on the flip side, he also stated, when it came to eugenics, "I wish very much that the wrong people could be prevented entirely from breeding, and when the evil nature of these people is sufficiently flagrant, this should be done. Criminals should be sterilized and feeble-minded persons forbidden from leaving offspring behind." This stance was also supported by such famed individuals as Winston Churchill, Margaret Sanger, H.G. Wells, George Bernard Shaw, John Harvey Kellogg, and of course, Adolf Hitler, among countless others. The eugenics movement was spurred on and given its name by Sir Francis Galton in 1883, inspired by Galton's half-cousin Charles Darwin's work. Over half a century later, leading up to World War II, things had evolved significantly all over the world on this front, such as famed Cornell professor and neurologist Foster Kennedy, even going so far as to write in 1942, "I'm in favor of euthanasia for those helpless ones who should never have been born. Nature's mistakes." He also stated that if a child reached the age of 5 and was still defective by societal views, that the defective has no future or hope of one, then I believe it is a merciful and kindly thing to relieve that defective, often tortured and convulsed, grotesque and absurd, useless and foolish and entirely undesirable, the agony of living. While the idea of murdering 5-year-olds didn't exactly catch on in the United States, in 1936 in the US, 31 of the then 48 states had various eugenics or forced sterilization laws. The Supreme Court even rang in
Kingpin level 10
the case Bark and Bell concerning the forced sterilization of, to quote, feeble-minded white women, ruling that it is better for all the world if instead of waiting to execute degenerate offspring for crime or to let them starve for the imbecility, society can prevent those who are manifestly unfit from continuing their kind. Not unique to the US or Germany, most of the developed world have similar laws on the books with widespread support. Thus, everyone did a collective, oh wait a minute, thanks to the revelation that the Nazis had taken these ideas and run with them to their extreme during World War II, and after the war, public support for eugenics all but disappeared thanks to its association with Nazi Germany. But in the era of Nazi Germany itself, quite a lot of the populace of the world thought eugenics programs were a smashing idea, and anti-Semitism was likewise pretty widespread. The Nazis simply took these two ideas to their extreme and also put them together. But as for the general public of Germany, in the days leading up to and including World War I, we can both say for sure that the German people were extremely well aware of the concentration camps, despite many interviewed after the war denying knowledge of even their very existence. Further, they were also to an extent aware of some of the things that went on in those early camps, though the death camp-style concentration camps were not yet a thing before the war. And finally, they were also aware of the extreme oppression of the Jews in Germany, as were pretty much all of the rest of the world. Going back to the Nazi plan to simply get the Jews to leave, as alluded to, a big problem with this plan was that other countries weren't exactly keen about taking in a large influx of Jewish immigrants. This was also in part why relatively few German Jews fled the country. As one German Jew, Victor Klemperer, would write in his diary of his meeting to leave, meeting with the immigration advisor of the Jewish community, result less than zero. You really must get out. But we see no possibility. There was also another issue here, in that for most of these Jewish people, Germany was their home. Some were even veterans of World War I and had fought, and had friends and family die for their country. The Nazis weren't German, and many still loved their country and hoped for change. As Klemperer would write in 1942, "I am German, and still waiting for the Germans to come back. They've gone to ground somewhere. Although ultimately he did despair, no one can take my Germanness away from me, for my nationalism and patriotism are gone forever." Going back to the immigration problem, the United States, despite its surface level supposed give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free thing, and the extreme success the US once had with more open immigration policies being a boon to the country, at this point they had a hard limit of 153,744 immigrants annually. This, in turn, was divided by country, with an awful lot of entry requirements to qualify on top of that. These requirements were so strict that many quotas during this time weren't filled at all, despite massively more applicants than that number. On top of that, despite news of the atrocities being committed against the troops leading up to the war, the majority of the public opposed relaxing immigration guidelines or boosting the numbers to accommodate those desperately wanting out of Germany. Other countries more or less conformed to this general stance, with Britain even going further by taking steps to try and limit the number of German Jews who would be allowed to immigrate to Palestine, which was the one place that was taking a relatively large number of Jewish immigrants compared to most states. That said, in 1938, Britain did agree to amend policy to take in 10,000 Jewish children, but made no special provisions for taking any Jewish adults outside of the already established non-immigration procedures. So the problem was, the Nazis wanted the Jews to leave, and this was part of their original master plan. Further, as a result of Nazi actions and new laws, many Jews desperately wanted to leave. The most couldn't, because they had nowhere to go. That said, even if genocide wasn't maybe the original plan, it wasn't as if the idea of mass murder wasn't occasionally being proposed, even quite publicly, by the Nazis in power. Perhaps most pertinent to the topic at hand, in a speech in January of 1939, Hitler even went so far as to predict it. Today, I will once more be a prophet. If the international Jewish financiers in and outside Europe should succeed in plunging the nations once more into a world war, then the result will not be the Bolshevization of the earth, and thus the victory of Jewry, but the annihilation of the Jewish race. Apparently, the Nazis were the ones to cause a second world war. It wasn't a problem, though I guess it should also be pointed out here that this was not the only time that they publicly telegraphed his prediction of the Holocaust should another world war break out. Of course, even with all of the propaganda and anti-Semitism, hating cultural race or the like is one thing, but getting people to go along with mass murder of them, including children, is quite another, let alone getting the German public to go along with the idea of another major war so soon after a devastating one like World War I, which again saw over 2 million Germans dead among an awful lot of other horribleness during and in the aftermath. Needless to say, the Nazis had a lot of predictive storytelling to do. As such, first the Nazis did their utmost to convince everyone that the German brass were all about peace, but also made it clear they had a responsibility to protect Germans and thus needed to take up arms in order to protect the peace. As things progressed, they further pushed hard for the fact that they needed to defend against supposedly aggressive Poland, who were, according to them, mistreating ethnic Germans in their country. And not only that, they stated Poland was being extremely aggressive against Germany itself, flagrantly attacking, even though it turns out the truth of several cited events of Polish aggressions against Germany were actually Nazi SS dressed as Polish soldiers. Perhaps the most famous of these attacks was on a German radio station the day before Hitler announced Germany would now retaliate because of these attacks, or as defensive action. Once Germany actually invaded Poland, the German press were also instructed to not reference this as a war, nor even Germany invading Poland, but rather simply Germany repelling Polish attacks. They were further trying to ensure that it would be other nations, like Britain and France, who would be the ones to declare war first against Germany, which they did a couple of days later, and thus, once again, Germany was simply defending itself against other nations declaring war against them. As a discussion for the comments below, up to this point, would the Nazis and Hitler have been more or less able to get away with convincing Germans of all of this if they'd had the internet? On the one hand, more than ever, we all have access to hard and provable data. On the other hand, the spread of misinformation is perhaps greater than ever. Let us know your thoughts. In any event, directly after Germany invaded Poland, the Nazi propaganda machine further inflamed the German people, citing nearly 60,000 ethnic Germans supposedly slaughtered by the Polish directly after. In truth, there was a mass slaughter of ethnic Germans in the country in response to the invasion, but the number was about 10 times smaller than the German media reported. Speaking of mass murder, while countless thousands of Jews were murdered either directly or via maltreatment prior to the more concerted implementation of the final solution, this more systematic mass murder didn't begin until around 1941, when decisions were likewise being made with regards to war with the Soviet Union, as we'll get to shortly. That said, when Poland was invaded,
Gotta go do my
did round up thousands of Jewish Poles along
money laundering.
with an amazingly large number of other Poles and summarily shot them with food mass graves. Around the same time, now finally having a place to put the rest of the Jews,
they began deporting them to the newly invaded country and elsewhere as the Nazis spread across Europe. As to what the general public thought about these deportations, it was generally stated that the mass roundup of the Jewish people would simply see them resettled and used for labor purposes, as anti-Semitism was at its zenith.
I mean, I guess I could buy the warehouse on the dock, but really the only benefit of that is just to have all my businesses in one place.
Also contributed to the lack of outcry. Of course, the Nazi brass were aware.
And I'm not even sure I got the room to do them all. I mean, at least if I do it this way, I could expand them. I mean, I could double my meth production right now. My mushroom production, I probably could double that too. I'd have to do some rearranging of the facility.
Ghetto, which did in fact house a lot of elderly Jews, but conditions were intentionally made so bad that the populace would be sure to not take too long to die. In fact, over 30,000 of its residents are known to have died there, despite it not technically being a death camp. On top of that, what they didn't mention was that Theresienstadt eventually also served as a way station of sorts to the death camps. Speaking of Theresienstadt and the propaganda machine, in 1944, after hundreds of Danish Jews were deported there the year before, the Danish Red Cross and the International Red Cross were successfully able to convince the Nazis that they should be allowed to come inspect the ghetto to ensure its people were actually being treated well, contrary to what the world press concerning mass extermination, countless crimes against humanity at this point. Wanting to put their money where their mouths were, the SS finally agreed to such an inspection several months after the request was made.
I mean, Molly will be empty soon.
First. As such, before allowing such an inspection,
I got nothing jumping off. I might as well
Jews stashed in their Seelenstadt, sending thousands of to their deaths to reduce population density. As for the remaining populace, they were put to work renovating everything, planting gardens, repainting homes, etc. If you look at pictures from the results of all of this, the place does appear to be quite nice, and the populace that were chosen to remain for the inspection looked healthy. Of course, once the Red Cross completed their inspections, normal operations resumed. Thus, they'd further take advantage of the apparent great conditions there. Around the time of the Red Cross visit, the SS themselves made a documentary of the beautified place, including showing residents of the ghetto attending concerts, playing sports, working in their gardens, and otherwise just having a gay old time. Of course, what they failed to mention was that in order to get this footage beyond, of course, the aforementioned beautifying of the place, they also had to coerce the populace into playing their roles, using everything from threats to food to get them to cooperate. That said, the problem with the video they made here was that the life of those in the ghetto was in many ways depicted as superior to that of many of the general populace back in Germany at the time. Naturally, from this, when the SS finally completed the film, they decided not to show it to anyone. It's thought because of this reason. This is not unlike a rather funny mix-up during Cold War, in which Stalin allowed the Grapes of Wrath under the alternate name The Road to Wrath to be viewed by the Soviet populace to depict how bad things could get under capitalism. Except the whole thing kind of backfired, and the film depicts incredibly impoverished Americans are still able to afford cars, something many in the Soviet Union just didn't have, and thus the film was quickly pulled and subsequently banned. Going back to the ghettos and trying to paint a rosier picture, another thing the Nazis did tell people from looking too closely was to spread about the idea that the Jews were all disease-ridden. They even went so far as to post quarantine signs at the entrances of ghettos, which simultaneously helped keep people away, while also explaining the bodies. There was just widespread disease inside, which, to be fair, thanks to the abhorrent conditions, sometimes was actually a self-fulfilling prophecy. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Going back to shortly after the invasion of Poland and other countries soon after, while again there certainly were an awful lot of deaths and atrocities happening, the concerted effort to systematically annihilate the Jews and various others as a central policy still wasn't yet a thing. This all changed, however, in 1941, and the final solution was agreed upon initially via use of mass firing squads. Kicking things off in the most brutal way imaginable, we have the Kiev and Babi Yar ravine, where over 30,000 Jewish people were shot and killed in a 2-day span on September the 29th and 30th of that year. Though upwards of 100,000 more people were also killed and dumped in the ravine as well at various points of German occupation. The original Grisly Act was described by the commander in charge, stating, The difficulties resulting from such a large-scale action, in particular concerning the seizure, were overcome in Kiev by requesting the Jewish population through wall posters to move. Although only a participation of approximately 5,000 to 6,000 Jews had been expected at first, more than 30,000 Jews arrived who, until the very moment of their execution, still believed in their resettlement thanks to an extremely clever organization. A truck driver who witnessed what happened next described the gut-wrenching atrocity. I watched what happened when the Jews, men, women, and children arrived. They led them past a number of different places where, one after the other, they had to give up their luggage, then their coats, shoes, and overgarments, and also underwear. They also had to leave their valuables in a designated place. There was a special pile for each article of clothing. It all happened very quickly, and anyone who hesitated was kicked or pushed to keep them moving. After that, once they undressed, they were led into the ravine, which was about 150 meters long and 30 meters wide, and a good 15 meters deep. When they reached the bottom of the ravine, they were seized by members of the Schutzpolizei and made to lie down on top of Jews who had already been shot. The corpses were literally in layers. A police marksman came along and shot each Jew in the neck with a submachine gun. I saw these marksmen stand on layers of corpses and shoot one after the other. The marksman would walk across the bodies of the executed Jews to the next Jew, who had meanwhile lain down and shot him. Of the well over 30,000 Jews who were victims of this insanity, only 29 survived. One such, Dina Kromajane, stated she jumped onto the bodies before being shot, then played dead while the Nazis shot at those still alive around her. Once nightfall came, they had covered many of the bodies with dirt, but there was still SS walking around shooting anyone they found alive. However, it was dark, and when an opportune moment came, she was able to crawl out from among the bodies and sneak away without being seen. Another interesting thing to point out is that the decision to start the systematic mass annihilation of the Jews followed almost immediately after the United States entered the war, thus making it a so-called world war, with Nazi politician and Minister of Propaganda Joseph Goebbels stating, regarding the Jewish question, the Führer warned the Jews that if they were to cause another world war, it would lead to their destruction. Those were not empty words. Now the world war has come. The destruction of the Jews must be its necessary consequence. We cannot be sentimental about it. Now finally, having begun the open genocide, plans began in earnest to convert some of the concentration camps to also include designated facilities for rapid mass executions, as it was noted that the mass firing squad method was bad for troop morale and also rather inefficient on the scale they needed, as well as it wasted an awful lot of bullets. And as to that scale, from March 1942 to November 1943 alone, some 1.5 million Jews were murdered in just 3 concentration camps via gas chamber. So, what do people know about this escalation of atrocities? Almost immediately after these mass murders began, the Allies caught wind of it. Not only reports from the likes of frankly amazing heroes like Poletsky, the Allies also were, among many other sources, intercepting transmissions from the Germans about all manner of mass killings. Churchill summed up the gathered intelligence in a live broadcast in 1941, quote, "As Hitler's armies advance, whole districts are being exterminated. Scores of thousands, literally scores of thousands of executions in cold blood are being perpetrated by the German police troops. Since the Mongol invasions of Europe in the 16th century, there has never been methodical, merciless butchery on such a scale or approaching such a scale. And this is but the beginning. Famine and pestilence have yet to follow in the bloody ruts of Hitler's tanks. We are in the presence of a crime without a name." Outside of such speeches as this, there are literally thousands upon thousands of known news reports in the Allied world discussing these atrocities in surprisingly accurate detail in some cases, with headlines like from the London Times, "Massacre of Jews, over 1 million dead since war began," or the Montreal Daily Star with the article, "Nazi Slaughterhouse, Germans Massacre Million Jews in Extermination Drive." Edward Murrow of CBS Radio on December the 13th, 1942, reported very frankly, "What is happening is this. Millions of human beings, most of them Jews, are being gathered up with ruthless efficiency and murdered. The phrase concentration camps is obsolete, as out of date as economic sanctions or non-recognition. It is now possible only to speak of extermination camps." Summing it up with remarkable accuracy, in late 1942, the US, Soviet Union, and Britain all released a joint statement that read, "Jews are being transported in conditions of appalling horror and brutality to Eastern Europe. In Poland, which has been made the principal Nazi slaughterhouse, the ghettos established by the German invaders are being systematically emptied of all Jews except a few highly skilled workers required for war industries. None of those taken away are ever heard of again. The able-bodied are slowly worked to death in labor camps. The infirm are left to die of exposure and starvation, or are deliberately massacred in mass executions. The number of victims of these bloody cruelties is reckoned in many hundreds of thousands of entirely innocent men, women, and children. Needless to say, the Allied world was well aware of what was happening. That said, it should be noted that World War I propaganda reports by Allied brass included an awful lot of atrocities that turned out to be exaggerated or not true at all after the fact, so people, even in Allied lands, were initially skeptical despite the evidence and reports that were presented. Going back to Germany, the tightly controlled German media were unsurprisingly prevented from discussing the various massacres so openly, with the Nazi Party themselves largely both denying all of this, and with regards to the Jews, denying the poor living conditions within ghettos and concentration camps as previously noted. That said, given the German media and Nazi brass seemed to often feel the need to counter rumours publicly, it would at least seem the case that the rumours were out there fairly prominent. On that note, listening to illegal broadcasts from Allied sources within Germany and German-controlled regions was a thing, as were at times reading dropped Allied leaflets and the like. Not just that, it's pointed out by history professor Dr. Conlon Feig that exterminating that many people wasn't exactly something that could be done without an insane amount of support staff on various levels knowing about it, stating, "The task was so enormous, complex, time-consuming, and mentally and economically demanding that it took the best efforts of millions of Germans. All spheres of life in Germany actively participated. Businessmen, policemen, bankers, doctors, lawyers, soldiers, railroad and factory workers, chemists, pharmacists, foremen, production managers, economists, manufacturers, jewelers, diplomats, civil servants, propagandists, filmmakers and film stars, professors, teachers, politicians, mayors, party members, construction experts, art dealers, architects, landlords, janitors, truck drivers, clerks, industrialists, scientists, generals, and even shopkeepers. All were essentially cogs in the machinery that accomplished the final solution." Going back to illegal broadcasts, as the war progressed and Germany began to suffer some rather catastrophic defeats, the Nazis began to have a much more difficult time satisfactorily explaining away events to favour Germany. And, for example, after the Germans were trounced in Stalingrad in February 1943, the dissonance between official news stories and what was being reported by the
Must have
German
dropped them
media
off already.
seemed to result in more and more Germans
Alright, well,
beginning to
Molly,
reject
I'm
the
coming,
state
girl.
propaganda and turn to foreign radio broadcasts instead in order to learn what was really
Extra
going on.
dark
Foreign
tonight.
broadcasts, again, that were quite openly discussing the countless atrocities. That said, as was happening to an extent in Allied lands, even among those among the German populace who were listening to the broadcast and otherwise heard the seemingly pretty rampant rumours about all of this, there seems to have been a great deal of scepticism. After all, it's not like the German people were stupid when it came to their own government's propaganda machine. It would seem many were well aware that they were being fed lies on a number of fronts from the Nazis. So it was, thus, not a stretch that the other side might come up with their own set of lies, making the Nazis in Germany out to be committing unspeakable acts. This sort of propaganda, again, wasn't that uncommon on both sides in the last World War, which was still relatively fresh in everybody's minds. That said, from various journal entries and the like, we do at least know some Germans who weren't directly involved were convinced, though they were powerless to do anything about it. For example, we have the case of one Friedrich Kellner, a staunch and, in the early days at least, very publicly outspoken opponent of the Nazi Party, which got him on the brutal end of more than one beating. As events progressed, he finally accepted there was nothing much he could, from a practical standpoint, do about any of this. Although he still wasn't exactly quiet about the things he found out, ultimately he had been the target of the Nazis, with one Nazi official, Ernst Monig, writing a report about Kellner's actions which read, "He should be made to disappear." Nevertheless, Kellner was not killed, and instead wrote, "I could not fight the Nazis in the present, as they have the power to still my voice, so I decided to fight them in the future." Thus, he took to doing his best to document the Nazi atrocities and the methods of getting the public to support them or otherwise allow things to happen. The summation of his work was in the form of his journal titled My Opposition. Noteworthy to the discussion at hand, many historians who advocate that the German populace knew a lot more than seemed to be the case after the war point out that much of Kellner's information came from publicly available sources such as Nazi broadcasts, hundreds of newspaper clippings, and talking to various community members around him, as well as listening to illegal Allied broadcasts and the like. Basically, there was nothing much special about Kellner or the information he had access to. On this note, Kellner had some rather harsh words for his fellow Germans, stating, "There is no punishment that would be hard enough to be applied to these Nazi beasts. Of course, when the retribution comes, the innocent will have to suffer along with them. But because 99% of the German population is guilty, directly or indirectly, for the present situation, we can only say that those who travel together will hang together." Of the atrocities committed he was aware of, these included the so-called mercy killings of various Germans, as well as countless mass murders against civilians, both domestically and abroad in occupied territories. For example, he documented the execution of about 100 French civilians in retaliation for 2 German officers being killed, stating, "To let people who are completely innocent suffer for the deeds of another is reminiscent of the horrific deeds of wild beasts in times long ago." As for the slaughter of Jews, he states, among other evidence he collected, a soldier on leave here said he personally witnessed a terrible atrocity in the occupied part of Poland. He watched as naked Jewish men and women were placed in front of a long, deep ditch, and upon the order of the SS, were shot by Ukrainians in the back of their heads, and they fell into the ditch. Then the ditch was filled in as screams kept coming from it. He also elaborates, "This cruel, despicable, and sadistic treatment against the Jews that has lasted now several years, with its final goal of extermination, is the biggest stain on the honor of Germany. They will never be able to erase these crimes." Noteworthy here is that he was already documenting these atrocities in 1941, before the more mass implementation of the so-called final solution. To help spread the word beyond openly discussing these things with those around, he would also rather bravely do things like gathering dropped Allied leaflets and placing them around his town so the maximum number of people would be exposed to them. That said, while he was more or less an average German citizen, he was one who actively sought information about what the Nazis were up to from any source that he could find, piecing together everything from there to try and discern the truth. So what about everyone else? Again, historians are in disagreement as to the extent of the wider public's knowledge about what was going on. This is despite countless surviving journals showing that at least some people were very aware, or at least suspected, what was going on, not to mention the innumerable number of people directly involved on some level and their relations. Not to mention, again, people seeming to have had at least some level of access to the needed information. So what about the other side of the argument? On the side that it maybe wasn't totally common knowledge, besides many after the fact claiming that they didn't know, we have that it appears many of the Jews rounded up weren't under the impression they would be taken off to death camps or the like. The general perception seems to be that they knew they were going into a really bad situation with the very real possibility of dying, but that they didn't think they were being mass murdered, just extremely mistreated. The Nazi regime helped foster this notion in a variety of ways. For example, in 1941, a booklet printed by the Nazi brass for widespread consumption outlined how Jews in places like Poland had been given work, access to hospitals, food, and those who needed it even provided with vocational training. More directly, they reassured the Jews rounded up and in the ghettos that the deported from these points were being sent to places with better conditions. To help corroborate this, upon arrival into the concentration camps, many inmates were forced to write letters about the good condition in the camps. On this note, even in the ghettos themselves, there seems to have been a lot of skepticism about the final solution. The issue primarily seems to just go back to, once again, despite all the evidence slapping everybody in the face, many just refused to believe their fellow human beings could actually be doing this, and it wasn't just some sort of propaganda campaign from the other side. As one of the leaders of the Jewish resistance in Warsaw, Yitzhak Zuckerman, noted, common sense could not understand that it was possible to exterminate tens and hundreds of thousands of Jews. Of course, as Allied troops began liberating countries and their concentration camps as they marched toward Germany, things eventually changed. But before it did, the Allied soldiers almost universally would later write of their exasperation at the apparent widespread accounts from Germans themselves that they had been totally ignorant of any of these atrocities. For example, William Ward of the 232nd Infantry stated, all of the locals were adamant that they were nicht Nazi and didn't have any idea what had taken place at the concentration camp. Another by the name of Arthur Johnson stated, all these people who claimed they didn't know anything about it, and they were just 10 or 15 miles from Weimar, Buchenwald concentration camp. Noteworthy on this one, to counter previous Allied reports about atrocities there, Nazi propaganda had stated all the bodies were from mass burial of air raid victims. In this case, both showing a plausible alternate story, as well as also demonstrating that the news was out there for the German public to the extent that the Nazis felt like they needed to address the topic. In the end, while the matter is still hotly contested, the general consensus is that it is clear a considerable number of people beyond those directly involved did have access to the needed information to know what was going on. But not just largely apparently unwilling to believe it, even when directly told after the war, resistance to the idea seems to have still been a thing throughout the world, at least at first. In short, for a world on both sides used to pretty rampant and often blatantly false propaganda, when it came to World War I and a German populace quite familiar with a whole lot of BS coming from their own government on the propaganda front, it was perhaps difficult to believe, especially when the atrocities were so insane in their reported degree. On top of this, many Germans peripherally complicit in these acts and under Nazi rule with little else they could do about it, many perhaps simply didn't want to believe that it was true, even when exposed to the necessary information. As one contemporary German housewife noted, of course, there were rumours about the camps, but no one believed them. We thought that the prisoners might be working hard, that they might not be getting plenty of good food, and we even imagined some beatings or making the prisoners shout in chorus, Heil Hitler. Of course, once direct evidence in the form of pictures and videos and survivor accounts and the like flooded the newsways the world over, skeptics throughout the world, for the most part, finally came to accept the truth. Nazi Germany officially surrendered on the 7th of May 1945, still raging in the Pacific against Japan and sporting a popularity rate at around 83%, Sir Winston Leonard Spencer Churchill seemed a shoo-in to maintain his position as Prime Minister of the British Empire. Just before the announcement of the results of the election, Churchill had been at the Potsdam Conference with US President Truman and Joseph Stalin, only intending to travel home briefly to accept his victory and then back to the conference. Yet, a funny thing happens on July the 26th, 1945. The voting populace of the UK, which had turned out in record numbers of 73%, had decided to collectively say, well, thank you for your service, Winston, but we've decided to go in a different direction. It was a landslide defeat that shocked the world. While in more modern times you might think some sort of scandal comment may have whipped up the mob on the interwebs, precipitating such a massive electoral fall in the span of just a couple of months, but there was no such issue here. So what happened? How did this wildly successful politician, frequently named among the top prime ministers ever in the nation, at the height of his popularity no less, and who had just helped guide Britain through one of its most harrowing periods of its storied history, not just lose, but lose in a landslide? And not only this, making the whole thing even more inexplicable, he lost to a man who one of said man's own party members, Aaron Bavin, stated seems determined to make a trumpet sound like a tin whistle. Or as the chairman of the Daily Mirror, Cecil King, would remark in 1940, he was of very limited intelligence and no personality. If one heard he was getting £6 a week in the service of the East Ham Corporation, one would be surprised he was earning so much. Or let's not stop there, as famed social reformer Beatrice Webb would remark, he looked and spoke like an insignificant elderly clerk without distinction in the voice, manner, or substance of his discourse. To realise that this little non-entity is presumably the future Prime Minister is pitiable. Or, as Churchill himself would allegedly quip about his opponent, he is a modest man, but then he has so much to be modest about. The demeaning quotes about the man Churchill lost to go on and on and on, and his own party before, during and after the election likewise tried to oust him as their leader, only to see this quiet, oft-forgotten individual who rapidly rose from a middle-class background to the heights of power, defy them all, and go on to become one of the greatest prime ministers in the history of the nation, often even ranked above Churchill himself, despite only serving in the position for a handful of years. As ever, of course, the devil is in the fascinating detail, so let us dive in and see what specifically happened to see a titan of history defeated by a man no one outside of the UK even knows the name of, yet shaped the Britain we have today, arguably significantly more so than Churchill ever did. To begin with, A little bit of a brief background for the uninitiated. Leading up to becoming Prime Minister in 1940, Winston Churchill had a rather notable career. Born in his family's Blenheim Palace on November the 30th, 1874, Churchill was a member of the prominent Spencer aristocratic family on his father's side. As for his mother, she was the daughter of a wealthy American businessman, Leonard Jerome. In the interim between his birth and 1940, Churchill's exploits included variously serving as a soldier in British India, as well as taking part in the Second Boer War, and even at one point he became a famous war correspondent and author. On this latter and oft-forgotten factoid of history is that he once even wrote a fictional novel with romance undertones called Savrola, A Tale of the Revolution in Laurania, serialized in 1898 and later published as a complete book in 1900. Later in life, Churchill would even win a Nobel Prize in literature. As for his prolific writing, he would variously note this was one of his methods for staving off his black dog or frequent bouts of depression. Back to his political life, and in 1900, it was in October of 1900, at the age of just 25, that he was first elected as a member of parliament, and things more or less took off rapidly from there, including by World War I being selected as First Lord of the Admiralty.
Alright, I'm going to give these at least, let's say at least 6.
He was the political head of the Royal Navy. In the years
Effects.
leading up to World War II, fascinating in regards to some of
you know what? I'm going to go all 8.
on, despite being a member of the Conservative Party,
Let's see how it
Churchill
is
was an
to get 8
outspoken
different
opponent of his party's policy of appeasement when it came to
on
Hitler,
these
stating,
shrooms.
a
Gonna
country
have
like
some
ours,
super
possessed of
shrooms.
immense territory and wealth, whose defense has been neglected, cannot avoid war by dilating upon its horrors, or even by a continuous display of pacific qualities, or by ignoring the fate of the victims of aggression elsewhere. War will be avoided in present circumstances only by the accumulation of deterrence against the aggressor. He also proposed a mutual defence pact for European nations that stood in the way of Germany expanding, and urged Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain to declare, if Germany were to invade Czechoslovakia, as seemed imminent, that Britain would declare war on Germany. Going the other way, instead, Chamberlain signed the Munich Agreement, allowing Germany to annex parts of Czechoslovakia. Churchill's efforts, however, were not totally in vain for his own popularity, with more and more supporters who also felt the British Empire's policy of appeasement was the wrong tack rallying behind him. Things picked up for him from there when, after Germany occupied Norway, the now named Norway debate resulted in a call for a vote of no confidence in Chamberlain's government. Ironically, during this, Churchill, as a member of said government, had to defend it, even as arguments were being made for him to lead the next government. Well, spare you the lengthy details, but needless to say, ultimately Churchill was chosen as Prime Minister of the eventual coalition government. He would state of this, "I felt as if I were walking with destiny, and that all my past life had been but a preparation for this hour and this trial." That said, nothing was smooth from here, and after France fell, there was a
Toxic
strong push to
and
simply soothe
thought-provoking.
things with
So you
Germany, saying
basically
Churchill
lay
was
there
strongly
dying
opposed, but
just
with
thinking
the help of
about it.
Chamberlain, he was able to keep his position and use his talents as a public speaker to good use in convincing the public the right choice was to continue to fight, as did he, even after a heart attack on December the 26th, 1941, which was supposed to leave him bedridden for a few weeks to recover, but instead he simply soldiered on, and a mere 2 days later was giving a speech to the Canadian Parliament. So, fast forward to the victory over Germany in 1945, and at no point during his time as Prime Minister had Churchill's popularity ever dipped below 78%, and his efforts and actions during it have since generally seen him consistently ranked in the top 3 Prime Ministers in the history of the nation. Of course, with the end of the war with Germany, there was pressure to hold a general election. Comfortable in his popularity and the job his party had done throughout the war, Churchill did not fear defeat. However, he nonetheless felt it would be better to continue the coalition government until the war with Japan was over, something that was notably supported by a man by the name of Clement Attlee, the leader of the Labour Party and Churchill's deputy prime minister, who during the war had been tasked with managing matters on the domestic front so Churchill could focus on the war effort. In stark contrast to Churchill's aristocratic background, Attlee was born the 7th of 8 children to an upper-middle-class family in Surrey on January the 3rd, 1883. After brief work as a lawyer and then an economics lecturer, Attlee jumped into politics before having all of that interrupted by World War I. After, however, his rise was rapid, first as mayor of Stepney, then member of parliament, and by 1935 the leader of the Labour Party, all despite widespread criticism of the man himself, with many a demeaning quote as previously alluded to. But while Attlee may not have been your typical larger-than-life stereotypical alpha leader, Margaret Thatcher would later note of him very accurately, quite contrary to the general tendency of politicians in the 1990s, he was all substance and no show. Going back to Churchill.
In one of the most insane battle strategies I have ever seen, the Donald is taking Cuba.
Marco is there. Marco is very.
Marco is in Cuba. They are calling for a revolution.
As you know, we're from Cuba, so we have a lot of expertise in Cuba, and it's not going to be like the biggest thing we've ever done, but I will tell you, to a lot of
they're weak, they're gay. It's not going to be like a big thing toppling the communist regime. We might just do it, you know, it's like a side quest.
People, it's going to be one of the most important. They've been looking for this moment for 65 years, so we'll see what happens. But we're going to, in the meantime, we're going to have to help them out. They have no way of living. They have no food. They have no electricity. They have no energy at all. But they do have great people. There are a lot of great people.
The people are great. The leaders are gay. We're going to give them all AIDS. It's going to be diabolical.
So many Cuban friends in Miami, mostly in Miami and Florida. And they're unbelievable people. They're unbelievable entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
And they'd like to go back. I think hopefully they're going to want to live here. But they want to go back. Maybe they'll invest. We'll see what happens. But we're freeing up Cuba.
We're freeing up Cuba. That's us. Benevolently freeing up different countries by toppling regimes. Now, the left is not happy about this, because the left likes nothing more than people suffering under communism. But just understand what families are going through, because the Donald has just announced that they are indicting former Cuban dictator Raul Castro.
I do want to bring in Oscar Fernandez here with me. He left Cuba in 1961 when you were just 15 years old.
That is correct.
Tell me about what today means.
And Hassan is still going to promote communism, even though we are witnessing communism fail in real time.
All right, he's not letting this shit slide. He's like, no, actually, we're going to kill you. You're a bad guy. We're going to kill you. And a lot of people don't like this, but that's because they're gay retards.
Justice for the Cuban people. For 67 years, I'm sorry, we have been ignored by everybody. The United Nations, the organization.
Yeah, the United Nations is just a puppet of Islam. All right, the United Nations doesn't give a shit about actual human rights.
Of American states, the European Union, everybody. So we hope this is the beginning of the downfall of the Castro regime.
Listen to this man.
Little emotion. And we're ready to go back and help in the reconstruction of our country.
The left can never, ever recover from this. An emotional old man talking about how Trump is liberating his people. The left can never recover. You know, no matter how many purple-haired jihadis they send to Cuba, they will never, ever undo this.
Work with money, with investment, and with love. That has been lacking in Cuba for the last 6 decades.
Oscar, thank you so much for sharing your perspective.
Yeah, so isn't the libtard world order great? How actually we need to respect the sovereignty of Cuba. That's a dictatorship that's massacring, you know, and imprisoning and torturing and starving their own people. We should embrace their financial alternative. Isn't communism just awesome? Now remember, Nick Shirley went to Cuba and he was almost taken a hostage there. This video has 10 million views. Right? He was almost taken a hostage in Cuba. Secret police was following him around because he was asking the wrong questions. Now, of course, obviously, there is a reason why they let in Hassan Piker and Greta Thunberg and they arrested Nick Shirley. It's because the left obviously lies to you about Cuba. It's because the entire leftoid order is a propaganda shit pile of lies. All right, and they would not survive if not for the constant infighting on the right. Now, Cuba is out of fuel. Havana has 1 to 2 hours of electricity a day. People are searching rubbish bins for food and heat. And Cuba's collapse has been officially predicted since 1992. Everyone's been saying this was going to happen, obviously. But let's see if it happens under the Donald. All I know is things happen. You know, Donald Trump has some sort of interesting perspective on the world. Right? His perspective is, hey, I could actually just do things. Like, these guys are suffering and shit. I could just, like, actually kind of help them, you know? And it looks like that's actually happening. The CIA director just flew to Cuba personally to deliver a warning. Havana has 300 military drones from Russia and Iran. Wow! You mean to tell me that Cuba, the place where we had the Cuban Missile Crisis, is actually kind of a fucking shithole in regards to being a little nest of our adversaries in our hemisphere? The America First perspective is not letting that be a thing, actually. Before getting too deep into the chaos, free cash was promised to me 3,000 years ago. One thing I recently added to my daily routine is using free cash for a few minutes here and there. If I'm gonna play games as a time sponge, I might as well make some money out of it. Free cash is a fun and easy way to earn real money by doing simple tasks while already on your phone. Play games. Complete surveys, do simple tasks, and turn your bathroom break into an investment. I've been enjoying playing Call to Dragons on free cash, a high payout strategy-based building game. You get instant payouts with a really easy process through PayPal, Amazon, or Visa. There's already over $250 million and over 60 million users worldwide. It's a win-win. They get someone to test out their games and fill out their surveys, and you get paid. Use the QR code on the screen or click the link in the description to sign up and get a $10 bonus today. Now, back to the chaos. Every individual sign up literally supports the channel, so if you could click the link in the description and do the thing, that would be very appreciated. Cuba's disgusting striking Florida, Guantanamo Bay, and U.S. vessels after acquiring 300 military drones from Russia and Iran. In what would potentially be the dumbest fucking thing I have ever heard in my life. Now, activists who sent Ilhan Omar's daughter and Hassan Piker to Cuba, right, for aid trips, wow, has ties to Hamas and Iran. Bro, you cannot make this up. Like, it's actually the dung beetle Avengers, okay? Jihadi Power Rangers all show up to Cuba to flex and talk about how actual communism is great. While all the people there are literally starving. Right? Starving and dying and being imprisoned for voicing their opinions against the communist regime that's been torturing them. Right? But for some reason, dude, just look at her face, bro. Skeletor over here is not going to change your opinion on Cuba. All right? Come on, dude. This phenotype lies. Smeagol-ass looking motherfucker. Jihadi, Hamas, Iran supporter is also literally organizing the trips to Cuba. Wow, color me shocked and surprised. It's almost like the entire leftist ecosystem is absolutely relying on the fact that our adversaries survive. It's almost like they hate us and want us to die or something. Now, Marcus Rubius, first of his name, dropped a nuke. A 5-minute video basically telling the people in Cuba to rise up.
En un día como hoy, en el 1902, la bandera cubana ondeó por primera vez sobre un país independiente.
Oh, shit.
Pero sé que hoy ustedes,
today,
quienes llaman a la isla su hogar, atraviesan dificultades.
Are going through unimaginable hardships. Today I want to share with you the truth about the reason for their suffering. And I want to tell you what we, the U.S., are offering to help you. Not only to alleviate the current crisis, but also build a better future. The reason you are forced to survive 22 hours a day without electricity is not due to an oil blockade by the United States. But I was told by Hassan Piker that we are the ones that are starving the Cuban people. I can't believe it. You mean to tell me Hassan Piker was on the side of the terrorists all along? As if I'm gonna believe that. He's so good to his dog. Why would someone who's so good to his dog work with terrorists? But you know better than anyone. You've been suffering from blackouts for years. The real reason you don't have electricity, fuel, or food is because those who control your country have plundered billions of dollars, but nothing has been used to help the people. 30 years ago, Raul Castro founded a company called Gaisea. The company is owned and operated by the armed forces and has revenues 3 times greater than your current government's budget. Oh my God, I didn't know that. Today when you suffer, these businessmen have $18 billion in assets and control 70% of Cuba's economy. They profit from hotels, construction, banks, stores, and even from the money your relatives send you from the U.S. Everything passes through their hands. From those remittances, they retain a percentage, but from Gaza's profits, nothing reaches you. Instead of using the money to buy oil, like all other countries in the world, they depended on free oil from Hugo Chavez and Maduro to keep the money. But now, the free oil has stopped coming. And they buy fuel for their generators and their vehicles, while the people are asked to sacrifice. Instead of using the money to maintain and modernize the damaged power plants, they use the money to build more hotels for foreigners and to send their relatives to live in luxury in Madrid. Many such cases. It's so funny how all these fuckers have like the same game plan. You know, Hamas terrorists, they did the same shit. Right? All the leaders of Hamas were billionaires living in like some fucking penthouse in Qatar until Israel removed them from the game. All right? And until Israel ended their save files. All right? You know, they were living it big as billionaires there while the people in Hamas were like allegedly starving. You know, it's the same shit everywhere. They're just bad fucking people. And that is the issue with basically every single one of these non-quote-unquote democratic systems. The people don't have a voice. They are oppressed. And communism just means the state owns everything, which gives them even more leverage and power to do whatever they want. Today, Cuba is not controlled by any revolution. Cuba is controlled by Gaisa, a state within the state that is accountable to no one and hoards the profits from its businesses for the benefit of a small elite. And the so-called role played by the so-called government is to demand that you continue to make sacrifices and repressing everyone who dares to complain. President Trump is offering something between the U.S. and Cuba, but it must be directly with you, the Cuban people, not with Gaisa. First, we are offering $100 million in food and medicine for you, the people. Bro, can you imagine that $100 million could have been going to condoms in Zimbabwe? And then Elon Musk decided to shut that shit down. Can you believe it? But must be distributed directly to the Cuban people by the Catholic Church or other trusted charitable groups, based, by the way, not stolen by Gaisa to sell in one of their stores. But the Cuban people are not interested in permanent charity. You want the opportunity to live in your own country, the way your relatives in the U.S. or in other countries of the world. Today, from media to entertainment, from private sector to politics, and from music to sports, Cubans have reached the top of virtually all industries in all countries except one. Cuba. Today, Cuba only goes close to Gaisa elites, or who have part of it, can have profitable business. President Trump is offering a new pact between the U.S. and a new Cuba. New Cuba, a new Cuba where you, the ordinary Cuban, and not just Gaisa, can
I'm kind of getting ahead on
a clothing store or a restaurant.
my drug supply.
Like that's a fucking dream under communism. If you mean I can own my own restaurant, it's honestly heartbreaking that that we have these like nepo baby, multi-millionaire, like Hassan Piker-esque retards shoveling garbage down our throats. You know, when everyone under communism suffers. A new Cuba where you and not just Gaisa can open a bank or have a construction company. Those are for the Cuban Jews. A new Cuba where you, and not just the Communist Party of Cuba, can own a television station or a newspaper. What? You mean to state their opinion in public without fear of going into one of the black cells under Casterly Rock? A new Cuba where you can complain about a failing...
Didn't you just tell me you were out of shit? Yeah.
...jail or forced to leave the island.
Where you at, Brad? There you are. Let me tell you, those glasses, you're dorking it, man. People haven't worn those since the early 90s. You gotta update your look, dude. You look like you're on your way to a Limp Bizkit show. Oh my god.
Even 90 miles away if owning your own business and having the right to vote is possible around Cuba, why is it not possible for you in Cuba? That's right. In the U.S., we are ready to open a new chapter in the relationship between our people and our country. And currently, the only thing standing in the way of a better future are those who control your country. Oh, shit. All right? Basically, rise up, people. Liberate yourselves from bondage. Obliterate those absolute retarded commie motherfuckers. Insane shit, man. Just absolute insane shit.
Fox News alert, the Justice Department just indicted Fidel Castro's little brother.
Today, we are announcing an indictment charging Raul Castro and several others with conspiracy to kill U.S. nationals.
That's right, baby. Yeah.
Raul Raul Castro.
Trump taking a break from overthrowing Thomas Massey to overthrow the government of Cuba. Absolute fucking Giga Chad.
Castro, one of the last surviving members of the Cuban Revolution, is being charged with conspiracy to kill Americans, destruction of aircraft, and murder.
Good.
In 96,
Good riddance.
Good.
Havana
I like the
full of
good.
Cuban-American exiles leaving Miami who were trying to save their brothers from Castro's clutches.
For nearly 30 years, the families of 4 murdered Americans have waited for justice. They were unarmed civilians and were flying humanitarian missions for the rescue and protection of people fleeing oppression.
See, that's real humanitarian aid. Not like the Hassan Piker, Gucci communist billionaire version of humanitarian aid. Where they go to Cuba and they sing these little gay songs and they do propaganda for the oppressors, right? Like, do not fall for this psyop, man.
Across the Florida Straits. As alleged in the indictment, Raul Castro and 5 co-defendants participated in a conspiracy that ended with Cuban military aircraft firing missiles at those civilian planes and killing 4 Americans.
Yeah.
The Florida grand
humbly fuck yourself, Mr. Castro. We are going to destroy you.
jury was presented evidence of Raul Castro ordering the hit. U.S. intelligence has him on tape.
Wow.
The President of the United States has a lot of balls in the air, but he's been thinking a lot about that island, 90 miles off our coast.
Bro, we're getting a Marcus Rubius presidency coming soon.
We have Cuba on our mind. Very important. Been a lot of problem for a lot of years, and this was I think it was a very big moment for people that, not only Cuban Americans, but people that came from Cuba that want to go back to Cuba, people that want to see their family in Cuba. I think this is a very big day, very important day.
CIA Director John Ratcliffe was just in Havana last week, meeting with Cuban officials, including Raul's grandson. Ratcliffe gave the Cubans a do-or-die.
First of all, this guy probably needs to be reloaded. Yeah.
Celebrating Cuban Independence Day. He sent a message offering the Cuban people an olive branch.
There it is.
In the U.S., we are ready to open a new chapter.
That's our guy. That is our dude. That's Marcus Rubius. Cuba has been fucking around with us for a very long time, and they are about to find out. You do not kill our people. You do not blow up Americans. You do not get siphoned terrorism from Iran and Russia in our hemisphere, because this hemisphere belongs to us. And they try to, help their reputation. Oh, we'll just help our reputation. We'll just get these commie jihadis in our fucking to do little gay dance parties. Trying to free Palestine from...
Oh, I gotta pick up the mushroom stuff, so...
Brothers. Look, man, I really hope my tax dollars are going to overthrow a communist regime and terrorist hotspots literally in our backyard. I'm okay with
Oh,
it.
fucking cops.
I'm totally fine with that, actually. I'm okay with having complete hemispheric dominance. Yeah, that sounds pretty awesome to me. American empire is back, baby. Now, the worst people are really mad that we are the hegemon and the most powerful country on the planet. But unfortunately for them, that will continue, all right? We will continue blowing up terrorists until morale improves. Fuck you very much.
Did you see the update on that one judge? An attorney emailed him asking him to apologize to the IT guy, but the judge ordered the attorney to come to court. I did not see that. My boy Judge...
What?
One of the most ridiculous things that we have seen in response to the passage of the Big Beautiful Bill, and of course the work requirement, which by the way is only 20 hours a week. Half of a full-time job is what you're required to have if you're an able-bodied adult with no dependents in order to still receive food stamps, is the fact that we have just witnessed an unbelievable amount of entitlement from individuals who just refuse to do that. I remember when a local news media segment, or maybe it was even a national media segment, interviewed a guy who said that he was like 38 years old, had no kids, was perfectly able-bodied, and he was really angry at the fact that the Trump administration actually expected him to do something in order to receive public benefits.
That's some bull.
Nelson Scott is on the verge of losing access to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP.
He is 38, not disabled, doesn't have any kids, doesn't go to school, and doesn't have a job. Those are just some of the reasons he is no longer eligible for SNAP benefits.
How much did SNAP help you?
It helped me a lot. I get $292 a month.
Y'all don't do no work, no work.
And by the end of that segment, he's like, well, you expected me to work, but you ain't provided me no job, as if that was some kind of brilliant retort to, again, a requirement that makes perfect sense.
Scott tells me, as a convicted felon, getting a job isn't easy.
I will get one if y'all give me one. Y'all be felony friendly and hire us.
Everybody want to earn, but don't want to learn.
Now, while that was an extreme example, it's like a normal level of entitlement that we see in our society when it comes to these public welfare programs. However, this story out of New York is probably one of the most insane things I've ever heard in my entire life. It's one of those somebody poses as a high school student, but instead of doing so for like perverse reasons, as we've seen in a bunch of other stories where it's like a 28-year-old guy that's posing as a 16-year-old and you realize that he has a girlfriend in high school and this dude needs to be put in jail for the rest of his life, maybe even put under the prison. This woman in this particular tale decided that she was going to pose as a 16-year-old in order to get public welfare benefits. Guys, it's just 20 hours a week. You can get a job at McDonald's. You can get a job at Walgreens as a cashier. There are jobs available in order for you to get these welfare perks. It's not that difficult, and again, you're spending so much more time and energy crafting a fake name and identity in order to actually do this than, you know, go to work. But hey, what do I know? Because apparently this was the path that this lady chose, because anything but part-time work would be suitable for her. And this is what we're going to talk about today. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay?
28-year-old woman was impersonating a teenager. She successfully enrolled at this school, and her name is Casey Klassen.
Now, more than a week later, we're finding out she allegedly lied about her identity and impersonated a teen. Now, according to the criminal complaint, Klassen is facing criminal impersonation and trespassing.
I have to park it on level ground, I guess, huh?
So she pled not guilty to both.
So obviously I have to say this because if I don't, your preverse will just go crazy in my comments. But Lindsay Tanny, obviously an attractive local news reporter, gotta give her credit where credit is due. But as she just described right there, we have a 16-year-old who was arrested for posing as a high school student. And by the way, she was caught in one of the most ridiculously obvious ways because she had a Facebook profile that had her actual name. And also, this is where I need to bring up race, but I assure you it is not for no reason, because this woman's actual name versus the name that she was posing as, very different in terms of racial origin. We will just say that.
The document goes on to say on April 13th, she enrolled as a student at Westchester Square Academy under the name Shamara Rashad with the birthday March 8th, 2010.
Yeah, you heard that right. This woman chose the identity Shamara Rashad to enroll in this school. Her real name is actually Casey Klassen, again, a much wider name for a much wider individual. And the only reason I could think that she actually chose this name is that it appears she's actually enrolled in a school with a high number of black students, and maybe she was trying to not only trans his age, but also transracialize this whole thing. And by the way, this girl actually decided, or woman actually, she's 28 years old, that she was going to do this for not only the food stamp benefits, but specifically for the New York welfare benefits that are more generous in that state versus her home state. She actually moved from Ohio to New York to enroll in this school in order to take advantage of the welfare benefits. And again, one of the most harebrained schemes I've ever seen in my entire life. But to be fair, if you actually look at this photo, which apparently comes from her Facebook page, which by the way is the reason she was actually caught, she does actually look pretty young. Like, you could buy that this was a 16-year-old student, and in fact, a lot of the classmates of this particular girl definitely did buy into the fact that she was 16 years old.
I really puts a danger to our school, and yeah, just don't do that.
So I don't know what's up with the first student that they're interviewing. She has her phone in front of her face. I don't know if she's live streaming, filming the news crew to post on social media later, or if she's trying to hide her identity. And if she is trying to hide her identity, then why would she agree to do the interview? To me, that makes no sense at all whatsoever. But maybe she's worried, like we see in those other local news segments, that the 28-year-old posing as a 16-year-old will actually target her for retribution, like she's some part of a gang or something of the sort. Again, we don't have a lot of information on her reputation as a student, but to me, she looks like a 16-year-old, but she looks like quite a nerdy 16-year-old. Then they cut to this other kid who honestly might be the hero of the entire segment.
This is insane. I don't know how they're in. She's 30 years old. She looks 16, guys. Be careful and check IDs.
Honestly, seeing that interview right there legitimately cracked me up, especially when she was like, y'all need to check IDs out here. It's dangerous. Again, hilarious in every possible way. And if there was a GoFundMe or Give, Send, Go for this young lady's university fund, I would definitely be encouraging you to donate to it because that was amazing. That was impressive. And by the way, she even blew a kiss at the end of that, like her sign-off right there. This young lady definitely going places. She absolutely knew the assignment. She knew she had to ham it up, and she 100% delivered. And yeah, credit where credit is due for making a weird story all that much more entertaining. Now, of course, like I said earlier in this video, the motivation behind this appears to be that Casey Classen did not want to work. She didn't want to do the 20 hours food stamp thing, so she came up with this scheme where she enrolled in the school. By the way, she enrolled on April 13th, 2026, and was immediately caught. She was caught so shortly after that she should be embarrassed, and even though she's pled not guilty at this moment in time, because at this point, these are allegations and not facts.
False allegations and not facts.
I want to point out that she's either 16 years old or 28 years old, so even though we say allegedly, that is only because as of right now, she has not been convicted of this crime. Now, of course, it's New York State. They probably released her back due to bail reform into society. She's probably at some other school right now trying to do book learning and whatnot. But again, I will ask you, Casey Classen, if this is true, if these are not just allegations, why not just get a job? Why not just go to work? Why not just live off of the generous welfare benefits that you would have afforded to you as an adult? Did you really have to pose as a 16-year-old in order to collect food stamps? And by the way, this girl had no plan. She didn't even private her Facebook page. She didn't even take down her photo. And the principal, when confronting her, said, "That's you." She said, "No, it wasn't." And then when he was like, "Okay, are you trying to say that's your sister?" She said, "Yeah, I'm gonna go with that." But then it was like, why do you have a completely different last name than her? Why is your name one of the blackest names in the entire school? Honestly, it's a bit offensive that you're Shamara Rashad when you're saying your sister, who looks identical to you, is Casey Classen. And she had no retort, and she just rolled over and apparently, according to the principal, admitted that she is Casey Classen. She is 28 years old. She is not Shamara Rashad. She is not 16-year-old. And again, one of the most awkward written statements I've ever read in one of these articles, but it was basically like that.
Said, "My name is Shamara Rashad. I'm 16 years old. I'm from Ohio. I came to New York with my sister." Then he showed her the Facebook page and asked if that was her. She said, "Yes, my real name is Casey Classen. My real date of birth is July 29th, 1997. I'm not Shamara Rashad. I'm not 16 years old. I lied about my identity because my friend forced me to. She was using me to receive more public assistance."
So I was actually going to wrap it here, but I pulled up this New York Post article, thinking to myself that this story wasn't going to get any goofier if I looked into it even further, but it absolutely did, because it turns out this 28-year-old woman isn't somebody with no dependents that wanted to mooch more off of welfare. She's a mother. She has child. This woman has a kid, and she basically decided to reject all manner of adulthood in order to spend her time in high school, and one can only imagine where her child is. And again, this is a scheme to maximize benefits that has so much additional risk, so much additional consequences, because it's fraud, by the way, if you guys don't know, to enroll yourself into a school as an adult. It's actually pretty serious in terms of a crime. It's not just the trespassing charges that she's facing, but what was she doing with her child at that moment in time? What were people in the neighborhood thinking? I believe this is a school that has uniforms, when they were watching the mother of a child that moved into the neighborhood go to school in a school uniform after presumably and hopefully dropping off the child with somebody to care for her or at school. Again, I don't know the age of the child. Again, it doesn't make a lot of sense. It's absolutely crazy, but this is what these people will do rather than just get a job, rather than just work part-time for 20 hours a week. The welfare cheats be cheating, and yeah, this is one of the most ridiculous representations of that. But you know what? Those are just my thoughts. I want to know what you guys think down in the comments below. As usual, if you like this video, show them by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on the social media, support me via support links in the description of this video. This has been me talking about a maddening story out of New York. Until next time.
All right, I got 4 batches of super shrooms.
Sometimes I don't want to come home.
You at home, imagine feeling trapped in your own home with a person you can't get to leave. It is a nightmare. An elderly homeowner in Dorchester says
We just assume that everybody who makes an incredible amount of money stole it.
Here is Joe Rogan criticizing AOC and the Dems that they just simply don't understand the basics around the economy.
I'm not a businessman, although I kind of am.
You are.
I kind of am, in some weird way. I've become a businessman.
Yeah.
But this idea that it's easy to become a billionaire and that these billionaires somehow or another are the problem because they're not paying their fair share is so weird that's a narrative that actually gets pushed through when you look at the actual numbers of the tax base and how much they contribute and how many jobs they provide. And yeah, they make more money than everybody else, right? You could do that too. It's like, this is one of the things that America is really good at. You can come from nothing and become incredibly wealthy if you figure something out and go. And we just assume that everybody who makes an incredible amount of money stole it.
Right.
That they robbed someone, that someone, the only, like, this is a narrative that gets pushed along democratic socialists, that no one achieves that. I think I literally heard AOC say this recently, that no one achieves substantial wealth without somehow or another victimizing other people.
Yeah. And then Jeff Bezos is the obvious counterexample, which is like every time you do the one click and the thing gets delivered to you 2 hours later at the cheapest possible price. Saving you and your family a lot of time and money.
But at the expense of small mom and pop stores, allegedly.
Although a lot of them sell on Amazon. There's a lot of small businesses sell on Amazon. No, look, 100%. The other thing you can do is you can compare and contrast to other countries that have more draconian policies in the direction that those folks are suggesting. And so Europe in particular, many European countries have a much more draconian, are much even more hostile to business, and the result is they are much poorer. Their slower growth are actually shrinking. The people there are much less well off. There's much less funding for social programs, and so you can also do the cross-country comparison, which I think kind of gets up the.
Americans love sushi. Over the last 20 years, raw fish consumption has exploded. Sushi's everywhere, from restaurants to grocery stores, even to gas stations. But here's the hidden risk that most people never think about: parasites. Salmon, one of the world's most popular fish, naturally contains dozens of parasites. Many are microscopic and can make their way into the human body, sometimes lingering for years before symptoms appear. That's why more physicians are raising awareness about parasite exposure. Dr. Peter McCullough recommends doing a parasite cleanse at least once a year as a preventative measure. The wellness company offers a prescription parasite cleanse with compounded ivermectin and mebendazole. Ivermectin works by paralyzing parasites, while mebendazole helps starve them. Each capsule contains 25 milligrams of ivermectin and 250 mgs of mebendazole, and every batch is lab tested for quality. There's now a more affordable 45 capsule option that costs $250 less than the original package while still giving you 2 21-day cleanse cycles. Go to twc.health/Ruben and use code Ruben to save $52 plus free shipping.
Should note the guy that Rogan's talking to there is billionaire tech VC guy Mark Andreessen, and I'll just tell you a little insider thing. I don't think Mark would mind that much, but when I was building Locals, I tried to get him to invest, and he offered only $10,000, which obviously wasn't going to help us any which way, because I would have had to give him some portion of the company for that. So he missed the ball on that one. So they make mistakes, but that's actually the point. That these guys, they throw money at all sorts of things, hoping some are going to hit. And guess what? A very small percentage of startups, a very small percentage, a smaller percentage of tech companies survive, right? So you're seeding things and seeing what works, so you often lose plenty of money. But Rogan's completely right that AOC did say that. Remember, it was just, 2 weeks ago? She was talking about how you can't become a billionaire without, stealing from the workers and everything else. It's like Elon Musk, we checked the numbers, is currently employing 144,000 people. I'm going to go out on a limb and say 0 of them are pissed at Elon Musk, right? I have 2 Teslas. Every time I go to the showroom, or I go, you go to the mall and they have a Tesla showroom, these are the happiest people ever. They love the product. They love working there. It's so cool, like everything he's now done with X. You know who doesn't like Elon Musk? It's his former employees, the people that he had to fire at X when they fired half the staff because they weren't even doing anything, or they were actively trying to undermine the company. But just this idea that if you're in the 1%, and remember, Bernie used to rail against millionaires, then he became a millionaire, so started railing against billionaires. The 1% pay 47% of taxes. So what would be the fair share? So every time one of these people says fair share, they're a liar and a buffoon. Simple as that, like full stop on that.
On June 11th, the Rubin Report will be live at the Fillmore Miami Beach with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, Ben Shapiro, Adam Carolla, Jillian Michaels, and little old me. Seats are limited and going fast, so if you've been watching the show and want to experience it live, scan the QR code right over here and grab your tickets. I'll see you there.
Where do you see what I can do with my mouth?
Adam Carolla is one of the most successful comedians around. His crass humor was controversial when he hosted Loveline and The Man Show. Now he talks more about what's in the news.
If AOC was fat and in her 60s, would anyone listen to another thing she ever said?
I don't think so. But he's saying that makes some people very angry.
You don't know anything.
Carolla says he doesn't care when people get upset. We recently posted a short video with him, but he has much more to say. So here's our full interview.
You're a busy guy. You host 5 podcasts, now a new book. Everything reminds me of something. Advice, answers, but no apologies. Why is that important?
Well, I realize that apologizing just leads to more apologizing. It used to lead to an end. So, back in the day, you remember, let's say, the year 2000, if somebody got slapped on the wrist and got caught, their hand in the cookie jar, then they would just go out and issue an apology, and then their life would return to normal. That no longer works. You apologize, and then they fire you. That's how it works. So everyone who apologizes now is a fool, because you're going to get fired or canceled anyway. You will then also have a target, which is you will fall into the group of people who apologize. See, the people who want you to apologize, they don't really want you to apologize because they're offended at whatever it is you said. They just want dominion over you. So they don't really care what you said. Think about how many white people are outraged over something somebody said about the Latin community or the Asian community or the black community. That's not even their community. They're not really outraged. They want you to apologize because they want dominion over you. And once you apologize, they just keep coming back like a stray cat, and you put a saucer of milk out on the back porch. If you let them know you don't apologize, they immediately leave you alone. So no one asks me for an apology because I've made it clear I don't apologize, and they won't ask Dave Chappelle to apologize. Once you make it clear, then that's that.
What do they want you to apologize for?
Well, it could be anything you've said regarding any number of issues, cultural, political, whatever. It just, whatever's new. Could be George Floyd, could be January 6th, could be something about the transgender community.
I'll give you a couple specifics. You said you think men are funnier than women.
Well, that's a very good point. Now, let me explain that one. And let me explain how the media works. I did an interview for one of my books about 13 years ago. And they said at the very end of the interview, who's funnier, men or women? And I said, well, if I have to pick, because I don't like when people give answers where people go, both. It's equal. Everything is equal, which would statistically be almost impossible. Men and women are exactly equally funny. So I said, men are funnier, but Sarah Silverman, who I actually did a show with last night, and Kathy Griffin are funnier than any guy who went to my high school. So I would say men overall, it has to do with trying to attract women. It's men will do anything to have sex, and a sense of humor on a man attracts women versus a sense of humor on a woman doesn't attract men in the kind of numbers that we're talking about here. So I said men, but I know many women that are funnier than any guy I grew up with. And then they just made that. It went to men are funnier than women, and then it morphed into women aren't funny. That's what the headline was. Adam Carolla says women aren't funny. And now that's just, that's how it is. There's good people on both sides. That's basically how that turned out for me.
You said if AOC were fat and in her 60s, no one would listen to her.
That's true. That's 100% true.
It is, and you get castigated for that.
Who are you to judge political issues? You don't know anything.
It's very predatory and creepy.
He projects his sexism onto others. He thinks the only reason I would care is because she's hot.
These talk show hosts saying, that's so sexist, but it's just true. And because she speaks well, she doesn't go, like most of the politicians do.
Yes, she's skilled, and she has an aesthetic, and she's young, and she's very appealing. And if she was in her 60s and husky and from Minnesota, nobody would listen to a word she ever said because she sounds like an idiot. She says insane things, and she would be labeled as a fat old kook. But she's very pretty, and she has beautiful eyes, and people are dumb, and they listen to her. Now, people get angry at me, but I'm simply stating the truth, and it's also the truth as they know it. They know it's true, otherwise they wouldn't get so angry. They get angry because they know it's true, not because I know it's true.
When they come after you, you say, you don't care. And you really don't care?
No, I don't care because I can't control it. I can control what I say. I can't control how they react to what I say. So I can control what I say, and that's all I can control. I don't really have a choice as to what I say. It has to be the truth all the time. That's it. I'm a comedian. It's a sacred oath I took. It's what I do. I used to be a carpenter. I could go back, the day I stopped speaking my mind, I will go back to swinging a hammer.
I doubt that will happen. But I'm still stuck on you saying you don't care because I care. But part of it's just habit because when I worked for NBC...
All right, hang on. I got to run to the bathroom.
Fox, if I pissed off the wrong group, I would have been fired. And now I have my own thing, these videos, and I can't be fired. but I still cringe at the thought of being portrayed as a racist or sexist in the general media. And it looks like you don't. It just rolls off you.
Well, there's a couple things. One is I care to the extent that if you woke me up on any given morning and said, would you rather Twitter be saying bad things about you or nothing about you? I would always say nothing. Like, I'm a human being. I would care. I think what we're talking about, and maybe we can break it down, is there's a personal kind of care and a professional kind of care. The professional kind of care is I'm going to get fired or deplatformed or lose sponsorship, or, you know, money will be withheld from me because of something I said. That's a professional kind of care. And then there's a personal kind of care. Hey, people are just out there saying you're a bad person and misinterpreting what you said and so on and so forth. And I have essentially removed myself from the professional caring through, you know, writing my own books and doing my own stand-up and doing my own podcasts and stuff. I mean, I make documentaries that are never allowed to get into Sundance, and that hurts me professionally. But, you know, by and large, I'm able to navigate life professionally, so I don't care. Personally, I care, but I think it's a matter of degree. You know, I have a twin, boy-girl. Son and daughter, they're both 16. My daughter cares a lot more what people think of her than my son does. My son cares to some degree. My daughter cares a lot. And I think that's just built in. And I just happen to be wired not to care as long as I'm right. If I said no one would listen to AOC if she was fat and 60 from Minnesota, if I know I'm 100% right, then I'm done with the process. You will then say whatever you want to say about me regarding that. I've been correct. I've been the person that said the earth is round. And I could have 1,000 people in an auditorium screaming the earth is flat, and I don't care because I happen to be correct. And then what about the person that said the earth is round and everyone around them said it was flat? Should they not say it? Should they care what people think? How would that person navigate life?
Well, I heard you talking on your podcast about some of this, and I too have a son and daughter, and similar differences.
I'm back.
One thing you're not allowed to say is that men and women are biologically just different, personality-wise different.
Yeah. Well, I will. I mean, I don't know what the rules are. The rules change every 5 minutes. I think the rules are basically put in place to try to knock guys like us off our game, because you say, you know, Latino, and they go, Latinx, and you go, what happened? What did I do wrong? Oh, you screwed up. You know, they're just there to screw people up, so I tend not to listen.
Just to explain that to the audience who doesn't follow it that closely, this new word, instead of Latina or Latin persons, Latinx, which you're supposed to say, and no Latin person uses it or likes it, but that's the proper term.
Yes, this was dreamt up by white women and bequeathed to the Latino community, and they've rejected it, but we don't really care. We'll think for them. It's a very bigoted way to go through life.
I ran into this more than 20 years ago when I was on 2020, and this was just beginning, I think, and that I did a documentary called Boys and Girls Are Different, and some of the 2020 producers were outraged by that. And shortly after, I was assigned a story at Brown University where a kid had been suspended for sexual misconduct, and he had had sex with a woman who was intoxicated. And of course, the message now is you can't do that because she's not really consenting. But this woman, and he said consented, she the next morning gave him her phone number. And then weeks later, she accused him of rape. So I went to the campus. I wanted to ask, well, what's the new
definition of rape and have a discussion about it.
I'm just trying to educate myself and other people listening.
But the Women's Studies Department, hearing I was coming, had labeled me a woman hater for having done this documentary saying we are different. And when I got there, they were screaming, rape is not TV hype.
Rape is not TV hype!
And I couldn't even ask people over the noise.
Can I ask you why you're screaming that?
Rape is not TV hype! Come on, everybody, louder!
Eventually one pulled out my mic cord. And it was this new culture that the other side should not be allowed to speak.
I believe that they would let the other side speak if they thought they could beat them in a debate. They don't. They know it. It's not about what you're saying is dangerous. It's more like you have points and sides that are indefensible, and you're not going to be able to make your point. And this is something that goes on all the time. You know, I remember I was watching Bill Maher's show a year or so ago. I think Adam Schiff was a guest, and he's a politician. It's kind of he was kind of the tip of the spear of you know, the Russian collusion thing, and now he's the tip of the spear with January 6th. And Bill Maher said, look, you come on our show. I see you on CNN every night. I see you on MSNBC every night. Fine, you're preaching to the choir. Why don't you go on Tucker Carlson or Sean Hannity's show? Go on their show and make your point. Meaning, hey, Dr. Fauci's thing was the only people that are not being vaccinated are these right-wing, Fox-watching Trump supporters. Well, then go on Tucker Carlson, Fauci, and make your point to the people who need to hear your point. Don't go back on to MSNBC where everyone is triple vaxxed. Go make it there. He doesn't go there because he knows he'd get pushback there and he'd probably get beaten up there. But Bill Maher said to Adam Schiff, I wish you would go on Hannity. I wish they would let you on Hannity. And he muttered under his breath, he'd been invited many times, but he won't go over there because Hannity would probably destroy him. And then there's this thing where it's like, well, I can't go on there because I won't be treated fairly. What do you mean treated fairly? How could you treat me in this interview? You know, I mean, you could say whatever you wanted, John, but I would have the right to give you my point, defend my position. You know, you could have been outraged over my AOC declaration, and I would have went, all right, sorry you're outraged, but I stand by what I was saying, and I think if you're intellectually honest, or I gave you 2 beers, you would agree with me.
It is a new thing in the media not to talk to the other side. All my career, we would have confrontations, and we'd learn from that. And this was even true, I found, at Fox. I wanted to talk about legalizing drugs, and I'd go on Hannity once, and then he didn't want to do it again. Everybody wants people who they can just totally mock, or people who agree with them.
Well, I agree with you as somebody who's, you know, debated a few people. When you're going to a bar, you want to sit next to a guy who's a Steelers fan. If you're a Steelers fan, it's a better, more enjoyable afternoon. That's why they have Steelers bars and Patriots bars. They have Steeler Patriots bars where it's 50-50. You go in there, you put your jersey on, everyone cheers, and you're welcome. And I get it. That's a human wiring. Who I would want to go out to dinner with people I agree with more so than I would want to go out to dinner. But occasionally, and it's part of your job, you have to invite somebody over from the Patriots bar to sit next to you and watch the game, and you can have a robust debate on who's the better team.
Well, I wish we could have more of that. Let's shift gears a little bit, talk about regulation.
You worked in construction, as you mentioned.
I was a carpenter a long time before I was a comedian.
The first part of my life I spent in construction, and I did it every day for well over a decade.
Don't whack that and put the nut on it first, you idiot. You're gonna screw up the threads.
And that woke you up about government and government keeping us safe?
Yes, to a certain degree. I mean, pulling the permit process in Los Angeles is, as you could imagine, insane. It's almost stifling, I guess. I went out to dinner with Suzanne Summers and her husband Alan a couple of weeks ago, and they lived in Malibu their whole life. And they love Malibu. And as a matter of fact, I met them in Malibu because they returned to Malibu, but they live in Palm Springs now. And I said, why'd you leave Malibu? And they said, well, during the big fire a few years ago, our house burned to the ground. And I said, okay, so why not rebuild and stay in Malibu? And they said, oh, the Coastal Commission, the permitting process, we're too old. It takes years just in permitting. And then they have to put it to a community vote, and it's stifling. And I don't think people understand that and how it affects the community. We have a housing crisis. There's not enough homes. Homes are too expensive, right? Because we don't let people build complexes and units. It's so stifling. It's bizarre to me that California is the most regulated state. California is supposed to be the let your freak flag fly state. Like, come here and do anything. All I say to everyone, if you live in Santa Monica in a rent-controlled apartment, fine, love the government. But buy a home and attempt to add a master bedroom to it and pull a permit in Santa Monica, and then tell me what you think of the government. But listen to this little thought experiment. Carroll Shelby, the great car racer, the man who invented the Shelby Cobra, he is from Texas. He's a Texas guy. He came to Venice Beach, California in 1964 so he could build cars. Could you imagine going from Texas to California, to Venice Beach, California, to start a business where you manufactured something today?
They used to, but no, you're right. Today it goes the other way. And yet people like these rules when you talk about safety rules. And we have a clip from where a regulator from the San Diego County Safety Department says,
all the inspections as mandated by the state are for the safety of the public and the livability of these houses.
Here's the problem with this as it pertains to California or anywhere. Yes, there are regulations that make sense. If you I used to do earthquake rehab. There are earthquakes in California. When you pour concrete, it should have rebar in it, probably number 4 or number 5 rebar spread out at such and such intervals. Because when you see these places, Mexico or Haiti or someplace that have an earthquake and you see the whole place is demolished, that's because their concrete was unreinforced. That's because they don't have, shear anchors and tension anchors and all thread and all the stuff we would use, which is fine. I get it. We should have a certain amount. The question is when do you stop? And we never stop. And I'll use an example of the beach. The beach used to have a sign when you entered the beach, and it said, no fireworks. That was 25 years ago.
Israel's turned Gaza into a hellscape. At least 8,000 children have died. These are gigantic and horrendous numbers of children being killed. Do you not have any qualms about the number of children being killed?
Queen Rania, the only piece of advice she has for anyone is how to marry a king. If Jordan cared at all for the Palestinian people, they would take them in. Every country that takes in the Palestinians gets terror. It happened in Egypt, it happened in Jordan, it happened in Syria, it happened in Lebanon, it happened in Tunisia, on and on. That's why these people don't really care about their fellow Muslims. They just care about hating Jews.
Well, one of the greatest speakers of our generation is clearly the great Douglas Murray. Let's listen to Douglas Murray do his magic on the Piers Morgan show against Cenk Uygur. And of course, I'd like to hear what you have to say about this, so don't forget to leave your comments below. And of course, subscribe to this channel. We'll talk to you on the other end of the video.
Does anything that's been happening make you think Israel needs to execute this war differently?
No, and I think that most of the people who think they know how to execute this war have never executed a war. Indeed, most people who think they know how the IDF should be running this conflict have never been near a conflict. I'm in Israel tonight. I was in Gaza again yesterday. And the examples that you give, by the way, Piers, I don't see why they show any need to prosecute the war itself differently. I mean, just to take one of them, the first example you give, the absolutely tragic, awful shooting of these 3 hostages as they were coming out. But, you know, some of the spin that's been put on that in the world, apart from the glee, of course, that Israel's enemies can't help expressing, some of the spin on that is almost as if it shows the IDF is sort of so brutal that it even kills Hamas hostages who are Israeli. I just think this is another example of the international media and others just having this astounding lack of empathy for the Israeli people. Can you imagine what it was like for those soldiers who were in Gaza, knowing that at any point there were snipers, there are booby traps everywhere, people coming out of tunnels that they've built at British and American taxpayer expenses and attacking them? Can you imagine what it was like for the soldiers who, in that terrible moment, made the life-changing mistake of shooting 3 people who turned out to be Hamas hostages?
Why would they, but Douglas, on that, why would they shoot anyone who was shirtless and waving an SOS flag? I mean, why would whoever they were, whether they were Israeli hostages or whether they thought they were Palestinians, why would anyone shoot anyone who comes out like that? That's my point.
That'll be a matter for the inquiry into it. But, you know, look, it's hardly as if they'd have wanted to have done that. What this demonstrates is, in this incredibly close conflict in a heavily built-up area, people coming out from all sides, firing, shooting, detonating, people make mistakes. Of course they do. That's just a human reality of war, horrible as it is. I don't think it shows in any way that Israel is prosecuting this war wrongly. As for the main issue of the war, the main issue of the war is to destroy Hamas. No Israeli of left or right or center believes anymore after October the 7th they can live beside Hamas. Hamas has been given the statelet of Gaza. It was given it in 2006, voted in, then killed their fellow Palestinians in a coup, killed Fatah rivals, and they've run the Gaza for almost 18 years now. And they've produced a new generation of people whose main aim in life, it seems, according to their textbooks and their classes, is to regard Jews as enemies who should be killed. This is just an unbelievable waste, a waste of life on every side. But apart from anything else, a waste of those Palestinian lives, of children who grew up under Hamas's rule, if you can call it that, who have been indoctrinated into becoming sociopaths by a psychopathic terror organization, Hamas.
All right, Cenk, you've been listening to that. Is there anything that Douglas said that you agree with?
No, nothing.
Not even about the way Hamas has presided over Gaza in the last 18 years?
Yeah. So that's a weapon of mass distraction. It's Israel doing genocide on the Palestinians right now. And there's IDF soldiers singing and in video that the IDF has confirmed about how they're going to wipe out the seed of Amalek. That is a verse in the old Hebrew Bible that talks about exterminating Amalek. So they're talking about genocide against Palestinians. Benjamin Netanyahu has also talked about wiping out Amalek. These are open calls for genocide. What I find stunning, Douglas mentioned stunning lack of empathy. There's 20,000 dead people in Palestine right now in Gaza. Over 8,000 of them are children. When 36 Israeli children were killed by Hamas, the world cried out, and I was brokenhearted over it. 36 poor kids dead in Israel. Now there's over 8,000 dead kids in Gaza. You want to talk about a stunning lack of empathy. 6,400 women slaughtered in Gaza. You want to talk about terrorism? They're dropping unguided bombs, 2,000-pound bombs. Every one of those bombs is an act of terrorism. And the stunning lack of empathy towards Palestinian lives is disgusting. But I want to be clear, it is not shared by all Israelis. The dad of one of the hostages who was killed went on Israeli television and said, stop killing them. And he didn't mean the hostages. He meant the Palestinians.
All right, but Jake, let me just jump in. But before I go back to Douglas' response to this.
Reply to that, Piers.
Yeah, I will let you reply to that. On this issue of genocide, do you accept, though, that Hamas's whole raison d'etre when it comes to Israel is genocide? They want to eradicate Israel and kill as many Jews as they can. I mean, they've made no secret of this.
Yeah, so this is really important. So I have no sympathy for Hamas. So I'm not interested in defending Hamas. I think that's nothing but a distraction. Because right now they're not fighting Hamas. They're just killing Palestinian
Well, they're
civilians.
also killing Hamas terrorists. They are. I mean, they're killing thousands of them.
Barely. No, wait a minute. Barely. But let's go to your main point, okay? So the main point is, well, Hamas threatens X, Y, and Z and has killed 1,200 people on October 7th. So that is why we have to all worry about what Hamas might do
I don't think it's simple as that.
Hold on, let me finish the point. Let me finish the point. Let me finish the point. At what they might do if they had infinite power, the kind of power that Israel has. Meanwhile, Israel is actually doing the genocide, is actually preventing a Palestinian state and saying you are not allowed to exist, and if you dare try to exist, we'll kill 20,000 of your children and women.
All right, Douglas, respond to that.
Several things. First of all, anyone who uses the term genocide in this context simply doesn't know what they're talking about, or is a malevolent actor. I don't know if Mr. Uyghur's traveled at all in his life, how far he's traveled, how many conflicts he's seen, but I'd have guessed none. And you clearly know nothing about this particular conflict, and you've obviously seen none of it. The genocide that you describe is such a smear and a libel against the Jewish state. If Israel wanted to commit genocide, I'm sure it could, but it doesn't. It doesn't remotely want to. And people like you and other pro-Palestinian propagandists have spent years claiming that Israel is committing genocide in the Gaza. By the way, the weirdest thing about this claim is that the population of the Gaza has grown by 1 million in the last 15 or so years. So if Israel was trying to carry out a genocide, it's either the worst perpetrator of genocide ever or uniquely poor at performing that task. None of the stats support that ridiculous claim. It's such a weird smear and a libel of Israel. Secondly, of course, you've just rattled off Hamas figures, as everyone of your kind always does. Thirdly, you said that the world cried, you said the people like you who cover for the Palestinian extremists. Thirdly, you said that the world cried out for the 36 Israeli dead children. No, they didn't, and you know that very well. You know that very well. If you put up a poster to a missing dog in any Western city, that poster stays up. In city after city in America, posters of abducted Jewish children, including a 10-month-old baby, were put up and were ripped down by people who have been indoctrinated into hate of Jews. Nobody would rip down the poster of a missing dog, but from Dublin to Berkeley, they ripped down posters of abducted Jewish children. So no, I don't think there was
Douglas,
very much care for that
Let me put this to you, Douglas.
Let me make two other very quick points. Firstly, you said what Hamas might do as if it was some kind of hypothetical. Hamas showed what they do, what they want to do. It showed it on October the 7th, and its leadership, as I'm sure you very well know, said that they would like to repeat that again and again until they have got rid of every Jew. So, I don't know. I would trust Hamas's word on that rather than your interpretation of what you think they mean when they say that, and your generous interpretation of what you think that means. And finally, as for preventing a Palestinian state, it is nonsense that the Israelis have prevented a Palestinian state. They gave the Gazans a Palestinian state in 2005. They gave them a Palestinian state in 2005 when every Jewish person was ripped from their homes in the Gaza by IDF soldiers. And the Palestinian people were given a state. And what did they do? They voted in Hamas, who then killed their fellow Palestinians, never had another election, and used all the billions of dollars of taxpayer funds from the US, UK, and Europe to build terror tunnels and to enrich themselves so they could live the life of luxury in Qatar. Again and again, the reason there is not a Palestinian state is because the Palestinian leadership doesn't want one.
Okay,
It
Douglas,
didn't want one in
right,
1947,
Douglas.
it preferred war, and it doesn't want one now.
Douglas, let me put one point to you raised by Queen Rania of Jordan in a new piece for, I think it was the Washington Post. In just over 2 months, she said Israel's turned Gaza into a hellscape. At least 8,000 children have died, more than the death tolls of Pearl Harbor, September the 11th, and Hurricane Katrina combined. These are gigantic and horrendous numbers of children being killed. Do you not have any qualms about the number of children being killed? I mean, does it not suggest that Israel...
I want to hear Queen Rania talking about this as much as I want to hear Queen Camilla or Meghan Markle. I mean, it's pathetic. Queen Rania is holding on to her own position in Jordan. The only piece of advice she has for anyone is how to marry a king. Queen Rania herself is just playing a very nasty political game. If she cared at all, and I would pose this to all the states in the region, if Jordan cared at all for the Palestinian people, they would take them in.
All right,
they would
Jack,
take them in.
let me
They
get
don't
Jack-
want them.
let me
If
get
the
Jack-
Egyptians wanted them, they'd take them in, but they don't. You know why? Because every country that takes in the Palestinians gets terror. It happened in Egypt, it happened in Jordan, it happened in Syria, it happened in Lebanon, it happened in Tunisia, on and on. That's why these people don't really care about their fellow Muslims. They just care about hating Jews.
All right, Jake, your response.
Yeah, so you asked if he cared about 8,000 dead babies, and his answer was no. Queen Rania bothers me, so complete non-answer, because he doesn't care. He doesn't think that Palestinians' lives are worth anything. He just called them all terrorists, and this is what they always do.
Yeah, there you go.
So hold on, I let you talk for a long time, so why don't you shut up for a second? So
Why are you so
we've
angry?
got all of these dead babies. We've got all of these dead babies that this monster doesn't care about. He says keep bombing them. A former intelligence officer said in the Israeli press they're using AI in a program called The Gospel, where he said it's basically a mass assassination factory. And we could all see it with our own eyes. And you can do all the propaganda you want. No one believes your nonsense. We see all the dead women. We see all the dead children. Now Israel has killed 20 times the number of civilians that Hamas killed. So would I want Hamas in charge of Israel? Never, never. I don't trust them, and I don't believe that they would be benign. So all of this propaganda about, people don't mind Hamas. No, we mind Hamas. We terribly what happened on October 7th. And I'm now showing you different Israelis that have said that it's a problem. And I want peace and security for both Israel and Palestine. And this does not get Israel any peace or security. But when you ask the other side, do you mind tens of thousands of civilians that have been murdered, incinerated alive, body parts picked out of rubble, little babies killed over and over again? Even the Israeli Prime Minister is referring to as Amalek, meaning an extermination of the Palestinian people. And I must clarify the difference between a genocide and a Holocaust. A genocide is when you target a specific people and kill a lot of civilians. Srebrenica, where 6,000 people were killed, was considered a genocide. So it doesn't mean you try to murder every single person in that race.
Before I go to Douglas, Cenk, one question. You want to get rid of Hamas too, as does Douglas, as do I. If you don't do it the way that Israel is currently doing it, given that they live amongst the population. How else do you do it?
Yeah, there's an excellent way to do it, and there's the right way to do it. So let me explain. So war, this guy talks about, oh, I love war. I go to all the conflict zones. So by watching it and rooting on for more death, you know nothing. So here's what reality is. But peace actually works. So when Israel did a peace deal with Egypt, not only were the Egyptians safe, but the Israelis became safer. That peace deal has held for decade after decade. So how do you do a peace deal in this case? What you do is you do the two-state solution now, and you do it with the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank. And if you then have a Palestinian state, the Palestinian Authority would have the credibility to drive out Hamas from Gaza. That is a realistic plan for both peace, security for Israel and the Palestinians, and driving out Hamas. The idea that you're going to kill 20,000 more civilians, 200,000 more civilians in Gaza, and it's going to drive out Hamas.
Let me answer that.
Let Douglas respond to that.
First of all, I mean, your other guest, I mean, I don't know what kind of a creature he is. He's a kind of low-grade thug, as far as I can see. He's listened to nothing I've said.
Yeah, I know, because I'm Muslim. That's what we call all Muslims.
I'll tell you. No, it's not that at all. It's not that at all. I just think that you're just a very low-rent racist. But anyway, let me just get on to it. You say first of all, I don't care about the death of Palestinian children. Yes, I do care. I care very deeply about it. But I also know that the responsibility for their deaths lies on Hamas, which has misgoverned their society for the last 16 years, and now has been leading the country into being in a war with Israel. So yes, it's on Hamas this. As for seeing wars, by the way, I just mentioned about seeing wars, because as far as I can see, you're very ill-traveled as well as rather ill-lettered and ill-spoken. And I mentioned that I cover wars and go to wars because I happen to think myself that it's worth seeing things with your own eyes, including things that you don't particularly like, but you report the truth. I don't know if you ever even leave your own bedroom. And I can tell already that you don't, because you've already said something that demonstrates you know nothing about this conflict. You have just demonstrated it in the following terms. You said that this is why we need to push for a two-state solution and give legitimacy to the Palestinian Authority. I'll tell you something you don't know, because I guess you spent no time in the West Bank, have you? I'll tell you something you probably don't know. The Palestinian Authority, Fatah, celebrated the 7th of October massacres. I'll give you another fact which demonstrates you know nothing about this and clearly haven't ever visited any Palestinians in the West Bank as I have. If there was an election tomorrow in the West Bank, the reason why there isn't one is because if there was an election tomorrow in the West Bank, Hamas would win. So your idea of a two-state solution, I'm afraid you are so out of date, and you really should leave your bedroom, because in this region, nobody thinks there is a two-state solution on the table because there is not a viable negotiating partner. But I just want to make one other main point. You have gone on and on tonight, throwing accusations out against the Jewish state, against me. It's the sort of thing you do. I know you're a sort of online pugilist and think you can run for office, and good luck with that. But I'd just like to point out that you only really get animated if the Jews are involved. And I can tell that for the following reason. I mean, your surname's Uyghur, isn't it? 1 million Uyghur Muslims in China have been put in concentration camps in the last decade. And people, you know, people of your ilk never really care about that, do you? Because it's not the Jews doing it, it's the Chinese Communist Party. At the moment, 1 million people who are in Pakistan at the moment, who are your fellow Muslims and who happen to be Afghan, and I don't think you care about them, do you? 1 million Afghans are currently being forcibly deported from Pakistan to Afghanistan. You don't care about that. You're not riled up about that. You're not riled up about what the Janjaweed are currently doing in Sudan, where thousands and thousands of people are being attacked by the Islamist militia there. You don't care about any of that. You get exercised and you rile up what little base you have of malcontents because you're riled up when the Jews do anything.
All right,
it's
Jake.
perfectly obvious.
Okay.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, Douglas Murray shows us how it's done when dealing with a pathological liar and pro-genocide spokesman like Cenk Uygur. I mean, he did not win this debate by yelling louder. He won by refusing to surrender moral truth to emotional manipulation. And that's exactly what his critics can't answer. They can only shout past him. And I just noticed the difference between moral clarity and what I call moral confusion. I mean, Cenk Uygur, who doesn't like something, just starts screaming about children when the people he's supporting, which is Hamas, are the people that are responsible for the nightmare. On October 7th, let's remember, they went out to commit a genocide against the Jewish people. They killed 1,200 people, wounded over 7,000, kidnapped 250 innocent individuals. These are people that actually supported peace with the Palestinians, dragged them into torture tunnels for up to 2 years, some of them, murdered many of them, used their bodies to win favors with the West, all along while their people were starving to death, caused by Hamas, and destroying their homes as well. So this is all nonsense. Cenk Uygur has no side of morality at all whatsoever. It's clearly that Douglas Murray's pointing out exactly as he sees it. Number two, this weaponization of people like Cenk Uygur for genocide. They've weaponized it over and over again, screaming genocide, genocide. What I seem to have learned over history right now, whenever they start using these false epithets, it's they who are committing it. Who's committing the real genocide? The people that are putting their weapons and their tunnels underneath hospitals, schools, next to civilian centers, shooting missiles at innocent Israelis sitting there as farmers on the land, killing them. Israel strikes back, hitting innocent Palestinians because Hamas has put them there. So the real genocide is all about what they intended to do. In fact, Israel has offered Palestinian statehood over 8 times since 1948. They've rejected it every single time. What country, if you want?
Welcome back to a series so universal, even Froggen subscribed. In today's video, professional Hassan orbiter Froggen has apparently lost her lawsuit with Ethan Klein. Turns out she did not respond in the appropriate time, and Ethan seemingly won by default judgment. Froggen has responded in a stream very sad while playing Fortnite. She talks about how life just happens and she's doing fine. Spoiler, she is not fine. Another Hassan orbiter, Noah Samson, has just released a video talking about getting sued by Ethan. He calls Ethan an Israeli Zionist millionaire podcaster trying to farm some hate. To nobody's surprise, he is desperately begging for money on the internet, starting a GoFundMe. A little bit of deja vu here. He lists a bunch of guests for his fundraising stream and says that he's going to be begging Hassan for money. Surely it will work this time. Hassan fans are getting caught lying on Twitter. Only Kaya is shocked. Elon Musk's baby mama, Ashley, is now going on a media tour basically exposing him. She randomly brings up Hassan and says that right-wingers are really afraid of him. Hassan has responded with his classic Diddy Piker laugh. Ashley claims that Elon was using space lasers to rig the election. Asmongold has responded, calling her psycho. Subscribe, or you got a 1v1 Froggen in a Big Mac competition. Your goal.
Let's up those numbers!
Now let's begin. Right, welcome back everybody. Today is a very special episode because professional Hassan orbiter, former moderator and producer of Hassan Stream, the master of mass itself, the ruler of gravity, the collector of calories, the defier of diets, the oh so circular one, Froggen, has apparently lost her lawsuit against Ethan Klein. We used to pray for times like this. Mrs. U.S. veteran should get PTSD, finally got some karma.
Who can who? I hope you get PTSD.
So quick recap in case you missed 350 episodes of lore. Host of the H3 podcast, Ethan Klein, sued Hassan orbiters Casey Tron, Denims, and Froggen for violating copyright and trying to maliciously take away views from his Hassan content nuke video. Now since then, Casey Tron broke down crying and was forced to apologize for her lies. Denims is getting actively legally cooked, and Froggen has just lost. Right, so it started over here. Ethan Klein's lawyer has filed a motion for the court to enter a default judgment against Frogan after Frogan did not file a responsive pleading by the May 11th deadline. So we got TED Entertainment, that's Ethan, request for default against defendant. Then we got this update. The clerk in the Ethan Klein and Frogan case has entered default judgment on the court docket. We got a lawyer legal mindset here saying, to seal the deal, default judgment in Frogan's case has been finalized. She's
Kingpin 13, that's got to mean something important.
Where'd the legal defense fund go, Frogan? And that's the thing, she raised a lot of money to supposedly fight this lawsuit, but apparently she was just playing hide and seek and never intended to actually battle the lawsuit in the first place. So what happened to all the money? Now don't quote me on this, but in my opinion, there is a theory going around that it has all been spent on Big Macs. Holy, the Big Mac budget is over 9,000. People responded, hopefully he gets every penny from her GoFundMe and financially ruins her forever. She thought she could just ignore it and steal the money from the regards that donated to her GoFundMe. It's still up, by the way, and it's $40,000 raised. That is no small amount. People were donating this money in good faith, trying to help Frogan battle the evil Ethan Klein here. Is Frogan gonna try the sovereign citizen route or something? Does Ethan get a fat paycheck if the default judgment is given? Well, I don't know exactly. I mean, there's not much to take from Frogan, is there? I mean, just the other week she was begging for $500 on stream. So clearly she needed the GoFundMe money, and Ethan is probably gonna get that, like his lawyer fees are probably going to be covered. Me sowing, ha, F yeah, yes. Me reaping, well, this freaking sucks, what the hell? If it isn't the consequences of my own actions. She's going to need a new GoFundMe. Open your wallets, Hassan fans. Trying to avoid discovery. Well, I don't think that's a good strategy, to be honest, unless she was plotting some seriously heinous shit. People are tagging me. I guess the hide-and-seek champion won. I guess she's going to lose her Twitch earnings. Pegasus would eat this up for the legendary series, like he would eat his chicken and rice. Cinema, true, I do eat chicken and rice nearly every day. Great meal, great food. You should try it. Lovely for us gym bros. Lol, how the frick is Caseytron the smartest of the three? Okay, let's not jump to conclusions here. Why can't we just say they're all equally stupid? They don't have to compete with each other. They're all just stupid as fuck. Forget about to eat our last buffet. Bro, please don't say buffet. If she wanted to, she could consume the entire universe. You don't want to provoke her. Right, so people are pointing out that it is not yet over. She can still file a motion to set aside the default if she can show good cause for not responding. Ah, yes, of course. Good cause! You see, I was in the middle of a meal that was lasting 120 days. You see, I was on my 9,000th Big Mac. You see, I couldn't send a lawyer. Ethan also has to file a request for default judgment, and the court still needs to rule on it, so she hasn't officially lost yet. That said, everything certainly seems to be pointing in that direction. That's the thing, I don't know if she has good cause. The case has been on the docket since June of last year. Ethan's lawyers made the attempt to head it to settlement. So what does that mean for us legally dense folks? Frogan has some serious questions to answer to everyone who donated tens of thousands to her legal defense fund, and she's about to owe a whole lot of money to Ethan Klein. Bankruptcy likely inbound. The fate of every Hassan Orbiter. It's gonna go to pay Ethan soon, if she didn't eat it all. That is a plausible theory. Okay, we got a salty Ethan hater, potential Hassan fan, celebrating F-word who is trying to sue people for another person's tweet, all because he was embarrassed that he was stalking a woman in a poker tournament and got caught. He's talking about Ethan screenshotting a picture of Anissa that was completely debunked. He was screenshotting it for content to laugh at her. Right, so turns out Frogan responded while playing Fortnite, and she doesn't sound in the best of spirits here. These are Twitch streamer Frogan's statements on the default motion filed by Ethan Klein's lawyers. She says that she will not be commenting on the update, and there's a bunch of speculation.
Some of you may have seen that there was an update on my lawsuit today, but unfortunately I am not going to make a comment at this time. When I can, I will, but not right now. I know there's like a bunch of speculation and whatever. Hit the grading. Do I have it? I don't have it. But assumptions make an ass out of you and me, you know? And don't be worried about me. I'm fine. I am as good as I can be. Life happens, you know? Life happens, and you're like, oh my god, I want to die. But not like for real die, just like a break from life would just be so nice. But I guess the important thing is like you don't sit and wallow in it, or at least you try not to. You can give yourself like a couple days to do that, you know. But I don't know.
I know what I want. I'm buying something. I'm buying a jukebox. We're gonna listen to some tunes, man.
Her daily caloric budget, you know, only 100 pizzas as opposed to 5,000. How will she survive? You know what? I got a wonderful idea. Hassan should raise her salary, right? Hassan is a very generous man. You know, he pays her very well, right? According to Frogan.
And Hassan pays me very well.
Yep, he pays her very well, so much so that she's constantly crying and begging on stream, talking about how she can't afford anything, can't even afford the $500 for some arm cast or something. But anyways, she goes, life happens, guys. Indeed it does. Indeed it does. That is the beautiful thing about life, is that it does happen. Karma strikes back, the consequences of your action. And what did I say? The consequences of partnering with Hassan Paika. This is the fate. Anybody who wants to come out of the woodworks and still support Hassan, this is going to be you, all right? And we've seen this time and time and time again. Anybody who supports Hassan seemingly gets their life completely fucking destroyed. I mean, like, dude, she's dejected, she's ruined, she's destroyed, she's completely eviscerated. And honestly, Frogan isn't even the worst of the Hassan orbiters. So I actually sort of feel bad for her, because people like Casey Tron and Denins, the female Hassan, are much worse than Frogan. Okay, we know this. In my opinion, they are more vile, more hateful, and they're consistently horrible, right? At least Frogan was sort of horrible in the start, and then basically ghosted the internet for several months, right? Now, don't get me wrong, this is not an excuse for her actions and her words. You know, her veteran comment was horrible, her justifying terrorist attacks, her being racist and constantly defending Hassan and working with him, and, you know, just being obnoxious, calling Ludwig names for only donating $10,000. Yes, you know, she's been a fuck, let's be honest.
Keep your little chump change, like.
But at least towards the end, she didn't really pipe up that much. She sort of accepted her fate, maybe learned her lesson, who actually knows. But you know what they say, don't do the crime if you can't do the time, right? That's just how it is. You decided to make all of these mistakes on the internet, and there is no excuse, right? Now, if she was 17 years old, okay, sure, but she's a 30-year-old woman, all right? This is a full-grown person. These people are full-grown adults. She's older than me, all right? Like literally 5 years older than me. These people still can't take accountability for their actions, and they're just colossally pathetic, man. I can't imagine, like, crying and begging for money from the internet, especially when it's your fault. Everything that's happening is your fault. People responded, she crowdfunded 40K. What is she doing with the money? Yeah, I mean, that definitely needs to be investigated, because if it turns out that she wasn't actually using this for legal defense, as she has not put up much over here, people might feel betrayed and lied to, you know, especially her fans. Her fans, right? Like her poo fans. Is clearly a bunch of people who hate Ethan who are donating to this. What bothers me is that a legal default is absurdly hard to get these days. She clearly was talking about Ethan for settlement talks, but then broke down, and all she had to do was file, and the court would grant it if you needed more time to respond. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's going on here. It wouldn't be speculation, Frogan, it would be nonsense, shreds of hope, because you're unwilling to accept that you lost so badly you can't really say anything. I kind of love that she's a Fortnite streamer. The point is you don't wallow in it, you sit and give yourself a couple days, or in Frogan's Laura's case, you give yourself every day since August 2025 to not file anything. Yeah, I mean, we gotta recognize this has been going on for so freaking long. We've been covering this for a literal year now. We talked about Frogan playing hide and seek and attempting to dodge Ethan's server in the first place, and this would be in line with those sort of actions, right? Trying to avoid responsibility. The stages of cope, that's crazy. Not so based anymore? Based?
base?
Moving on to one of the worst Hassan orbiters, Diet Hassan, aka Noah Samson, woke bread tuber. So basically, he just posted a video saying that he's getting sued from Ethan, and get this, he's begging for money from the internet. This is like a 5 for 5, bro. KCtron, Denims, Frogan, Noah, iDubbbz, every single one of them has been begging for money. It is so shameless. I mean, how do you do this unlimited grifting and you still can't pay the bills, bro? This is embarrassing. I would think that you were doing all this bullshit for money, but apparently not. Meanwhile, us slop tubers are just drowning in success like Mr. Krabs in the bathtub. I don't know, guys, almost like there's a winning side here. Who would have thought? Right, here we got Noah's tweet. Zionist millionaire podcaster Ethan Klein is suing me for a YouTube video. I'm defending against it, but I need your help. Yeah, this is some great context. You totally nailed it.
An Israeli-American millionaire podcaster is suing me for defamation. Hi, I'm Noah Samson. I'm a YouTuber. I make videos about how Israel sucks.
Ah, yes, of course. I make videos about how Israel sucks. Dude, what a crazy dishonest representation. That is one of the things you do. And the other thing is being this disgusting, lying, manipulating, slanderous scumbag piece of shit commentary YouTuber. I mean, it's smart. I see exactly what he's doing, right? He's basically doing the Hassan tactic of trying to tie Israel and Palestine intertwined with his GoFundMe. Basically, the logic is, if you care about the war, you must donate to me, Noah Samson, before you donate to the Palestinians. Are you kidding me? Also, the intro is amazing. Israeli-American millionaire podcaster, Zionist. Make sure you get all the labels in, you know, that'll definitely convince the TikTokers to donate. Now, you might be wondering, how much money is he asking for, right? Surely, you know, 40, 50K, something like that. No, he's begging for $200,000. Brother, get a grip, dude. How shameless.
It's official. It's happening. I am getting sued by Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein, millionaire and host of the H3 podcast, has sued me for defamation. Here's the complaint. It's 31 pages, and I'm getting sued. About a year ago, I released this video, the YouTubers who backed the genocide. And in response, Ethan Klein immediately began threatening to sue me. Then, a year later, just 2 days before the statute of limitations was up, Klein filed his lawsuit. In the complaint, Klein alleges that I defamed him by falsely painting him as a supporter of the genocide of Palestinians. The complaint presents 6 allegedly defamatory statements, including the title and thumbnail of my video, and it makes several claims related to statements made about Israel, Palestine, atrocity propaganda, Nakba denialism, misinformation, and more. There's a lot of stuff in this thing. It's 31 pages. I believe that Klein's claims are meritless, and I intend to defend against them, but to do this, I need your help. Defamation lawsuits can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I don't have that kind of money. So I started a GoFundMe, Klein v. Samson. I set the goal for $200,000, which will be used for lawyers' fees and legal expenses. However, any funds raised above this goal will be donated directly to Palestinian aid, and any funds that go unused or are recuperated once legal proceedings conclude will also be donated. I'll be doing a fundraising marathon stream on Friday, May 22nd, starting at 10 a.m. Pacific time.
No, what he actually meant to say is that all funds will go directly to Ethan Klein. Dude, I can't imagine being this pathetic of a human being. Bro, I find it funny that these hyper-woke, supposedly, like, socialist-type people are always begging their working-class audience for their last $5, only to use them for a pointless lawsuit where Ethan was gonna get the money anyways, directly from his biggest haters. So, essentially, you are sacrificing your own audience's money to avoid damaging your own pockets. I mean, it is the most selfish thing you can do. Dude, imagine working a 9 to 5 and coming home, and instead of spending that money, your hard-earned money, on improving your own life, right? Or maybe even donating to Palestinians, a cause that you care about, you instead donated to Noah fucking Samson, right? This fucking grifter piece of shit who is in a doomed lawsuit. Bro, you gotta be the dumbest person ever. Do not fall for this shit. And it just never gets old, dude. Another GoFundMe. This has gotta be a meme now. Another one. Also, I find it crazy because Noah is supposed to be a decently sized YouTuber, right? Yet somehow, he can't afford the 100K? How the fuck do you grift for all these years and you're still broke? What is the point of any of this? What is the point of selling your soul, becoming a Hassan orbiter, only to just be broke? This is what I don't understand. These people are freakishly loyal to something that doesn't benefit them at all. Or there is the other option, right? Where Noah can actually afford it, but he just wants to use his audience's money while pretending he's poor and being a scumbag. And there's no real way of knowing, like, people like Denims, we don't know how much her OnlyFans has made, right? So it's very possible that she has money and that she's just pretending to be broke so that she can get free money from her audience, because these people clearly never value their audience or care about the people watching them. He wants to make sure that the lawsuit damages his audience, which is insane. These are the people who have supported you all this time, and in my opinion, he's basically just scamming them, right? So then he gives a list of the cucks that are going to be appearing on his live stream to help him out.
Guests include FD Signifier, Boy, Denims, iDubbbz, Big Joel, Frogan, Chris Kunzler, Overzealots, and more, and a bunch more. Donation goals include Chug a Gallon of Milk, Pie in the Face, Hot Chip Challenge, Shoe on Head cosplay, why not, Run a Marathon, and more. And if we make it to $500,000, I will ride a bicycle 120 miles from San Diego to Hassan Piker's house live on stream to beg him for more money. Klein v. Sampson, GoFundMe, link in bio. Donate to defend free speech on YouTube and fund Palestinian aid. Thank you.
Ah, yes, the best strategy. Beg Hassan Piker for money. Honestly, that is your best shot. In fact, I think everybody should do that. Every single person being sued by Ethan should go to Hassan and beg him for money. Maybe he'll finally have to sell his $3 million house. But I have a feeling, you know, if history is any indication, I mean, Hassan has donated a grand total, a whopping total of $0 to the Hassan Orbiter losses. I mean, how unbelievably sad is that these people literally put out their necks for him, literally go through hell in order to defend him. And the one man who can save them, the cult leader who can actually afford these lawsuits without going broke, he's the only person who hasn't been sued. He's the only person who ignores his biggest supporters every single time, lets them rot. And this is one thing that I can truly respect Hassan for, right? He's such a villain. He is a cartoon villain because the unbelievable cruelty for his own supporters, right? His die-hard fans. I mean, look at poor Frogan, dude. She was desperately begging for $500. Hassan makes that in 2 milliseconds. And nothing, no response. Instead, he would rather spend it on another Gucci bag. Absolutely tragic. Honestly, can I just say, I love this. I love this more than anything. This is fueling my life force. Another lawsuit. We just can't stop winning. Here on the legendary series, it's just W's every single day for literal years. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You go.
That's my super stash.
Right, so he's linked his GoFundMe.
Let's go see what old Brad could do with the super stash.
Klein versus Sampson. YouTube free speech lawsuit. $42,000 raised already. So he definitely has more motion than Casey Tron Denims and Frogan, considering he has a big YouTube channel of himself. And also he has used the disgusting tactic of looping in Israel and Palestine, the whole conflict here, being like, oh yeah, just donate to me, and you know, I'm sure some amount, you know, will go to Palestine. Of course, I'm not gonna tell you how much. I'm not gonna, you know, I'm probably all gonna use it myself, most likely. But you know, I'm gonna loop it in anyways, saying that, oh, it's all about Palestine when it's all about you, obviously. Look at these suckers. $10, $1,000, $100. All funds in excess of 200,000 will be donated. So up to 200K is going straight to him. So anybody thinking like, oh, I'm donating for Palestine, he's literally admitting, none of this shit is going to Palestine. 200K. I mean, we'll see if it even reaches that. Maybe if he gets like Hassan on, it's possible. But dude, it's so ridiculous. Also, let me just use their logic. Who is suffering more, Palestinians or Noah Sampson, right? Noah Sampson is a privileged person in America here. I would say, personally, that if you really care about Palestine, you should donate to Palestine rather than Noah fucking Sampson, right? I mean, that's just a logical decision. Wish I could do more to help. Wishing the best for you and sending love. It's been disappointing to see how H3 is willing to set precedents against free speech. What a loser. Thank you for all that you do for Palestine. Oh my god, bro. What a snake. Your work is inspiring your empathy. Empathy! He is inviting iDubbbz on the stream, so, you know, you'll get the master of empathy there. Wait, what? There's only 2 words of support. There's only 2 comments. How's there 1,000 donations? What the hell? Yo, something is not adding up. 200k in this economy? The best I can do is 20 bucks. 200k is crazy. That's more than Denims, Caseytron, and Froggy raised together. Imagine asking your audience to fund a lawsuit during an actual genocide. The wild part is if Hassan Orbiters pulled the same energy, they probably could have raised 400k for Palestinians instead. True, they are actively taking away donations. All of this money could have been gone to actually help people in need. But no, these selfish, disgusting Hassan Orbiters would rather use it for themselves. I mean, that should just show the entire grift. Right, here we are in the Noah Samson comment section. In case you wanted to salt your popcorn real quick, what an awful way to be reminded Ethan Klein exists. Imagine being sued by the infamous Reddit user Pedo Troll. Get that lawyer fee in writing, or they'll just charge you whatever you raise. Ethan Poopy Klein allegedly. Yeah, you better say that allegedly, pal. Definitely do not forget to countersue for all expenses. He's trying to bankrupt you. Well, yeah, he's probably trying to do that, but, you know, I'm a big fan of, you know, optimism and shit like that, but this is just delusional. Countersue for expenses. Okay, pal. It's crazy how the justice system is determined by wealth rather than justice. You know who has a lot of wealth? Hassan Piker. You know, why doesn't Hassan Piker use his wealth to game the justice system? Why doesn't he do that, huh? If I had to guess, all the Hassan Orbiters combined plus Hassan probably has more money than Ethan. So, you know, according to your own logic, you guys should be winning. Ethan Klein loves Israel and is bald. He'll sue anyone besides the person that said that he touches his children. Yeah, I mean, add Destiny to it too, why don't ya? Everyone say hi to H3. They're gonna be looking at the comments for an hour plus today. Okay, you got me. And the best part is, I'm making money reading your comment right now. How poetic is that? The finale being a bike ride all the way to Hassan's house is cinema. Definitely worth it for Decline's meltdown alone. Yeah, I mean, that's gonna be funny watching him literally like beg Hassan. Be like, please, I need money. Oh, I wonder what Hassan is gonna do. I mean, he's probably just gonna be the cruel bastard he always is. Not even a single dollar, bro. Workers of the world. Hilarious. Moving on to a Hassan fan getting caught lying. Following in the footsteps of their Sith Lord, lying is OP. A Hassan fan got community noted for implying she's not a fan, but found him more agreeable. Never thought I'd be listening to Hassan on Twitch. He's actually more agreeable than I thought he would be. This is literally the experience of 99% of people who don't watch Hassan when they actually give him a shot. Delusional. This person is pretending not to know who Hassan is, even though they've tweeted about him several times, dating back to November 2023. Interesting. I've never actually sat down and watched his Twitch streams before, which is what I was talking about. Yes, I followed him off and on his social media pages, but I've never watched a stream since this week. So you know of Hassan and you follow him on social media but don't watch his streams? Surely that's believable. I'm not even pretending to not know who he is. When you say you don't watch his streams, that is what you're pretending. Well, Mao even. Why are you pretending you barely know the guy? Oh, hi Hassan, when he liked your tweet, and then he posted like a gym post or something. Love both versions of you. More important that you're happy with yourself. You're literally a Hassan simp. Trying to manufacture that, oh my god, I checked out Hassan's stream. He's actually a very logical and reasonable guy. No, but like, everybody can tell that shit's fake, dog. Bro can't even pay intelligent shills. It's pretty normal for a Hassan fan to act unhinged. You can't sit listening to this crazy rant for hours without becoming crazy yourself. As soon as I heard he started talking shit about Hassan, I peaced out. Hassan is way too intelligent for anyone to be saying he has an incorrect opinion. Sorry, not sorry. I trust him. Please tell me that's a copy pasta. Holy fucking shit, you're a moron. Hassan retweeted it because he's an insecure, cringy nepo baby. Wild work. They will never whitewash the dog zapper. Hassan fans compulsively lying in other news, grass is green. Typical Hassan supporter. Lying is OP. True. Moving on to the Elon Musk situation with Hassan. Basically, Elon Musk's ex and baby mama, Ashley, is now on this media tour, and she brought up Hassan saying right-wingers are afraid of him. Hassan reacts to Ashley claiming MAGA influencers are terrified of him.
But yeah, Elon Musk's baby mama Ashley St. Clair leaks that MAGA influencers are secretly terrified of Hassan Piker, which I find to be not so strange. She replied, yeah, of course. Yeah, we're making it happen.
With like MAGA influencers and stuff. Are there influencers on the left who they're kind of like afraid of as being like very like effective or like ones they want to take down?
Yeah, they are very scared of Hassan Piker.
Oh, they are?
That is like the one that they are scared of because Hassan has the ability to capture what I believe to be someone like the alt-right men as well. Like there is a crossover between the people who gravitate towards a Nick Fuentes or a Tucker Carlson that could find better solace in someone like Hassan. They're terrified of Hassan Piker. Terrified.
That's fascinating to me. Oh wow, that's interesting. Yeah, I know there is crossover, and I mean I've critiqued Hassan in the past, and like his stance will come for me. Like I'm kind of the mindset of I really don't like a lot of things that he has to say, but I think he's.
Yeah, good. I mean, good. I'll be honest, good.
No way. Another Diddy Piker laugh straight into the collection. Bro, that one was crazy. He's gotta be doing this on purpose. Can you go one day without being so obnoxious? Anyways, that was barely a compliment. She was basically saying that Hassan captures both extremists. Wow, that's such a flex. I'm so terminally regarded. Both the far right and the far left love me. I mean, I guess he does capture people like Sneeko, who just fucking sway with the wind because they're completely regarded. Yay, we're both anti-Semites. We must get along. But yeah, I don't think anyone should be afraid of Hassan in like a debate setting, but maybe of the fact that he tells his fans to murder people and he supports a bunch of terrorism. That's pretty dangerous, like objectively.
Yeah, because it's working. Okay? Because it's working. Every time I've seen this person, she's talking shit about me. Okay? Every time she go on the pod Johns, I'll be like, yo, this guy sucks. I don't know what it is. The suit is definitely helping a lot. Good. I am trying to fool people into thinking that I have anything to say that's worth a damn, when obviously that's not the case. Let's be real. Most of this broadcast is about coming up with car cinematic universe names for popular politicians and historical figures. But from the outside, people actually tune in and they're like, this guy probably has something serious to say.
Yeah, surely it's the suits that are doing it, man. It conceals the fact that you're completely regarded, surely. No suit can hide that, man. Hassan is the best thing that could have happened to MAGA influencers. He's one of the most unlikable people on the internet, so they can keep associating him with the Democrats, trying to make Democrats look bad through him. This is what people are saying constantly. Hassan tries to pretend that, oh, he's the enemy of MAGA. Bro, you're their #1 supporter at this point. Please, God, let Ashley baby trap Hassan. He only goes for prawn stars, so I don't know. I mean, is she into a cock fetish? Then, you know, Hassan would love that. Right, so it turns out this Ashley person is kind of a nutball. She's making some allegations about Elon Musk now, and he's obviously a clown, but some of this shit is weird as fuck. She's talking about space lasers. Right, Elon Musk's baby mama, Ashley, is accusing Elon of rigging the 2024 election using lasers, satellites, and space technology. She says she has a dead man switch if anything happens to her. Right. He has 10K lasers in space? He's ready to release his anomaly in the Matrix?
So she accused Elon of rigging the 2024
I just got a text from my brother. I gotta go help him.
And in October, Elon
Where does he find these
tells me that he is ready to release.
Look, I mean, like, I have the habit of also, like, I only date crazy girls because any girl that would date me would be crazy. And he probably, the thing is, it's probably the same thing.
In his words, anomaly in the Matrix.
An anomaly?
And I am like, oh, like, who's that?
All right,
And he
I'll see you
says
guys later.
That he has 10,000 lasers in space.
I'll be back. I don't know, give me about 3 hours. I'll see you guys later.